5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's man. Dive.
Silencer.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. 10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. 10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
'Phantom Assassin.
Choose your hero. Seconds. 10 Prepare yourselves for the main event.
The next level play.
The next level play.
The next level
The
play.
next level play.
Too bad for you. Denied. Look out for fallen rocks!
No, you don't.
Rolling out!
I'm grateful.
Come free. To the dust return. Earthshaker first. A fitting bounty. Rolling out. Not the journey I expected. Rolling stone.
Foul play.
Thunderous applause.
Dire's top tower is in danger.
Look out for fallen rocks. Rock on.
Illusion! I'm fighting for you!
Look out for fallen rocks. I could do with more of that.
Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, no, no.
Fight, man!
Be understood.
Mega kill!
God's
All wrapped up to take away.
a rolling stone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Behold! God's old friends. Fight!
from a fight.
Coin for me.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Let us fight!
Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
Being distracted.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You made your bed up. Now
Double kill!
It was worth it.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire should look to their top tower.
Mate.
The Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
come and fight me. Killing
There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Look out for fallen
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower.
killing spree!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower has fallen. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Why? Let's get some
Mega kill! Double kill! Killing spree!
reduced you to silence.
Come and fight!
Dire should look to their top tower.
Rolling stone.
The lines of your fate come to an end.
out for fallen rocks!
The Dire scan, on the hunt for Radiant forces.
God! Invisibility!
It's not even my birthday. I guess it could be.
All should look to their top tower.
Here's a carbon
Radiant have fortified their structures against attack.
Got it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their middle tower.
Killing spree. Double kill.
rolling out!
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
A rolling stone! I can get blood from a stone.
Double kill.
What's wrong? What, did you think I got a problem with snow? I'm right.
Bottom tower is in danger. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Scanning for enemies.
Illusion.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Five. Killing spree. Double kill.
This I gave up immortality.
Radiant's courier has
Dominating. Triple kill. Let us pussy.
Radiant's middle tower is from
Do you mind?
This should make my life easier.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not.
is under attack. Dire's middle tower is no more.
Look out for fallen rocks!
The radiant glyph is now active. Dire structures are fortified.
Let me acquaint you with your own demise.
Killing spree!
You cannot silence the voice of thunder.
Cannot be.
The Sisters of the Veil honor your death.
Easiest money of my life!
Ready for a fight.
Bounty.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
A rolling stone. Regeneration.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Punching for you.
Even in death, you
Just fell on hard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
People say I talk too much.
Look out for fallen rocks! coin for me. Rolling out. A rolling stone. Look out!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A rolling stone. Behold!
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Rolling out. Regeneration. What have we here?
This should make my life easier.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Look out for fallen rocks! Stonefall!
Are scanning for enemies.
A rolling stone. Rolling out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is no more. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Top tower is no more.
Think you love your teeth.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dominating! Double kill! The revenants of my people. Killing spree!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Easiest money of my life!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Your heart feels listen. Even if I fall,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is low. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. 10 will hold to back down. Victory! Players compete for ultimate space glory.
Impossible.
Lion.
Bloodseeker.
Doing great, Mike. We've got 2 matches left, 1 best of 3, 1 grand finals, best of 5. Of course, we're starting off with the lower bracket finals. Motivate Trust up against SMG. Mike, Motivate Trust had some strong words for SMG. So did Boom at the end of your interviews yesterday. But Motivate Trust, I love their takeaway. Fearless says they're not strong because they're not MSG. We'll see if SMG are feeling like they've dropped some of that MSG in their food today, and if they've got the energy to overcome Motivate Trust, because these guys are confident. Everyone seems confident today, and we talked about this a bit yesterday. SMG, they're the kind of team that feeds off of that. You know, they hear that feedback and they just throw it against you. So we'll see if they manage to do that again and just force a rematch with Boom later on. Certainly does. I worry about the scaling of Lifestealer up against Tiny late game. I think that one it's a strange one because I think Tiny overall wins it. He has a lot more armor because of Grow. He has great strength gain, and he always has great right-click damage with his tree grab, whereas Lifestealer, his passive scale well enough, but a lot of that added damage is reduced by armor, which Tiny's going to have a lot of. So even if you can punish high strength heroes, the armor growth of Tiny kind of compensates. So towards the late game, the Lifestealer might be hit and miss. It really depends on how much Jackie can be ahead potentially of the Tiny early on. But core-to-core matchup issue is farming pace. We've seen Lifestealers sort of lag behind depending on the circumstance, depending on how the laning phase goes and how aggressive you can be afterwards. If it does fall behind, if we do see the safe lane Tiny coming up from mid one, it will be able to flash farm a lot quicker, and they go into the Afu Shaker here as well for SMG. So we've seen SMG pick this up a couple of times. It hasn't worked out. Yesterday in particular wasn't a fantastic time, although with a Shaker, we know what SMG likes to do. They like being aggressive, especially down mid. Even on the off lane, when they combine that with the doubled stun lane, they do look for that positioning to start getting aggressive, just, you know, harassing out the enemy laner. In this case, Bloodseeker plus Earthshaker on a dual lane. You do have the Blood Right to set that up with. And around the 4-minute marks, when we see Afu rotate mid, have its level 2 or 3, and start to look for that mid kill, which not a lot of supports do nowadays, but Afu is still one of them that keeps that roaming in mind.
Razor.
I prefer seeing the Master as Mars. I think the Death Prophet could run as a support there. Maybe giving it towards set 0 as a hard 5. So 5 DP, a 4 Lion. Sounds like a pretty good pace to go, because as a Death Prophet, you only really need levels. You don't need much in itemization. The Lion's going to need to rush Blink for the team to get the initiation going. I would like to see that, but it's fairly open. There could be a lack of control here with DP support, but with a Mars in line, I think you're already compensating for that quite nicely. Back to that SMG pick though, Mike. Razor coming out, really great way to counteract the Life Stealer and the Mars to a certain extent. Even the Death Prophet is something you can just run around and link into to get a lot of damage going. So they have a good way of controlling the Life Stealer. Not that, again, going back to the core-to-core matchup, assuming a Tiny 1, I don't think the Life Stealer would have had a really good time scaling into the late game anyway. Now you compound that with a Razor who's just going to run around chasing this Life Stealer, taking his damage away. It's not going to be a very easy game for Jackie to have a lot of impact here. And they're going to have to find a balance for Motivate Trust and a mid-game aggression timing there, maybe about the 20-minute mark. It's when you'd really want to get control of the map, because if you stall this game out for too long, you have to always worry about the Razor, you have to worry about the Tiny scaling. And for Motivate Trust, outside of Life Stealer, scaling on Mars can kind of happen, but it does take a lot of investment, and if your Life Stealer is suffering, your Mars is likely not doing any better there.
Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's a really strong Storm game because the control from SMG isn't that focused on instant control as well. You've got Fissure, you've got Avalanche Toss, maybe Blood Right if you can land the Fissure combination, the stun combination to the silence, but for the most part the Storm should have a pretty good time zipping in and out. Not much to worry about there for Fearless, so he will get to dictate the engagements when he does jump in. He's also a really good infest target for a Life Stealer, so Jackie has a good vehicle to run in, play aggressive. They could try to zip, take control of the Razor first, and once you take that Razor out of the picture, suddenly that big answer you have is gone. Like that's your main key for really keeping Jackie's Life Stealer in check, and without that static link, Jackie will be able to do a ton of damage in the middle of the fight.
A true warrior never rage quits.
Yeah. Definitely. I think the big one that you pointed out in our little chat there, Mike, was the Brigand's Blade. Why it got buffed? Why? Why would you buff it?
The sack.
I think when it comes down to draft, SMG looks like they have the edge. I think their timings are a lot faster with Leshrac to kind of tie them in for a push. Tempo that's not tied into a big ult. So comparatively to a Death Prophet, you're tied into Exorcism. It's a lot quicker for Leshrac to just rotate in, look for a team fight, take an objective, start shutting them in the map that way. And I think if SMG can play that pace with Moon taking the lead and with KP taking more active position on the off lane, just ensuring Jackie doesn't find farm, then they can shrink the map down small enough where a Lifestealer and a Storm sharing farm is not going to lead to much farm distribution at all for Motivate Trust.
If Motivate Trust have got the MSG today, well, their SMG have the MSG. Maybe that's the storyline we'll have to go with today, John. All about MSG for some reason.
Oh gosh, you know, the only thing I think of when I hear MSG mentioned so much is like a heck lot of instant noodles. That's what my parents used to tell me, or my grandparents used to tell me when I was a kid. Don't eat too much instant noodles because that MSG is gonna kill you. You know, it's deadly.
It's
delicious.
It is.
Gonna give a shout out to the YouTube creators, by the way, John. Yesterday in game 1, I forgot my in-game mic off. So my apologies to all the people out there that make the highlight clips. I see you. I remember you. And unfortunately, yesterday I did forget for game 1, but you know, I believe today I've sorted it out. Motivate.
30 seconds to
We chased down by Arfu, but gonna be all right. Arfu won't throw out the official. The whole of SMG, in fact, were right behind him, just looking for a stun out. Fearless going to be very cautious. They have the vision with that observer ward already, so SMG will choose to get very aggressive here. And they won't so far. Motivate Trust not really revealing themselves too much.
the universe and the pride.
Yeah, and it does seem like both teams are going to get away with their 2 for 2 on the bounties. And hold on, now I'm a bit paranoid, so I've just got to quickly check that open mic. It is on. There you go.
It does happen.
Have a look at this, John. Jackie, he's rotated. I think that's, you know, pretty smart considering he doesn't want to lane against the Razor. So he's going to force KP to run his way up. And mid one, he's going to swap his way back down to the bot lane. I wonder how long they play musical lanes between these two.
Yeah, we've seen teams before just willing to go all the way until, what, 4 minutes and swapping lanes. I think in this case, SMG has the heads up because they had this deep laning ward on bot, so that gave them the info as to who's heading where. And KP is still going to miss out on a couple of creeps here, but not too much. Do have Raji who's holding line, but he's got to be a bit careful. Level 1 Bloodseeker doesn't bode well here, and we know Raji's Bloodseeker. He tends to love playing aggressive once certain levels are up and once he has some way of playing with that Blood Riot.
Look, onset 0 right now. Earthspike's going to be there, and Jackie will try to punish KP just a little bit. Don't want to man fight the Razor too much when he's got that much bonus damage. And we'll have a look at the other lanes as well. Because Fearless in the mid lane against Moon. Moon, I haven't seen much of his Leshrac as of late, but it's one of those heroes. You get off to a great start, you farm the jungle like crazy, and eventually you just take over the game. It is going to be against a Fearless Storm, though. We know this is one of his signature heroes for Fearless. Could be very scary times, but do you give the advantage to one or the other here, John?
It's a rather even lane in the end. I think you should be able to get your farm here as Moon. The key thing with the Leshrac for Moon is that it fits his playstyle. We know how Moon likes to play. He loves hitting his level 6, level 7 spike. He looks for aggression. He asks his supports to come in by the 4-minute mark, which in this case should be Afu's Shaker. And once you do get that double stun lineup on the mid, it's going to be really easy to lock in Fearless as long as he's not yet level 6. So Fearless has to be a bit careful. He does have a good laning ward to watch your rotation from bot, but he has to preempt that and start to maybe look at his side camps and farm there in case Afu rotates.
No, absolutely. I suppose that's why they've got the obs in that position, is to make sure that Afu isn't able to get those free kind of roaming opportunities on that Earthshaker. And speaking of the devil, Afu gonna go for a big large camp pull there with the creep wave. Q on the support Mars will interrupt, but another nice little aggro there from Afu is gonna ensure the creep wave is still gonna go back for that large camp, but no, Q, he won't let it go. He keeps getting the aggro back. Lose half the creep wave, but it's still probably the best case scenario you could have asked for here if you're Q on the Mars.
Yep, he still manages to make Afu work for that one. The safe lane for Masteros so far looking good. He's not really being zoned out by the Tiny. He's slowing down mid one's farm considerably at 10-0 here for mid one. And you don't want that Tiny to have too slow of a start. You want to get the levels up. You want to start maxing out the tree grab, so your damage starts to skyrocket. On this position, it's a bit trickier, but you do have multiple stunts to play with if you manage to catch one of these heroes out. Issue is trying to angle yourself around the Death Prophet. You're dual melee against this hero. Oh, he just excels at that.
But a toss back, mid one, but no, the first blood's gonna go the way of Q. And Q, that was some great positioning from the Mars. He was ready for that spear as the toss came out from mid one. And even though they still got Masteros, at least you denied the first blood gold away from SMG.
Yeah,
mid lane. That's a deep dive. Behind that tier 1 tower now, looking for another lightning strike. Fearless, he has to be very cautious. Moon still getting aggressive. Fearless gonna try and scare him away. One of these heroes has to die very soon, I think. Moon very low, but there's no rotations coming in. He's gonna be alright for now. Fearless. Oh, nice juke on the stun. Gets the vortex off into the remnant, and Fearless eventually does get the kill. And immediately is out with the voice lines, of course.
He was under Thirst Vision as well, and he just kind of baited around that. A really good use of using information on you against them. Fearless does manage to hit his level 6 faster, so those rotations we talked about from the Shaker with the Leshrac gonna be a bit harder to pull off. With the ball lightning up on Fearless, he's gonna have some mobility on hand. It's gonna be harder to catch him out. And it's one of those slower games where, again, we're not seeing Afu rotate out because his own lane is not really going all too smoothly. He can't leave mid one solo, and that just means Moon's matchup for him, they miss out on some early aggression on mid there.
But they do. We saw this yesterday as well. Like Moon, I believe it was against the Storm. If I'm not incorrect in saying so, it was the Apaja Snapfire. How can I forget? That was a extremely rough time. I think the level disparity was level 8 to level 4. That last game we saw, which was, it's just an impossible game for Moon to come back from, at least in that previous one against Boom Esports. So in this new game, he's having a much better time. Bot lane, mid one, avalanche toss into Afu, but Masteros, he survives the initial combo, and with the Siphon, he is still alive, and the Fisher, it's gonna block Afu out. He can't make his way over to Masteros, and he will go down as mid one keeps going for the dive in. Another Siphon out. Mid one, please tell me you get the kill. They do get it in the end with the blood right. But they know mid one stuck. The spear's gonna land. Mid one, he's out of mana. He's got the soul ring, but that's about all he's got. I suppose on the brighter side, he still at least gets the kill onto Masteros, but I can't say it's worth his own life.
Definitely not. Like, you're having a great time here on Liquid Trust. Your rotations pay off on the defensive bot. And while you leave Jackie solo, he's actually having a pretty good time against KP's Razor. If you look at the CS, he's kind of keeping up with Razor, still in the top 3 there on that Life Sealer, and they start to rotate Masteros up top as well, so they could play aggressive onto KP.
But they could, and they will. KP, get siphoned up. It won't amount to a kill, but A bit of aggression, just warning KB that Masros is the new sheriff in town. As Jackie, he's going to go down the bot lane now. Onto Rogi. Spear's going to land. Oh, mid one, he tossed Rogi back in. I believe he wanted to toss Jackie, but instead he somehow got Rogi. And Rogi, he's going to spy. They saw the rotation coming in from Arfu. They had an observer to get that vision, so they won't go for the chase onto the Bloodseeker. It's another very close call here for SMG.
They narrowly avoid this situation going south, but they're missing out their own aggression. They tried to make a move mid with Arfu, didn't line up, and they end up just losing Rogi again.
Well, get it. That was on the tail end of that observer war. I mean, Rogi, he ends up getting the off kill, but Fearless is able to secure his life instead. Now Moon gonna try and get aggressive with his haste rune. Edict down as well. Pulse to the low ground. Fearless, can you actually escape? In the meantime, Jackie's got off after. Fearless still trying to go for a run. He'll fairy fire up and actually vortexes the creep. I suppose it didn't matter either way. He was probably just going to die. So Moon, really abusing that haste rune movement speed, does pick up his first kill of the game.
It's a good bounce back for Moon. He definitely needs as much as he can get. I think what SMG need to do now is maybe line up for a bit of a shove in. And you do see KP dropping a bit low up top, solo up against Masros. But Masros doesn't really have backup himself. If they find an angle with a salve out from KP, they could try to punish, and they're getting some deep TPs in up top here.
They are. Masros gonna be spotted. Mid one. Avalanche toss is there into Blood Riot, and this should be an easy kill. Fearless, he's rotated though. He'll try to get at least some form of a trade onto Rogi, and does. More Fisher. Not quite the block they were looking for there from Arfu. They can still try, but Q is around with the Arena. In fact, they might turn now. Arena's going to catch two. TP is there from Set-Zero. Spear eventually is going to land into the cliff, but now SMG, they've brought Moon in. They'll go after Set-Zero. That'll be one down, and they might just find a second as Fearless. He will die as King of the Hill. Arfu, no, he will survive. He outruns the Crypt Swarm. And Motivate Trust, for all the TPs they commit, they will get nothing.
Hey. They overcommit for that fight for sure there, Mike. Fearless is just playing really aggressive as we tend to see him on the Storm, but he's diving a bit too deep. There are high-strength heroes on the side of SMG. They're very tanky for this point in the game. They've gotten a lot more HP than the Storm can really handle in a big group. You need to kind of respect that. On the other hand, they are giving Jackie some room to keep farming up. He is still slowly but surely building up his net worth, but they're lagging behind Moon now. It's just more effective for the Leshrac to clear out camps. He's had a lot of space in the jungle. We haven't seen deep dives in from Motivate Trust to ensure that the jungle farm is slowing down. They don't even have that much forward vision here for Motivate Trust. They don't have wards on top jungle, no wards in the triangle, and that just means SMG can continuously build up and farm. They don't have the net worth lead on SMG, but their Leshrac is really, really big despite that slower lane, and I think that's something they can play around now. They could look for a push on a tower. We haven't seen either side go for tower trades yet. It is a 10-minute mark. You've got the max Edict up on Moon, and he's got a haste rune again. So you can look to play aggressive with this.
Of course he does. Down to the bot lane they go. That tier 1 tower is still standing, so I'm sure Moon will just want to go get rid of it with the Diabolic Edict. Set-Zero wisely is going to back off at the right time, as again they have the vision with an Observer Ward to scout out Moon and Arfu rotating down bot. And so instead, Motivate Trust, they are going to try and push out the top tier 1 tower. SMG will happily take the bottom. And it should amount to an even trade, as Masros has committed the Exorcism. And it will.
Yeah, not too much being committed from either side. They just go for a straight trade. I think SMG lined themselves up for a mid push a little bit quicker, because again, it goes back to Leshrac. He doesn't rely on an ult for a push. Diabolic Edict's a short enough cooldown that you can just go for back-to-back objectives. And they could try to posture there if they want to, but looks like they're just settling in on clearing out the jungle. Same thing goes for Motivate Trust, playing around top. They do finally get the deeper ward on the top jungle, and they do finally hit an item timing here on Fearless. He's got the Kaya up, so that should help him with longer zips and gives him a little bit more oomph in his spells, and that could lead to some better kills for the Storm here.
Well, they're smoked up. Fearless and Q. Get some wards down. Moon, he'll get zipped on. In fact, it's going to be KP first, but no, there's your Yule Scepter out. Moon, he's caught in the arena, but a nice juke out of the spear, but it won't matter. They still managed to get the kill, but can they get out now? Q, he's been static linked up for quite a while. The plasma field will get the job done, but Jackie trying to protect, will infest set 0, give the bonus HP over, and now Masteros has joined in. And that'll be enough though. A 1-for-1, definitely in the favor of Motivate Trust. Not try to rush that mid-tier 1 tower.
It's still a bit of a scary moment. It looks like Motivate Trust understands finding that Leshrac gives him a bigger opening for aggression here. But SMG respawns aren't too long. Moon is back up, and they can look to settle back in. They don't have to worry about Exorcism for half a minute if they do choose to force the issue. Mid one, he's still trying to farm. His Tiny is lagging a bit behind the net worth now. Like, the only hero on SMG that does have good farm is Moon's Leshrac. When you Tiny's behind, you Razor's behind, that is a bit of an issue. Our Tiny does need to hit that Blink, Echo Saber, Silver Edge timing relatively quick to hit its power spike, and it's still a ways off from that, so perhaps it is time for SMG to just kind of relax for a bit. They're also trying to save for the Blink on Afu for the slam. Cut out from that Shaker, and that's also a ways off, but they're posturing now.
Oh, Fearless. Gonna zip away before the Fisher comes in from Afu. Afu, I mean, he's getting relatively close now to the Blink Dagger up on the Earthshaker, but not quite there yet. In the meantime, Masteros, he's going on a bit of a solo mission here by himself, but Rupture's gonna fly out. Rogi, he wasn't positioned for that. But in the end, Masteros still gonna be able to kind of outrun and outpace them until KP joins in. But even then, the wait out the Rupture, Masteros is going to be fine. In the meantime, top lane, Afu ends up dropping. Fearless able to take the kill on the Storm and does immediately back up. While in the mid lane, Masteros again went back into that mid-tier 1 tower. But he is going to pay for it, as well as set 0 on the Lion, who will be the second to drop to KP. And now SMG can kind of return the favor.
It's not going to take too long for them to melt this. Ball it's going to be back up. And there's no defense coming through from Motivate Trust. They already used Arena up top, no Exorcism, so they can't really force a fight even if they did have TPs on hand. And that opens up the map for SMG. They can invade the jungle, they can plant deeper wards, they can start to shut down some of the farming paths you see Jackie and Field is going to try to take. And once you slow down that pace for the Storm and Lifestealer, it can be a bit hard for them to keep up, but SMG still needs to kind of close the gap in their own network issues. Like, we're still seeing KP lag behind, we're still seeing mid 1 lag severely behind as well. Perhaps once that Blink is up on our Tiny, you can look for just playing with Avalanche Toss, looking for the burst kills. You will have to really start thinking about your late game scaling, or at least your mid game scaling, and that's where some of the farm prioritization has to flow into the Tiny rather than the Lush.
Another big smoke up. Motivate Trust as 3. Gonna move into that dire jungle, and mid 1, he'd be a great target. In fact, look at that zip right in. Fearless, he's ready, and here we go. On to mid 1, can they hold him down? Arena's gonna be there. TP's flying in, but they should not make it in time. Afu, he's out with the Fisher. But it's only a Fisher that can come out here from Afu. SMG bring nobody else over to that top lane. So you're gonna lose this pos 1 Tiny once again.
That's a massive issue, considering how far behind mid 1 is. We were talking about the Tiny getting way more farm, he's just not getting space out.
Well, maybe they've gone too far this time. Jackie gonna try and help protect. Fearless, Earth Spike is there. Fearless, he'll still zip out, but Fisher is gonna connect, and that should be enough. Rupture out as well on the right side, but Set 0 is immediately just going to TP as now Jackie's in big trouble. Moon still chasing him down, has the Yule Scepter up in about 4 seconds. Rage committed, and Jackie might just make it, but KP still having a look around for a plasma field. It's going to be unable to close the gap. So a very nice kill now for Moon on the Lesh.
They get the punishment they want on that Storm. They managed to get a good slam as well. They're still keeping chase though.
Yeah, they mistimed the split earth there on Masaros, but with the Diabolic Edict physical damage, it's gonna hurt him quite a lot. The Bloodlight comes in, mid one, he's out with the toss of the Avalanche, and that's gonna be enough. A blink is available on mid one, so he can get active very early on now with his team, and that does seem to be the intention here from SMG.
Yeah, they sacrificed the early farming potential of Midwind's buildup. You know, they didn't go for the max 3 grab, instead focusing on the Avalanche toss for that burst damage. And this is where they need to kick into overdrive. They need to keep that aggression up, and to keep catching heroes in backline and just find these kills.
Rogi gonna be caught out. Nice easy pick off there for Fearless on the Storm. You had mid one around, but obviously he's not going to sacrifice himself to try and turn that.
Tower is in.
There's nobody else from SMG was around the area. Suppose now he will start working on towards that Echo Saber, so mid one he might just need a bit of farming time.
Definitely. Again, because he went for the skill build-up though, his jungle farming isn't that quick with just level 1 tree grab. You will want to look for the burst. You will want to hunt heroes, and that is the reasoning with the smoke with Afu. They've both got their blinks up. They want to look for the pick-off once more, but Motivate Trust are starting to stick as a group. And they are fairly tanky with a Mars Pause 4, so it can be hard to burst down the supports first.
Afu's going to be spotted, but Spear is off the mark, but it won't matter. They've got the arena. Avalanche toss is there, though. Q's gone. Fearless, he's already so darn low, but he's going to keep trying to chase down Afu, and he does get the kill, but now how do you get out? He'll try to TP, and he is going to make it. He's going to make it just the nick of time. Motivate. Well, they popped the Exorcism on Masaros, but that's an off-lane death prophet, so you're not quite as concerned about the cooldowns. And I think Motivate, it'll be a support trade, so you'll be happy regardless for either side.
You don't lose too much on either side there. Motivate Trust, at least they get the kill there on Fearless, who does need to build up in the Storm, saving up towards that DKB. And they are starting mass TP here.
Yeah, KP has been spotted. Spear is out, he's locked down, and I don't really see much of a way out for KP. And you've got to give a lot of credit to the ward game right now of Motivate Trust, John. They just have vision over everybody at every single moment, it feels like.
They've got really good defensive wards down bot. They know that's the area where SMG will want to play around. Although Fearless does get caught out here.
Well, that he does. Another nice rotation there from Moon. It's been very, very good this game on the left track and just continuously finding important pickoffs. Does get himself another on the Storm.
You really just want to build on that Lush, slow down the Storm. You still have a couple of item beats left on Moon. Like once he gets an Octarine up, it's going to be a bit harder to, or the Bloodstone up, it's going to be harder to burst him down. That could lead to prolonged fights, war of attrition. That's where the Leshrac really does shine with his damage output. For Fearless, at least the BKB was done right as he died, so he's got spell immunity up. The same combination won't be able to catch him out next time as long as he's quick on the spell immunity, and it does lead to more avenues for aggression there on Motivate Trust. You do have to be careful. They are sort of playing back and forth up here top.
Yeah, Rogi knows about it though. Set Zero trying to be a little bit sneaky here, but Rogi did have that slight bit of vision. That'll mean the rest of SMG just back out of that top side. I think SMG can afford to kind of be patient with the kind of draft they have. They've done well enough throughout this mid-game to even out the game. You still have that late-game scaling from mid-1 on the Tiny, and it's not like the Leshrac really drops off too much either. It still pumps out a hell of a lot of damage. But Motivate, they're going to grip up the spy into the mid lane. They'll go right after KP. TPs are coming in to try and force a fight, but it's too late. They've already lost one. In fact, Moon now is going to be jumped Afu. He's around with the Blink Dagger, but he's got no Echo Slam. In fact, Avalanche Toss is going to be onto the Earthshaker. He blinked into the wrong time. He'll go down as well. Masaros, he'll keep chasing for a bit more. Mid one, he'll be a great target, but they aren't going to dive tier 3 towers quite yet. But a 3-for-0 trade, certainly in the favor of Motivate Trust, as they get right back to farming.
I love the difference there in just how confident Motivate Trust was with just that one item spike. With the BKB up and Fearless, they were much more willing to jump in, take a fight, use that spell immunity to start bursting down some of these heroes. Compare that to SMG when they picked up their blinks on mid-1 and Alpha. We saw them moving as a duo, trying to find pickoffs. They didn't group up as 5. They didn't manage to really abuse that item spike, and that's where Motivate Trust is starting to build that lead up. It was a very even game until then. Now you've got a 3k lead for Motivate Trust.
Mid-1 constantly asking for high fives here from Jackie and Fearless, but not quite getting what he wants. You saw Jackie with that TP attempt, just not really taking much damage. I suppose with the armlet, he's got plenty of armor as well right now, and just not enough damage flying out from mid-1 to really make Jackie too nervous. But now perhaps Rage has already been committed. Rupture's out. He hasn't got many places to go. Fish is going to be a nice block as well. He needs help ASAP. Fearless trying to get in range for the infest, but it's not there. He zips on the wrong side of the Fisher, and Fearless is going to die to boot. Oh, a bit of a miss-sip there from Fearless. Gonna cost them as now Q's jumped in, but it's 1 by 1. This is not what you want. Avalanche is out. Q's gonna die. Masteros, he's BKB'd up. It's not looking great for him. He can't survive with the Spirit Siphons. SMG, they will clean up as an Echo Slam towards the South Arfu. He wants the last piece, but he won't get it. Set Zero is going to give him the tip over. And Arfu, he will at least give them a gift for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, it's not the best trade still for Motivate, but SMG definitely lining up their aggression there, do find the big kills they need to. And Motivate Trust maybe just getting a bit overconfident. Like, they weren't quite clumped up the way they wanted to. The response, the TPs in by the tier 2s were just a bit too slow. And they got flustered by getting Jackie caught out, and they were trying to just TP out. I think those brave TPs that we saw Jackie trying to pull in the triangle, you can't replicate that as a Storm. You don't have as much armor on Fearless, so the hits from the Tiny will just rip right through. Even a Razor can just melt you, and you have to kind of get yourself in a better position there. So SMG, with the punishment, starts to reel back that lead again, making it a very even game. 18-17 now, less than 1k lead for Motivate Trust. And SMG, as long as they keep that pacing up, they can just keep running. And they do smoke up once more to get a good scan on the Roshan as well. So they've got a good time to force this fight.
Oh, Motivate, this could be trouble. Motivate, I'm not sure about this timing right now. They know they're in there. Arfu gonna blink in with the Fisher now, and they've got Fearless already, but the Infest is gonna buy a bit of time. There's Arfu, who'll be the first one to go down, but he does fight back. Meanwhile, Moon dropping very low with the finger. It wasn't enough. Masteros still trying, but they've got the Death Bucket down. Fearless, he's back in, but the Yule Scepter is gonna save the day, or maybe not. They still get the Leshrac down, but they have lost Fearless, and now they'll lose Q. There's Jackie, he just needs to get the hell out. SMG still on the chase. Toss in onto Rogi. Bloodride is actually going to connect him now. The Fisher will hold him down. The buybacks, they are going to be too late. In fact, this could be the worst timing as they is TP'd in. But can they actually fight back? I think the answer might be no, but Fearless, he's going to try. The man with no fear, he'll keep going. Zip back and forth, but now he's at a matter and Arfu. Commits the Echo. No games here from our Earthshaker. Mid-1, he's dropping low. Q, he might go for the chase, but I don't think he can actually keep up. He'll leave him be. There's now Set Zero's respawn. You're going to lose Arfu to the tower damage. In fact, Spear out. Q, he is actually cleaning up. It's holding multiple heroes down. And somehow, they make the buybacks worthwhile.
It's somehow worthwhile. I think dying back on Fearless's Storm is still pretty painful. You have to admire where these fights are happening, Mike. They're happening right between the tier 1 and tier 2. The tier 1 still stands. They just dive in that area. How often do you see that? Tier 1 still stands at 25 minutes. You force the fight in between twice in a row. With the fight going the way it did, though, SMG don't really have an opening to go for the Roshan themselves. So that does even out. You're going to see the respawn of Fearless line up, the respawn of Afu. And then that's when either side could look to go for Roche once more. Mid-1 at least does have a Shadow Blade up. It's just going to be saving up towards the Silver Edge. So he is hitting his big farm spikes. He's hitting his big damage spikes as a Tiny into the late game. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He has overtaken Jackie and farm. And this is the point where you might start to wonder about how well a Lifestealer can keep up in farming pace. Jackie's trying to save up for his Scotty. It's still 2 parts away. but his ability to clear creep wave, to clear camps is a lot slower than the Tiny at this point. And if they don't find a way to mitigate that, then at some point mid one will just really take over with his damage output.
It's proven to be very difficult, right? Like, we're used to seeing Jackie on this lifestealer get very involved throughout the mid game, and he's been trying to, but there's just so much kiting potential from the draft of SMG. It feels like he can't actually fight right now. No, I don't know when he is going to be able to fight, quite frankly, John. So the kiting is just kind of extreme from SMG. I suppose maybe once Fearless goes to the Aghanim Scepter upgrade on the Storm, you could kind of go for the Infest bomb out. It looks like he's actually going to go for the Octarine core rather than the Bloodstone. Meanwhile, mid lane, SMG, the group up, big smoke out, mid one, with the Shadow Blade will front line, but that's going to wear out. And now, Ward, he's going to give it to Jackie. They'll jump in with the Avalanche toss. Jackie's going to try and pop the Rage. He needs an Infest target. He'll try for the TP, but eventually does cancel.
Oh, what'd I miss?
I was wondering, John, I was like, wait a minute, where's Fearless? He needs someone to infest. Eventually, I mean, he had to cancel that TP.
Yeah, that's a pretty ballsy TP from Jackie. In the end, he does get TP'd out by Fearless, so I guess it's not too big of an issue to cancel that off. SMG, they did pop, at the very least, they did pop the Razor ult, so the Eye of the Storm's not going to be up in the next fight, and understanding that maybe a couple of spells are going to be on cooldown, he will look to smoke and reset. Issue is, SMG is already backed off, but they're going to try Roshan, and again, really well-timed scan from SMG does tell that something's up near the pit.
Perfectly timed scan out, however, Rogi still going to get caught. So you are the pos 5 Bloodseeker, so you're happy to tank the 5-man smoke. In fact, well, you don't want to lose more here. Fu, he's going to be scouted out and does get caught by the line. In fact, they may even found more now. KP, he gets zipped on by Fearless, but he's low on mana. Arena out, but it's not going to catch mid one either. A few ultimates committed there. So as Motivate, they can still try to force the Roshan while Arfu is down. Set 0. X out onto KP, but mid one's going to jump right in with the Avalanche toss and cleans him up. Buybacks there from Rogi. They're going to commit to the fight now. Motivate, they're a bit low on mana here on Fearless, but he's still going to try and fight this one out against Moon. Bloodstone active has been popped. Fearless, he uses his PKB and needs to TP out. And he does. But SMG now. Do you go back in? Do you keep the fight up? It looks like they are going to try. Their cooldowns are so much lower on Jackie. He will get bursted down by mid one. Terrible news here for Motivate. They do have the buyback on Jackie, but he won't want to commit it. And now Roshan should be open for SMG.
It's not going to take them too long with the damage they have on Moon and on mid one. They could try to zip in here on Motivate Trust side. Fearless could try to be brave and pull a play. The issue is his BKB's on cooldown, so it's not a very safe play. And Roche is falling a bit too fast for them. So first Roshan looking to go the way of SMG. After a bit of a drawn-out fight, he managed to make it work. And we're reaching a point where SMG does have a significant lead now on the map. 5k up in that fort, 29 minutes in. Not a massive lead for this point, but still a lead that is something that you can feel.
Lasseros gonna feel something right now, John. There's your Silver Edge out. Avalanche tops the terror as well. He'll pop the Essence Ring with the Spirit Siphons, but the damage is still flying in. He's gonna try and BKB, but that won't help you against the physical damage. Or maybe it could help you TP out, but not quite. Mid one with the Echo Saber, able to get the damage out. And in the meantime, bottom lane, Arfu and Moon both in danger. Arfu already dying, and Moon, he'll be this. Oh, KP. He's gonna try and force the fight. Fearless is TP'd out with no mana, but Jackie, he'll happily move back in. Rupture's there on set 0, but with the mana drain and shards up, he can go Magic Immune. In the end, nobody else will die. So 1-for-1 across the map, or rather 1-for-2. That was in the favor of Motivate, as you did lose Arfu and Moon.
Pretty big kills for Motivate Trust. Slowing down the Lush Rack is kind of a good way to bounce back in, because the Lesh, at this point, it's starting to plateau. Right, you've got the Bloodstone out, you've got the Yule's Travels. You could try for Shivas, maybe a BKB down the line, a Hex as well would be an option, but it's at this point where you can just get ripped to shreds by the damage output on Motivate Trust. The Lifestealer can just stand in front, get to work with the right clicks. Jackie, he's almost got the Scotty up. So in that last fight, he didn't even have the Scotty slow, the added stats to play with. And he has it up now, along with the Titan Sliver coming through at some point. So it's going to be a bit harder to handle Lifestealer. They will need mid 1 to actually take control of that situation. It all boils down to the Tiny ripping through him with that Silver Edge. If the Tiny's not around, Jackie can actually just run around and do what he wants.
We've got a 4-man smoke here. Motivate Trust going to move in, and they might run right into mid 1, but he's invis. Sentry Ward is down. They'll spot him out mid 1. He's going to miss out on the avalanche. Onto set 0. Does back his way out in time. Nice quick reactions there from our Lion, but SMG, they're still going to try and force the fight. With this Aegis up, onto that tier 2 bottom tower. Fearless, will TP in, mid 1, he's going to get jumped with the spear around, but he's got help right behind him. Zip in though, how long can he survive? Fish is going to block him in, but no, the arena makes him bounce back out, and they will start to just shred the side of Motivate. This mid 1, he actually does end up dropping, but that was only the Aegis. And as a trade, they get Masaros, and they might even find the Lifestealer. Jackie with a drop, hands up from mid 1. And 4 heroes down as SMG, they will go onto the high ground.
That's a massive win. Big issue there. Fearless, again, couldn't use his BKB. He got stun locked as he TP'd in. Once that storm is gone, we have very little options left to take that fight. And they're trying to force tier 4. So they're going back and forth here, but they're forcing the buybacks out. So they back off, go back to the racks. But you have some heroes now for Motivate Trust. They can look to maybe try to play defense. 3 versus 5 is a bit of a tough situation, though.
Do you force T4s? I mean, you haven't got much time left, but you might have just enough time. With the Diabolic Edict and the amount of damage mid 1's pumping out, you could force a very early defense here from Motivate, as both T4s are about to drop. Mid 1, he'll shred through the second, and they're onto the Ancient. You have no choice now. Motivate, they have to move in ASAP. Half HP Ancient mid 1, he's going to BKB up. He's a man of business. He'll just finish off the game as the GG has been called. If he'll leave the Ancient alone. Oh, the classic SEA play. Never finish the Ancient, always dive the fountain. In the end though, SMG able to pick up game.
Choose. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lakad mo, Toton! Normally.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. is under attack. Monster kill!
Execution.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Legend interrupted. Victory! Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Impossible.
It is Radiant Spam.
Bloodseeker.
Tide Hunter. Lion.
Vengeful spirits.
I think they play best when Jackie has this flash farming one that can use all the space they buy out. We saw Fearless kind of tossing his body out early on his Storm, just looking for aggression. Even with just Akaya up, he didn't really care. He was just trying to make some space out. With Set Zero around as well. If you're going to do that, Jackie needs a bigger core. Like the matchup for Lifestealer versus Razor and Tiny, it just didn't pay off. And I think as long as you give Jackie something else that he can play around with, flash farm quick, build up fast, and hit a mid-game aggressive timing with some items, it could line up better. Something like the Gyrocopter, I think, kind of works out really well with a player like Jackie. We've seen him play it a couple of times. Could fit in as well. So you could play really aggressive with that. You can farm up really well. You can hit just maybe building up like Palos would, go for a Crystallis into Ags. I think that's actually a pretty good way to go, just considering the damage you do get from the Crystallis is really valuable. Something like that, just something that has more presence early on compared to Lifestealer. We did see a couple of good infests. Overall, his damage output didn't feel amazing. He was kited around, and it's just really easy for SMG to kind of handle that.
Phantom Lancer.
Elder Titan.
Big issue for Gyrocopter in the PL matchup is that once the Diffusal's up, Gyrocopter is a hero that is reliant on spells to maintain presence. So in the core-to-core matchup, it can feel better for the PL, but I don't think the Gyrocopter is completely shut out. Motivate Trust also going to the Ember Spirit to handle those illusion spam. So they've got this highly mobile here for Fearless once more on mid. They can just go for a Maelstrom build, look to melt the illusions with Sleight of Fist, and that does kind of handle your PL problem. So I love that Motivate Trust does go for the Gyro, as we were kind of theory crafting going in. Gyro can hit that flash farming pace. It can have really strong presence in lane, even with just a homing missile. You have a lot of physical output going for flak plus stats if you go that route, and that you can still play aggressive. You can clear out stacks a lot quicker, and it's just comfier for Jack to play something like the Gyro. The key thing now is his item buildup. Jackie, as a player, a couple of times you've seen him play Gyro, does go for a Dragonlance disassembly into Ags, then back to Dragonlance disassemble into BKB. So he's not the type to go for the Crystallis Rush, but that is generally just Palace. So he'll go for the more bog standard route. I think that does make sense, especially when you're playing against something like the PL. You do want to build up some stacks, go from there. The aggression will have to come out from Fearless on the Ember. And looking at that Ember, it doesn't look like too tough of an Ember game. There's not much good lockdown from SMG. They've got Magic Missile, which you can dodge. They've got the Elder Titan Stomp, which you can also dodge. And Bloodseeker Silence as well doesn't have the best setup. So to catch something slippery like the Ember here is going to be a bit of a tall ask for SMG. Yeah. No, it's been a while since we've seen Earth Spirit mid. They do close out with the Shadow Fiend instead, so it gives them really good damage, right? You can go for a physical build or a magic build with, say, Ewolts, and Arcane Blink is the one way to go for the magic. The right click tends to be like Crystallis and Desolator down the line with your talent up as well. So you can kind of flex around to build up the Shadow Fiend. It doesn't quite give you the control you're looking for. The Ember can still kind of dodge around, dodge your spells, unless you go for that Eul's build. So that's the only stable way of locking in the Ember, going for Eul's Requiem. But that isn't a build we've seen a lot of players actually opt for. When you see the SF, it's almost always physical. So I'm wondering if they're going to focus on that aspect. Just go for Eul's to set up Requiem for the fear and control and damage onto the Ember and the teamfight aspect of it, or if they're just going to go right-click build anyway. I think if they do go right-click, you've got Venge Aura with the wave coming through, so there's a lot of minus armor there. You have the Elder Titan with his aura as well, dropping the base armor down, so you can go into negatives really quick with this lineup. But it's still a lack of control. Like, unless the Shadow Fiend actually does go for Eul's, I don't know how you keep this Ember Spirit locked in at all.
None on this stage shrink from a fight. Remember that a true competitor honors a pause.
Tinker! Oh god. You called for the support tide. And we are having the Mosros Ember. Alright, so Mosros takes the Ember Spirit in the off lane. Fearless is likely taking that in the Tinker. Yeah, they've done it a couple times. They've done the Mosros Storm Spirit on off lane. Of course, you do the Void Spirit. Ember Spirit might be a bit more of a stretch, but they seem to love giving Mosros all the Spirit Brothers if they don't want it on Fearless. So they will get that flex out. Tinker! No words. We've got a Tinker game. It's something. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Amazing. Outstanding. Yeah, I think going down to the draft here feels like Motivate Trust does have a better draft. It is a bit greedy, mind you. Like, you've got Tinker, Ember, and Gyro. I mean, the Ember to an extent doesn't need too much farm, but the Tinker and the Gyro definitely need a lot of farm to get running. So we'll see how much they can get done. There's still the issue of control lacking from SMG to catch out Masarosa's Ember Spirit. So we'll see if they can try to get a handle of what build-up is for Moon. Is he going to opt for the Eul's? Is he going to opt for the right-click build we tend to see on SFs? That's really going to set the pace. If they go Eul's, they'll have hold. If they don't go Eul's, keeping Masaros locked in is going to be a tall order. And they have to find a way to rip through the backline, because if Fearless manages to get that blink timing up, they don't really have the best catch for a Tinker.
Oh, here we go. Mid one. Don't run up that staircase, because you're not going to like what you see. He'll go for the Doppel level 1 and try to make his way out. Do they have the control? Apparently they don't. They can't finish the job, and now Masaros is in trouble. They'll try to turn this one around. SMG, they are on the chase. Mid 1 is perfectly safe, as now it looks like Motivate, they're the ones in trouble. As Arfu, he's going to drop a little bit low, but Masaros is still the one in danger. KP able to take the first blood. SMG off to a great start in this game too.
Yeah, they dive a bit deep on Motivate Trust's side. They don't manage to get the kill they were looking for, and you know, it's a level 1 Shadow Fiend. Even if it's just level 1 Raise, once you stack 2 of those spells up, the damage output is pretty sickening. They do manage to make it so that there's not enough mana for Moon to actually stay in the lane, so he's going to have to TP in, but it's not really matter. Raji blocks the lane off, and we will see that mid lane of Tinker versus SF. Fearless on the Tinker should have a okay time against the Shadow Fiend. You can play with a laser to clear out the creep wave. The spill damage does make it easy to kind of wave clear. At the same time, you're very vulnerable to the raise spam of Moon. Once the bottle flies in on the SF, once he hits, say, a level 3 timing, Moon should be able to just take control of lane, really just play with the raises. He doesn't care about the blind on the laser and should just be able to constantly harass out Fearless. And this is going to lead to a slower game for Fearless. Even if he hits level 6 fast, we know he loves to toss his body around. But the Tinker, even with that keen conveyance, without the blink, you can't really put yourself in a good spot to spam your spells out.
Certainly not. You know what does make me happy about this mid matchup, John, is it's so old school. In fact, hold that thought, because KP is going to drop bot lane. Jackie able to pick up the kill there for the side of Motivate. For that mid lane matchup, like, it's such an old school matchup, right? Like, you remember 10 years ago, Dota All-Stars? This is the Tinker vs SF is something you'd see so often.
Oh yeah, and well, the big difference is you don't have March now, right? So you have to play with the laser rocket build, which is a lot more interesting and does lead to more aggression. Again, it just boils down to how much Fearless can get out and whether or not he will play aggressive by the 6 mark. Like, he should join in with the rockets, but it is a bit hard to get your positioning right. Still gives us a chance to look at the last team top. Masaros does drop your low and is boiled down. Just a pause 5 from Raji, doing a lot of work with the damage out of the mid when spamming out the lance. Even Q's not quite safe here.
Oh yeah, Q's gone. Nice setup there from mid one and Raji. Masaros on that offlane Ember going down, and mid one able to pick up his first kill of the game on the PO now. Very happy, and all things being said and done, Masaros is ahead in terms of CS, but that is somewhat to be expected, as now he'll try to run down mid one. In the meantime, Arfu does end up securing a kill onto set 0 with the Auto Titan. So a lot of action across the map already, but it is a 1-4 in the favor of SMG.
Finding a lot more of that aggression come true, and I think as the levels go up, it's gonna look a lot better for SMG as well. And despite that lack of control, as long as they keep getting these pickoffs from their lanes, they can apply pressure. And once they do start finding some tier 1 towers, once the map shrinks, Motivate Trust has to get farm out for a Tinker and a Gyrocopter. it's just a lot of greed from 2 positions there, and it could be a bit hard getting the item scaling you want here.
Top lane, Earth Spike does not land on Rogi. Masaros still chasing him down with the Flame Guard, but he cannot keep up. Rogi just too fast with the passive. Even gets a bounty rune on his way out, and he might just die to the tier 2 tower. A real shame, as they had that kill guaranteed with an Earth Spike, but it was just off the mark from Q.
Does manage to get a lot there, Rogi, with that life. And while he's running around, that does free up space for mid one to keep farming up in the PL. And the PL here, again, as you mentioned, Masaros is ahead in CS, as you'd expect. Ember Spirit has better ways of clearing out the creep wave, has a lot of early damage to play with, but you're not completely shutting down mid one. He's still having a better time than Jackie on the Jar in terms of farm, and that's not quite the situation you want to find yourself on Motivated Trust. You do want Jackie to start getting a lot more and start building up in the jungle down line. There's not been enough room for Motivated Trust to also build up stacks, so flash farm for the Jar might be a bit slower in this game.
Certainly will be. You even saw bot lane, like Arfu's been applying so much pressure onto set 0 this game. Even gets a nice salve cancellation as he was trying to run his way out. And top lane again, they're going to try and get aggressive. Masaros, he's onto mid one. Force the doppelganger out, but that's about all he's going to get. Salve eventually is going to be committed there by Rogi onto mid one. Although Masaros is still farming really nicely on the Ember, he's not really the win condition here for Motivate Trust. So, you know, CS is nice and all, but it is concerning, at least for Motivate, that the mid one is outpacing and out-farming Jackie. Is now Masaros. He's going to move back in onto Rogi. Rogi's going to be fine. In fact, he'll throw a Blood right out. Masaros very low in terms of HP at the moment, and very little regen to speak of. Q doesn't have any either. They're kind of stuck here with no regen left apart from that bottle on Masaros. The Doppel is out. Mid one going to move in. Q, he's going to try and juke out the Blood right, but eventually mid one should have his way with him. On the right side, however, Masaros is going to chase down Rogi. Won't get him, but they do get Q. Mid one, he'll TP out. And while that was happening, bot lane, Jackie ends up going down to KP.
Sides of SMG, again, they're working the side lanes well. As long as they keep finding those initial kills, they slow down the initial farm pace of Motivate Trust, it's going to be hard for them to start building up. And that is the weakness of Motivate Trust. Their laning phase just doesn't feel great. The pause 5 tide of set 0. The Gyrocopter in some ways makes sense, because Gush minus armor with the physical output of a gyro does sound good. It doesn't lead you to much control. It doesn't really allow you to save the Gyrocopter if it is jumped. The only lane that's maybe going smoothly for Motivate Trust is mid, but even then, Fearless is like half the value of CS compared to Moon, just by nature of SF having so much better wave clear compared to the Tinker laning phase. And for a Tinker, the laser is great, it's splash damages, but it's just not the same as a bunch of raises on the creep wave.
No, it's like you said. I mean, this mid lane is a complete wash here for Moon. He's just so far ahead in terms of CS right now. Like, he's doubling up the Tinker. So Fearless, he's going to start rotating over to the top lane where they might find mid one, but they can't get the laser off in time. Mid one, he will just doppel out, and Rogi's just going to walk away. So rotation doesn't really mean anything, and to make matters worse, John, Fearless is only level 5, so he doesn't have the TP available.
Yeah, it's slow going. I think he was hoping to find a pickoff, hit the 6, TP back home, reset, go mid, and keep farming. Look at the comparison though. Moon, he's got the invis. He's going for a chase here.
They just need the stomp to set up for the raises. He's going to throw them out now. Jackie already losing so much HP. It's not going to land. Very, very nice there from Jackie to just avoid that stun. They do spot out the stacks that were being made in that Radiant jungle, and you can see Arfu just ensuring that Jackie does not get to farm any camps on his way home. He just has to go right back to the fountain. In the meantime, Masaros, he's been silenced up, still level 5, and Rogi, he'll keep the chase up to get the vision and get the damage out. We'll pay respects to Masaros unless that stomp can come in, but no, Arfu. He was short on mana, he had to go for the mango. And the timing, it was just too much.
They are trying to get aggressive in KP.
They are, but looks like KP, he's going to be just fine. He even turn around for a bit of damage out onto set 0.
just not able to really do much with the Gyrocopter Tide combination yet. Perhaps once they have Ravage, they can start to look a little bit further. They do have level 6 up in Fearless, so if they do find an opportunity, the King Convenience is there. And he can kind of make his way forward to dish some damage out. Still a bit slow going for a Tinker. Again, still lagging behind in the CES. And that word is also not a very good spot for him as he's lagging behind Moon. And the rest of SMG is having a really good time. But at the least you have Jackie and Monster sitting the top spot. Still, Jackie might get in a bit of a tough spot here.
Oh, they've got to stop this time, and Moon, he has the Requiem up, but they won't be able to hold him down long enough. Well, never mind though, Magic Missile is there from KP, and they'll even find the Courier of Jackie. So another great kill onto the Gyrocopter here from SMG. And Motivate Trust, at least thus far, are not having a very good time during this game too.
Yeah, they're still finding farm, but the aggression is coming through from SMG. Their lineup does hit a really fast pace. Again, they're playing really well with the limited control they have. They're not even focusing on the Ember. The Ember's a non-factor, so they don't need to worry about that lack of instant control. They're just abusing the Wave of Terror, abusing the physical output of Moon and the magic damage as well.
Oh, Set Zero. Yeah, he's been scouted. Bye-bye, Set Zero. Moon will take another kill onto the SF. Very, very happy SF game so far for Moon as he does continue to work on towards that Yule Scepter. And that bottom tier 1 tower not going to be lasting very long with this SF around. It's Motivate. They could try to trade tier 1s, and it looks like they are going to slowly attempt it. But they haven't got the greatest draft for it at all.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think the issue for Motivate Trust is not only do they need to keep farming on their Gyro, they need levels on their Tinker, right? Like, level 1 rearm, the channel time's so bloody long. Level 2 is not much better. It's by level 3 at 18, but that can feel more, and it's still long ways until you hit that spike for Fearless. There's a lot of farm, a lot of EXP to gain, and it's going to be a slow process until Motivate Trust does hit that big spike with the Tinker at the very least. The Gyrocopter can hit some good farming spikes, so can Masteros. I think until that point, it's almost going to feel like a 4v5 for most of the game here.
It certainly will be. I mean, even Masteros trying to farm and take some camps off mid one. It's going to find Arfu, but Stomp's going to be cancelled. So Masteros backing off at the right time. Mid one, very close now to the Diffusal Blade timing. It's going to be great timing as well for this PL. It's top of the net worth, Ford, 4.3k net worth, followed by KP, and it's one of those things, when you get the early Diffusal up on the PL, it's very easy to start joining your team and just start fighting, snagging a few kills and backing off. In fact, we might see right now, onto the Lion Q, he'll get a decent Earth Spike off. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Mid one able to take another kill on this Phantom Lancer, his third of the game, and will Motivate still yet to find their footing.
Again, they're just trying to take farm where they can. At the very least, they only lose the support, so it's not a massive loss for Motivate Trust. Their force is still farming up. That's some space they desperately need to get out. But for Motivate Trust, I think the one thing that is holding them back is that they can't really force a clump up compared to SMG, where just a couple of heroes together can force a kill thread, and the same impact doesn't come out for Motivate Trust. Not until more farm is up, not until more levels are up, and that just means SMG can all the engagements as they see fit. They're not quite playing ultra aggressive. They are 6 kills up, 3 to 9. They are still getting good balance of aggression and farm going through. As you mentioned, PL's up there. KP is slowly building into his Ags. Moon is going for the Yule's build. So our SF is going to have the Yules. They're going to have a stable way of locking in that Ember down the line. And it is a throwback to the Magic build, which we haven't seen from the SFs in a while. So we'll see if that emphasis does come through to just hold Masters down with a good Yule's Requiem combo.
Smoke up though, Motivate. Just Q and Set Zero, but they have the Ravage, they have the Finger, and they want to get them on cooldown. Especially if they can find a big pick-off like mid one, and he might run right into them right now. Ward down Q, he sees mid one, gets the Hex off. They need those disables ASAP. Earthquake's gonna be there, Finger out, and there's your Ravage. No second guessing, just right into it. Unfortunately though, Masteros lost his Courier in the meantime.
I believe believe that had parts of his Maelstrom up, so he's not going to have a full Maelstrom locked in for a while. That could cost him like a 30 seconds of where he could have had it earlier, and that's going to be a bit of a window for SMG if they want to force some aggression in that downtime. They know Ravage is down, so they could definitely take a bigger team fight without worrying about the team fight control of Motivate Trust. And again, they've got that Eult's up on Moon, so they've got the Requiem setup they need to lock in a hero like Masaros' Ember.
Masaros. Rupture out, he'll just remnant away, but mid one, he was waiting at the exact right position. Hand up. Masaros, no high fives from him. As mid one, he'll take another kill on the PL. Some sweet, sweet revenge after that last death.
That does give a lot more towards SMG. For Motivate Trust, they're just trying to get space out, trying to be greedy. Raji, though.
Yeah, he's quite deep. Moon, the move in, Yule Scepter out. He's on Jackie, Requiem gonna be channeled onto set 0, but the damage really wasn't there. Cooldown's still going. They might be able to force the fight. Motivate, trying to move in for the stuns out. Moon, he will back off at the right moment, but the rockets are coming in and it will be enough. As KP, he will try to run as well, but it will be no good. Masaros able to claim the kill. They'll get a 2-for-0 trade in that mid lane. Definitely great news here for Motivate.
Yeah, they finally start to find some bigger wins. They get the big kill on the SF. That's the one thing with the Eult's Requiem buildup. It does feel like you don't get the full effect of that unless you're right under the Eult's target. Sometimes you just can't gap close. It does feel like maybe a blink is going to be necessary here for Moon down the line. He is trying to save for blink BKB. It is still a ways off. So mid tier 1 falls for Motivate Trust. They get to of mid lane a bit easier. They can keep that constant invasion of the jungle without worrying about too much of a response now from SMG, or less of a response coming through. And that does allow them to stall the game out. You look at the build up here on Fearless on his Tinker. Blink is up. He's working towards the overwhelming blink, which was readjusted. You know, the initial scaling, it's higher on the strength side, less of a bonus flat value. So on some heroes it's going to be better. I think on the Tinker it's going to feel a little less strong, but still a good item to pick up depending on the pace. And Motivate Trust are doing a good job of avoiding most of these engagements with their big cores. Like the Tinker doesn't need to show up in a dangerous spot. The Gyrocopter doesn't need to be in a dangerous spot. Just play on their side of the river, have Masaros do what he wants running around, and just keep stalling.
Bot lane looks like they were trying to go on to Masaros, but he does remnant away. You know, the cute thing about this, in fact, hold that thought, because Moon now might just get jumped. Chains around Masaros, he'll give all the vision for his Tinker to keep spamming up those rockets, but now the teammates are coming in. In fact, Rupture is out. They're going to go right after the Tinker instead, and they've got him. Fearless, still trying to survive, but eventually the rays will fly in from Moon. Now Masaros, he's going to find his own way out. It looks like he is screwed though. Magic Missile will land, and that'll be enough as now the Earth Splitter flies through. Q will be targeted by mid one, but instead Diffusal Blade is out on Jackie, and they might just go for a dive. Jackie gonna get swapped right back into the loving arms of Moon and mid one. Ravage is there, but they've already lost their carry. They'll try to trade with the Earth Spike. It's only gonna land onto KP. Doesn't land onto mid one, and coming into PL just runs away scot-free.
They get the punishment in that engagement. They play a bit forward there on the side of Motivate Trust, and they're taking a bit of a risk up against me. You were saying something before it broke out, Mark. What's cute? What's cute about this?
Oh, what was cute, John? You notice Masaros has a bottle and you've got Fearless with a bottle. So I've been noticing Masaros, every time Fearless is around, he'll empty his full bottle out. He'll trade bottles with Fearless because he's going back to the fountain. And they keep refilling the bottles for each other. It's a cute little romance between Fearless and Masaros, just helping each other out.
Yeah, that is adorable, and that does play into Fearless and Masaros, their dynamic. And they take that B1, B2 position, Bananas and Pajamaster. They're like two peas in a pod that somehow are always stuck at the same MMR range as well. I think that's what bugs me the most. But yeah, it's
not only that, John. You mistook them yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
You even mixed them up.
Because I'm so used to them just playing around with each other's names. I'm like, all right, Fearless and Masaros are just equal signed in my head.
Roger gonna drop here on the Bloodseeker. getting a little bit concerned. I mean, there's been a lot of missed earth spikes this game. And that was another one. Not really sure what's happening with Q, but you've got to be able to land these stuns. Otherwise, you could cost your kills against this PL. As now Masteros going to move in, but will Remnant right back after the magic missile was thrown out by KP. So currently, a very close kind of net worth gap between the two. Just 1k in the favor of SMG. Is there any kind of big timings we're looking out for from either of these teams here, John?
For Motivate Trust, it's Jackie hitting, say, BKB, and I think a Satanix can do wonders here, but Jackie is trying to save for a Maelstrom instead, so he wants a way to keep clearing out those PL illusions as well. How about Masteros with his own Maelstrom?
Chain down.
Big one as well.
Oh, never mind, you go on, John. Masteros, he's just playing games.
Yeah, it's that lack of control again, right? Like, it's an Ember. Their best hold is still just yields Requiem. We haven't seen the full effect of that yet from Moon. Speaking of Moon, talking about Motivate Trust for SMG, once the BKB and Blink is up on Moon, that's when you can really start ripping through. And man, he's just harassing Raji. Masteros just keeps looking for Raji, gets the chains. He's down to like 120 HP. He just wants to slowly whittle away at the Bloodseeker.
Look at this. There you go, Fearless Hilt. Thank you very much. Take the bottle back. Masteros, is he going to empty the bottle? No, no. Fearless is in fact letting him drink from his own bottle. So there you go. They keep switching it up, and it's really just fun to watch. As now bot lane, KP and Arfu. Now they're going to back off. So an Earth Splitter out. Bit of a threat there towards Masteros. But I'll tell you what, he's been very annoying in this off-lane Ember. Just keeps chipping away, like you're always targeting Rogi on the Bloodseeker, because he is probably the easiest target he could go for. And just Remnants every single time. And they can't actually lock him down. In fact, maybe now they can with Moon around, with the Yule Scepter up. Masteros, can you get out of this one? There's your Yule's out, Bloodbright, Requiem, all going to be thrown out, and he will be punished. There you go, tips out from Moon. They finally got him.
Yeah, just playing a bit too far forward. Doesn't respect that Yule's. He knows it's there. He knows it's been there for a while. We do finally get that kill. That's still like 4 heroes held down bot by 1 hero. So it's a lot of time they had to invest to kill off the Ember. Meanwhile, the rest of the map's being held by Motivate Trust. They are TPing in for this fight, though.
I mean, you're pushing into a Tinker. It's at that stage now where this Tinker's going to be very annoying to push into. Even without the overwhelming blink up, you know, just rocket spam is more than enough to try and force you back. Instead, though, they're going to head over to the mid lane. Smart choice here from SMG. He's mid tier 1 tower.
Is under attack.
And Motivate, they can't really do much about it. They've just got to let it go down.
This does open up the triangle a bit for SMG, so we can go ahead and build some camps away. Maybe start to think about Roshan. Control on the map is relatively even, with 2 tier 1s taken from both sides. So you still have the dire advantage for Rosh because of the outpost. They are starting to drop some more. It's not quite ready to go for it fully, but
and they've got KP, but he's got the axe up. So you always have that secondary life with the Remnant. I think Missile is going to land. I suppose they could keep chasing forward, but Yule's is out onto Masteros. Stomp, not going to be there instead of Magic Missile, but now a big Ravage set 0. He's got the blink up on the tide already, so he just jumped in and cleans up KP and Moon. Rupture's there on Jackie. They might be able to try and trade here as the Gyrocopter already so darn low and is eventually going to drop us. Now Rogi just keeps chasing forward. Mid one's going to join in. Who do they go after? It'll be right after that Tinker. As Fearless, he just gets demolished by mid one. It's a 4-for-2 trade. They got the initial 2 kills, but after that it was all SMG.
yeah, it's down to the fact that Jackie can't actually just stand and fight. He doesn't have lifesteal, he doesn't have a BKB, and he's not queuing up lifesteal. Again, he's going back for BKB and Maelstrom. So it's not going to be Satanic up. That means as long as he hits the Gyrocopter, eventually he will die. And they do have good damage coming through from SMG. The mid one can still just rush in with the defusal, melt through that Gyrocopter. And Motivate Trust doesn't have a big answer. So they find a couple of good kills, but they lose the rest of their team. And that definitely opens up Roshan here for SMG. And there's also a double damage rune in the bot rune spot. They aren't going to be able to take it, but Moon has it up for the next fight at least. first rush of the game will go to way of SMG. And Motivate Trust, they haven't been able to really take care of mid one in a while now. They killed him once early on in the game. Since he picked up this Manta and Diffusal, he has not really been easy to catch out, and it's all the pressure on really Q. Like, this line has to get the good blink initiation in to catch him out, and if they can't, well, it's going to be an issue.
Well, Requiem not going to land this time on Masteros. Does get the Remnant away just in the nick of time. So at least you do waste that spell, but I don't think SMG are too concerned about that, as they have found Q. Side of the map. Setsura is going to try and help out, but they've already lost the Lion. They might be able to find something for their trouble as Fearless. He's going to start spamming rockets out at mid one. He just gets right to work. No playing games here for mid one. They get 2 kills once again. SMG, they just continue to dominate this second map. 6k net worth lead now for SMG. You look at Jackie on the gyro, he's still struggling to keep up in terms of farm. Fearless. They'll split around. It's going to be a lot of damage, and he is very low on mana now. He's got no way out. He's gone. Mid one. He'll leave the kill. Is that balance? I would argue it's not, but it won't matter. Because SMG, they are dealing with Fearless very well this game.
SMG are playing just so clean. They're getting the control out in the heroes they need to. They've punished Greed on Motivate Trust, and they're just keeping that aggression up now. They've got the BKB running in Moon. Mid one is very well protected with the Manta plus Ultimate Orb and ult.
Masteros should be okay this time. No Requiem there to lock him down with the fear. Afu, however, Rod of Atos into the stomp, and they've got plenty of stun this time around with the silence out. Can he make it away? Not quite. Lance is there from mid one. A mega kill streak now on the PL. Motivate Trust. They're struggling quite heavily here, John. SMG, they might go high ground. They're going to try.
They've got the Aegis still running. The defense of Motivate Trust, I mean, it's still a tinker into the high ground. So there's the rocket spam, there's the laser spam that can come true. There's a Ravage that can come out as well. From Setsura, if he finds the angle, it can be a bit of a risk. But without the March of Machines on top, it does feel like it's a bit easier.
Swap in, Jackie.
Now.
He's going to BKB up with the Axe. He's going to be all right, but that's his BKB down. So SMG, they might keep going. Rod of Atos is there. They found Q again on the Lion, and he's gone. He cannot survive the raise damage from Moon. It's SMG. They might switch up the lanes a little bit, or maybe not. Siege creep in the mid lane. Why not just go back in?
Again, there's still a Ravage here from Motivate Trust if they want to. There's still the constant rockets flying out. But it just doesn't feel like the same sort of high ground defense of Tinker of old. With March of the Machines running on top as well, just rockets alone isn't enough to keep a team back, and they lose their tier 3. The racks will hold for a bit longer. But SMG are still in position to kind of punish anyone that oversteps here.
They are. Just trying to keep everyone back. In the meantime, Jackie's going for that split push down to the bot lane. You know, he desperately needs that farm. In fact, a very interesting item choice here for Jackie. He's gone back for the Maelstrom build-up. And I suppose it's one way to not only keep the lanes pushed down a little bit faster, but deal with the illusions of mid one. But mid one's working towards a hard up now. That Maelstrom, I don't know if it's going to be enough here against the PL. Not to mention, it is going to slow down the timing of the Daedalus and Satanic. See how it works out as they're going to go back high ground. SMG feeling very confident now, but won't push their luck too far. KP, he's going to be just fine. Motivate, they will still continue to struggle as they hold on to this mid-racks.
It's been slow going for Jackie. That Maelstrom, he's been queuing up for this entire game. Like that BKB build-up into Maelstrom's been, what, about 17 minutes on since he had it queued up. It just feels like he's going to need the Satanic now. I get that he wants to clear out the illusions, clear out the waves a bit quicker, but with no ability to stand there and get his hits off, Moon and mid one will just be able to overwhelm him. Like you've got the Ags up, you've got the side gunner to help you sustain, but without the source of lifesteal, you don't have much presence. So I think that's something that we're lacking on this gyro, and it's going to take a lot longer because he's still waiting for some actual pickups.
He's in, Requiem's out, Sub-Zero is gone. He does have buyback, and he might need to commit because he's got the Ravage up right now, and his team might need it. Aegis does expire, but DLC's been caught. Buyback is there now, but it might be all too late. Masteros, he's taken way too much damage, and he's out of mana. In fact, Jackie, he's gone as well. None of them have buyback. Onto Q, they'll get an ultra kill on mid one. Oh, what do you do now? There's a buyback on the line, but that's all you've got. Tips out for Masteros. And GG's called. That's it. 28 minutes in, SMG, they finish off game 2, and they are going to make their way over to the grand final. As Jackie will still drop the 99, but this time around, he doesn't win the game. Motivate, they'll leave in third. SMG off to...
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is no more.
Impossible.
We'll pick up a Hoodwink again, a hero that we haven't seen so much in the tournament, but it seems like they are regarded as really strong still. So we're going to be seeing it again in Army Geniuses. They'll pick up an Ogre Magi, and the Kunkka will come. We know how powerful he is on it. The Magma, they pick up a Bango. There is going to be an immediate Bloodseeker ban, and this Bango will be a big problem. He doesn't care much about the Kunkka. As soon as he sees the X, Thunder, and ban. The fight, it doesn't look that way for the Army Geniuses. I know. Both teams kind of getting that they wanted. The Magma keep it a bit more open in terms of draft, though. Seeing how they played the Hoodwink on position 4 previous game, and we know that this hero is unique to Pixar. Good at it. It does make sense that that they're gonna play the offlane banger. So I'm gonna do that. So excuse me for a second, because I had to close my window. You know, having your windows open while you stream in a foreign language, it doesn't really strike your neighbors as normal, you know, and you want to be at least somewhat okay with your neighbors, you know, you don't want them looking at you like a madman, which all of us Dota players are. It doesn't mean that the general public needs to know how insane we are, where the game will up. So, you know, I guess it is better than me just screaming when I'm losing Dota games, but for someone that doesn't know English very well, and I'm not sure how well my neighbors do speak the language, you know, I could just sound like a madman spouting nonsense. But at least for now, no one has called the cops on me, and hopefully I'll be moving soon to a house. So this apartment is gonna be left alone. I mean, when you're inside of the house, no one can really hear you when you're streaming a video game, so that's gonna be quite nice. Some people want to move so that they can start a family, move to a house, you know. Some people just like to be living in the nature. Well, as Dota players, we have a different approach. We just want to move to a house so that we can scream to our heart's content, break our keyboards and whatnot when we're losing games. And no one really judging us and still thinking that we are normal people in the society, which I guess isn't really the case. These guys are taking way too long to ban heroes, and that's why we are or I am talking about very interesting things, I guess, here. So I hope you are extremely entertained. Team Magma, they got rid of the life stealer again, so definitely look at that hero as something that you should be afraid of. Even though it would be quite solid for them, over imagine the Kunkka will have solid amounts of HP, and especially if Kunkka really doesn't like playing against the life stealer. No matter how much damage you do to him with that one Tidebreaker, he heals that up just by smashing your face, eating your face, whatever that hero really does.
5 seconds.
So, geniuses, they got rid of the TA. Usually the Kunkka is okay against the TA. The Torrent itself removes all their attacks and charges, but they're not going to be allowing it to go through, and Army geniuses will pick up a Miranda. Two heroes with setup for arrows quite nicely. It's most likely going to be the position for Mirana. Against the Pango and the Hoodwink, that's actually quite solid. You X the Pango, he wants to go for the ulti, you click the X again, you break the
10 seconds.
you break the animation and the arrow gets so you go for the Hoodwink, and pretty much any state doesn't have a built-in way to deal with that. There can be uses and Pango and the Hoodwink, and take some time before they actually get there. Go for a tiny. Okay, I'm okay with that. The problem is the open mat and the Kunkka are not really good targets to catch. And the Mirana really quite nice. And then Omni-Knight, this is the first Omni-Knight pick of the tournament ever since the Emerald Grace was next to this. It could be the spell the hero has been staying away from, even though I think there's not that many things that can actually purge it off.
10 seconds remain.
So interesting.
5 seconds remain.
Really interesting. I don't know if Armitage is going to go for something like a Brewmaster here. That's actually quite good. The spell would be something that the Omni-Knight can't really deal with. The burst damage of Team Magma, apart from the Tiny, it's not really there, so getting the ulti off isn't going to be that big of an issue. Is there something else that actually has the purchase Shadow Demon? Not really something that we should be looking at, though an offlane over Mad is a possibility. Nothing really comes to mind since the aggressive purchase haven't really been that important. Okay, I guess the Oracle, but again the support. So overall, I'm not 100% certain that geniuses are going to be looking to do that. Even though it would completely destroy a hero, if you get a pick, no matter how much it gives, you can delete one of the enemy's heroes. Omni-Knight now is all about being dispelled. If you dispel heroes, the Omni-Knight makes no sense. He's gonna be a 300 damage heal, and that's about it. That's the only thing that he accomplishes with the So Omni-Knight are gonna go for the Necrophos, which I'm not the biggest fan of. The amount of burst damage Omni-Geniuses have, you know, it can vary, but it's just not that great, to be honest. Also, playing against heals, you can sometimes underestimate just how much Omni-Knight can increase the HP of his heroes.
5 seconds.
And then the Reaper Sight, if it doesn't get the kill, the Necro is just not that great in but I guess Magma don't really have the damage to them, so in that regard the hero does make sense. But at least I don't want it in the offlane with the Mirana. I want something that gives a stun, but in Army cases they don't have a real carry, even though Momonda showed us that he can carry with this hero. I'm just not 100% certain in this Necro pick. It just doesn't seem that great to me. Who knows? If you connect the X into Arrow, the stun of the Ogre Magi, Tidebringer, and then the Necro ulti, yes, sure, everyone dies, but what next? How do you get a fall-off kill? You don't really, and you can only do that every 2 minutes, I guess, whereas the Tiny can kill your heroes whenever he wants. If the Tiny gets big, he can actually press down the Necro as well. Of course, you're gonna go for a hood, you will have a defensive item, but still.
10 seconds remain.
A weird one from Army Geniuses, I have to say.
5 seconds remain. Radiance.
The Omni-Knight was weird though, as well, though now with the Necrophos, this Omni-Knight is always gonna have a spot in the game. Again, I didn't want to go too much for physical damage because of the Guardian Angel. but just with the Heavenly Grace and the purification, you're gonna be helping your heroes against that natural left.
5 seconds.
And again, guys, excuse me for standing up from my casting position here in my state-of-the-art studio in my living room with all of the employees, me. Really, there was no one other than me able to turn on the lights, and sometimes I do get a bit sleepy. I do have a solid amount of sunlight coming in. It's just not enough to keep me occupied. You know, not having a co-caster sometimes does get lonely here, and kind of want to go to sleep because it's fresh and stuff like that. So I really need that light in here, so that I don't fall asleep mid-game. Anyways, Team Magma, they are gonna be venting out the carry, so they're expecting this to be a offlane necro. Against the Omni-Knight, maybe it does make sense. Maybe it's something that they know that it's pretty solid against the Omni-Knight, that you can get close to. They're constantly attacking him, you have your regen. So I'm not so sure about it. Omni-Knight also against the Mirana is actually quite solid. In a sense that in the lane phase wise, you just run into the Mirana and she's not doing any damage to you, and you know, look at this big hammer. Look at with what he's holding it. The little Mirana just not having the strength to do much. So, Magma, what will they get? They need a carry that's actually going to benefit from that Heavenly Grace. Nothing to purge it off on the side of Arm Geniuses, so they're
10 seconds remain.
you're gonna be okay.
5 seconds remain.
What do they get? They only have 1 second reserve time. Magma is now, and I'll go for a Lash. So it is going to be a hero that benefits so much from the Omni Heavenly Grace, but he might be the tiny laning against the Necro. Not sure how Magma are going to be laning this one, but I think the Tiny in the mid lane is a bit better than the Lash. Both of them have very low armor, Tiny having 0. But Tiny has a lot more HP, and both of them would struggle, I guess. So we'll see. Maybe it's better to take Lash in mid lane and just rely on Tiny in the safe lane. I'm not sure. Having 2 melee heroes against 2 melee heroes, you're just gonna constantly get poked in your face. So, I have to say, again, not the biggest fan of this one. If we're not playing to play right now, we just go for the troll. This is gonna be a tiny lane. It's troll. It's gonna be having a great lane. This time around, Army Geniuses, their lanes are gonna be doing great. I actually think that they're gonna be winning them quite hard. They have pick up potential. They have late game with the troll, though. He doesn't really like playing against the Guardian Angel. If Kaz is most likely gonna be saving his ulti for that one. The problem is, though, you have to try to save your guys from the Reaper side. That last pick is actually quite good with the Omni-Knight, but not so good against what Army Geniuses have. The reason for that is now they have a clear target. You know who you have to kill, and heroes from Army Geniuses is quite fast. Magma showed me that they're probably the better team in the last game, but I'm actually preferring the Army Geniuses. They have better burst when it comes to killing one hero. Team Magma, they have better push, and they can fight constantly, something that Army Geniuses can't do. The thing is, though, if lanes for Arm Geniuses go well, okay, this is a tough one now that I think about it. On one hand, Arm Geniuses, they're gonna win the lanes most likely. That is gonna make them probably unkillable in the mid game, which would be a problem to the Tiny. Though, on the other hand, if they don't win the lane phase that much, they go relatively even, maybe win it a bit, the Tiny will be able to burst them down over and over again, whereas Arm Geniuses will be able to fight around the boat. Their damage output really isn't that great than if they don't have either the boat or the Reaper side. And then when they don't have that much damage, don't have the Reaper side, then the Omni-Knight goes down the left, take down towers. They'll really be able to end the game when we keep them out this stuff. I'm gonna go with Army Geniuses, I have to say. Maybe I'm just hoping here for game 3, but I like the draft a bit more. The Kuka is a hero that I always see as as really useful in the game. I don't see a game where this hero is going to be bad. Okay, both teams getting their wards there. Sentries will come out as well, and in the end, one ward will get rewarded, but this one, of course, going to get denied. Dust already starting to take that one down. It's going to be denied for sure. RPG is not going to be getting the extra golden experience that Magma got. A bit of unfortunate there. Anyways, so the reason I'm going for RPGs is over Magma here is because I think that Magma don't really have tools to end the game that easily. And if the game goes to like 20 minutes and in that time the Lash, if he gets caught, he dies. If he doesn't have a BKB, the Dominate doesn't really help you that much. There's going to be a ton of damage. You just lose your life, the Reaper suck. They have a clear target who they want to kill. Magma, sure, they can create some havoc in team fights, but overall it's not gonna be that great. He's on the bottom lane. Oh, they're trialing here. Okay, something interesting from RPG, and actually it might just make sense. If the Lash doesn't have a good game, it's disastrous. And Tiny versus the Kunkka. If you get anything for the armor, no, it's gonna be a 0 armor. Tiny is really gonna be hurting from this Sidebringer. The lane phase is definitely not looking the best here. They're allowing the Pango to get whatever he wants, though, being that Tommy will be alone. So, top lane. Let's see how much he can actually do. I'm gonna go for Armageddon's bottom lane. Let's see if they can keep Magma from playing anything in this lane. Lash starting off with the lightning sword. He's gonna get already 2 last hits. Oh, actually, one of those was on the ward. They're immediately gonna pull the lane back, and now with the cams being blocked, they're really gonna be struggling in this one. We'll see if the Hoodwink rotates anytime soon, but they want to keep pulling down, and he's already taking a ton of damage against the Hoodwink. That's what's gonna happen. So when he creeps into tower, and we will be okay with a lot of tangles, at least for now. Lim fighting Kaz, and Lash actually getting level 2 here. With lane pushing in, Army Geniuses, they need to be a bit more aggressive, but without them around, they can't get the kill. Kaz is, I think, like what he's doing. The over not that great at getting the Lash away from lane. EV is coming quite well in the mid lane. It's taking a ton of assets, but still, we'll look at the harass coming out from among them. That's only gonna get worse. So bottom lane, Flash getting down, gets slowed down. UK just gonna club him to the backside. Oh, the arrow connects. And they're still clubbing the horsey. Flash just goes around, gives them a little bit of threatening attack, allowing DB to do whatever he wants. DB will be getting the freest farm in the world, and here's to see what he's gonna go for. Flash taking a few hits here. He's gonna be zoned out. Seems like he's being zoned out as well, but attempting to pull here. So White also getting a free lane, not as free as the troll, of course, but still, this Lily Necrophos is not doing the greatest. He's trying his best to get a pull off, but not successful. Kaz still on level 1, Heavenly Grace. One has to be careful. Now with the expire, they know that he has no defensive spells. The Mirana is off in the vicinity and Limb. For now it's just going to be stacking. So nothing too interesting happening around the map. When you're playing an aggressive trial, you want to get kills. If you're not getting kills, it's probably not working out. And we can see that it's the case. He has a toss off, and one guy is taking a ton of damage. He does have a great turn around, fight Duff, fight me, over one and Duff, he will be going down. One slash from down, he gets the rock, exactly, took him a lot. But you know, in the end, they'll be finishing him off. He's going to go through anything, and he does drown that attacking on the bottom, and Kaz loses his life. And being a bit too aggressive, he got relatively low there, but we don't imagine having a healing stop. He's going to be completely okay. 2 kills for Armageddon, and the lane stage starting off quite nicely. We're gonna cut deep into the base. This Tiny will definitely be getting a bit more CS. Probably Echo started getting a few more CS now with the Mirana rotating their limb. It's gonna be assisting him. PY is still incredibly powerful here, so you have to be careful how you play them. Not a lot of mana still. 8-6 will allow him to do basically whatever he wants. Usually with the Necro you don't want to still have the go shot until later on, but Gomi was kind of forced to do that. The top lane. Top lane should become a bloodbath very soon. We might even see them change the lanes if the toll doesn't want to lane here. Flash will be doing a ton of damage. Okay, very aggressive here. Co-op with the summon. Like it's a co-op versus the hammer, and for now, Kaz still get pushed back. No matter how much armor you have, the naturally attained fat from all the nice eggs that this guy's been eating over Magi will not lose that fight.
What have we here?
Are you okay? I'm just gonna get pulled. Yeah, I think that's the big though. Not that big of a deal. Okay, losing all of his mana, he might actually leave DB alone here. We'll see what happens. A very slow start overall. 5 minutes in, we only see 2 kills. In the previous game, we saw so much blood. Seems like these guys, they're really done with smacking each other's faces. And UK's still not going to the base. Is trying to keep tabs on Madman. Top lane, pulling down. I think they might follow the Necro as well. He doesn't have that much mana. Turns around with all the 6, he's still going to be dying. And he's like, yes, 2 kills, go down. They equalize the kill scores. You will need that, I will stop back. He turns around with the rest of it. I would love him grow. He's not going to be taking that much damage anymore against the Tidebringer. Usually, when you get to level 7 with the Kunkka, you really start to annoy your enemies. But this time, he has a ton of armor right now. He is performing well compared to the Lash. He is doubling him. And those things do come out. Room for Falcon Blade again. We get the item really is pretty cost effective. Second slot, the arrow will connect. And Magma, all the heroes will lift the top tail. He wants to get a Yules as well. I think the Yules isn't that great, I have to say. I guess, oh, it actually is great to remove the Heavenly Grace. That's the way that you Both they have the base and the Guardian Angel. That makes sense. The first solid item for the Mirana, I was thinking only about the setup, but when it comes to purging the enemies, it is quite strong. With all those rotations for the bottom lane, Romy won't be left alone. He has been struggling, but definitely gonna be a lot better right now. If you want as well, this is gonna be his defensive item. I kind of feel like the hood should be better. Romy still left alone to do whatever he wants. You know how formidable the intro can be if he gets complete free farm.
Selfish.
He has been shut down at the beginning, but now just no one's been looking at him, and finally Lim or TZY will come back to the top lane. He is going for the Spirit Vessel, doesn't even have the boost yet. TZY probably hoping for an earn drop from the bottom lane. Everyone is just so damn tanky in this game. We've seen 5 kills so far, but we've definitely seen our fair share of fighting in this one.
Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
DB wants to do some damage here to the tower. The Hoodwink will prevent that as much as possible. This is one of the worst heroes to play against when you want to be pushing. She's just staying in the tree. The squirrel will not allow the tower to fall. DX there on the Kunkka, they'll not allow him to get the rune. Actually, they will. Instant cover, but it's coming through. They get so many stuns on Kaz, they can't do the damage. The heavily great is just doing way too much. Limp will get a through to the face, get away from the guy. So what? We'll put it over from it. Look at the way to get the over magic. Avalanche, Toss. The Toss doesn't really do that much because of the thunder, but overall, they'll still get the kill. He couldn't do much there. Now TZY gonna get caught. The arrow is coming in. Will connect. Will prevent him, no die. He always used the bats quite nicely, but Army Geniuses will not get a kill. Finally, TZY will get his earn charges, increasing the damage potential of Magma by quite a lot. Keeping himself safe. He is going for an SNY. So to go late potential without the Valkyrie though, and without the Maelstrom, I'm not sure how much he's going to be able to farm. The Maelstrom would actually be quite solid. Because the damage output from Army Geniuses, here comes a sharpshooter to the face of the troll. He definitely doesn't like that one, and this is why I hate playing against this hero. It's so annoying. Poke, and you can't kill it. You have to find it in the woods for it to die. Now going for DB, he really wants this kill. He's trying to force out the DPs, but no one from Army Geniuses will relax. Will react and say, I'm fine. I think we'll be okay. Now Army Geniuses go for a fast, so going from the bottom lane, even once the hood is dead. This guy has been annoying him for the longest time in the previous game, and in this one as well. But look at the positioning, just on the tree. You know, squirrels are hard to spot. He gets next. The bushwhack is there. Keeping himself safe. Finally, the extra will connect. Here comes the arrow to his face. We see you, and no one is gonna be hearing from you ever again. Army Geniuses, they get a nice pick up, and finally this tower should fall. DB went for the ancient farm with the ulti. I guess it was only the small camp. The big camp, excuse me, and now the tower will fall with him. After it has probably finishing up the Asha. With top lane left, this dude is they grab the ball, coming through the table, bang the mid lane, but it's like the 6 speed, will go towards Flash, and they have the reflex side to go the other world and stay there for the longest of time. It's gonna be 45 seconds of that time for the lesson. Now Army Geniuses immediately use the pause to make it even longer. This lesson, man, is he gonna get bored? 45 seconds plus the pause. He's not gonna be doing anything, and that's not if you count the seconds that he was just stunned. A nice kill for Army Geniuses. And now we're gonna see a pause. Overall, Magma, how is the Tiny's Blink looking? He does have it, so the reveal was there to kill the 5 ogre. He doesn't have the... Ooh, he doesn't even have the boots, nor the infused raindrops, so just with 1000 HP, it does make sense that he does go down. Weird that he just has nothing, that he decided not to go for the boots. I guess it's fine. But you know, as a position 5, you at least want to be able to cover some parts of the map to get the vision down. Even though your hero doesn't benefit that much from the boost, you're pretty much going to be buffing and using the ignite from afar. You still want to have something to move a bit faster on the map. The boots are a necessity, and just skipping them is a weird idea for me. So Magma, they have a sharpshooter and the Avalanche cross combo. They want to get a clear kill room. It would be a great one if they can get on top of him. Sharpshooter, it is a magical damage spell, so this go shot is definitely going to help out at the cross combo. Bushwhack, goodbye Echo. They don't even need the sharpshooter, and now RMGs, if they want some revenge. It's gonna be a solid unit. He still doesn't connect on the hood with too easy to dodge in the trees, and Army Jesus will have to bail. He has the Kunkka, he is tanky, went for the armlet. So it's gonna be that build for the Kunkka armlet into a PKB. Just want to be incredibly powerful, and he already is. We saw what Nimang Daya did with the Kunkka in the previous series, if I'm not mistaken. He really popped off. They're looking at the same is gonna happen. He's gonna get barreled already out there with Grace. It's really just gonna be a minute run through them. He shuts it off quite easily. Maybe continuing to farm. It's still not close to the but the only one that can actually threaten him is the Tiny. I feel like he will be needing a nullifier, you know? If you're not doing damage with the battle trance, you're not going to be healing Kaz. Again, with the Great will be okay. You guys, at least he's forcing that one out. Maybe because of it, they can now kill the Lash. That was a nice force out of the spell, but the cooldown on the Heavenly Great is really, really low. So 5 to 5 in terms of kills, but Nimang Daya is definitely over the effort there for a team. But again, Garner can have the fall on, so much damage being done to the first guy. Can he survive this one? There is not even close. The bolt comes up, he gets drunk. There's gonna be preventing so much damage, especially for this one like that, getting over the shoulder. Falling out the outflow, but he does have the ulti with the bloodlust. He can do whatever he wants. He's fast and can't dodge his rolling thunders easily. Not having guts, only having the sensing will allow the Jesus to pull back and beat you up. It's pretty aggressive to avoid to get the arrow to the face. What is happening with the Guardian Angel? Like again. They do kill the Ogre Magi still. He's fighting to survive the Reaper Strike, and now for some reason, he just doesn't have enough damage to finish the fight off. If he can't kill anyone, you have to fail for now. And now it's gonna be the third kill. Easy boy might be in some trouble. Oh, he's still surviving, and the Nimang will fall of Magma. Outplay on these units is so hard, going in and out multiple times. They lose no one. BB, you're gonna be next, left alone. There's gonna be a blink of Tiny with a full avatar circle ready to finish you off. They actually
normally.
Dive's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick. Seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick.
Bloodseeker.
Seconds. Dire must choose.
Beastmaster.
It is Dire's band.
Gyrocopter!
Radiant's turn to ban. It is Dire's band. It is Radiant's band. Seconds. Dire's turn to ban. seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban. Radiant's turn to pick. Dire's turn to pick.
Lena.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Radiant must choose.
Ember Spirit.
Seconds. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to ban.
Lena.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. It is Dire's ban. Seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds. 5 seconds. seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to pick.
Legion Commander.
Shadow. Select your hero. Make the ultimate choice.
É, meu amigo, se segura aí que eu vou me segurar aqui porque a partida promete muito. Temos até Legion Commander off, temos o Ember Spirit na mão do Yopo.
For one of the grand finals of the Pro Series Season 8 between SMG and Boom.
The time for preparation is short. Use it wisely.
Can't wait to see how this one pans out. You know, been a lot of chatter, you know, publicly and between these two teams. SMG riding that momentum off that 2-0 victory against Motivate Trust. Surely feeling great going into this grand final. Boom Esports, well rested up, brand new roster. Feeling very confident. Of course, they've got FBZ, the boss of the whole crew. When I say the boss, he's not really captaining, is it CTM? But you kind of get my point. The boss FBZ, the man that hates weakness himself, is here. That's a Naruto reference, by the way, John. You wouldn't understand it, but No.
30 seconds.
One day you watch Naruto. One day we'll watch a similar anime so we actually get the references with each other. Right? Well, I tried to be nice about it, John. Phil. I'm gonna posture very aggressively here against Palos and CTM. For CTM, I do love the fact that he has that question mark thing going on with the IO. Just constantly spams it out. Very, very annoying, I'm sure, for the enemy.
The moment
Is our foot?
been waiting for.
nice little attempt there from Yopaj with the sleight of fist, but yeah, he'll give him the tip. It was a good attempt. Absolutely. It does feel like it's going to be a little bit of a difficult matchup here for Yopaj on the Embers. You can see the harassment starting to fly in from Moon, but another return changes out. Yopaj will get one tower hit onto Moon. Have a look at the top lane while we're at it. CTM there on the IO. There along with his position 1, which is going to be Palos on the gyrocopter, of course, with KP and Arfu against them. And KP, obviously kind of famous for being very good with these kind of micro heroes, and the Beastmaster, I'd say one of his better heroes here for the side of SMG. How do you think this lane pans out, John? Is there any timings we're looking out for?
First blood!
First blood for Salamene and Dark Moon.
Look to the middle tower.
Oh, nice streak. Yeah, they quell it. Tim's already having a pretty rough time here as he will die a second time. And you know what that means, John? Walk of shame down back to the bot lane for Tim's. And I suppose it's more like the jump of shame, considering he is going to jump through the tree line to get here. But definitely a great start, at least for the safe lane of SMG.
Hands to yourself.
Certainly not quite yet anyway. These teams might find a Korean. Eventually will Primal spring through the tree line. He's managed to pick it up, so mid one. Lose that courier early on, but he got the items off it anyway, so he won't be too concerned. It's down for about 1:10. There's our mid lane going. Oh, you are seeing Moon pulling ahead now in terms of CS, 21-6 in comparison to the 18-2. Though again, I would kind of expect that, considering it's the Lina versus Ember matchup. Yopaj, he can't stick around too long in this laning stage, as the right-click damage is going to start adding up. And you can see Moon already trying to bully Yopaj out of this bot power rune spot. Or rather, water rune spot, and Moon does manage to pick it up. Arfu will take the other, so CTM unable to secure the other water rune there for Yopaj. And it is going to mean the Ember is forced to salve up rather than going to the bottle. Oh, FBZ bot lane ends up dropping here to Rogi. Rogi doing a fantastic job thus far in the POS 5 Bloodseeker. 2-0-1. And with that passive again, he's just able to chase you down if you get low enough. Tim's, well, they know he's in the tree line somewhere on the right side, but so far Tim's has just not had the impact on the support Monkey King.
Money to burn.
Yeah, not to mention, he's laning against the Monkey King expert at mid one. The mid one's going to know pretty much exactly what Tims is up to. He knows all the tricks with the Monkey King. Going to be very well aware of what Tims will try to do to win out this lane. And, well, even now, they might spot him out again. Rogi going to get straight to work. Blood right there. Tims, he's in trouble. And the Blood right is going to land. In fact, Rogi, I thought he may have given the kill away to mid one, but he will take it. And Tims, he's going to get tipped mid one. He's getting excited now as this safe lane, it couldn't have gone any better for SMG.
Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
They're going to try and pressure him, but there's no damage. They'll get the balls at least, so nice bit of golden XP to go the way of Palos. And I believe they did force a TP to be used up from somebody on the side of SMG, but that's about all they got. Tim's still scouting out KP. Maybe they could try to go back in, but it doesn't feel like they have enough Disable right now to really lock him down, unless maybe with the Primal Spring slow, it could be enough, but no. KP, he'll just commit the Raw. Tims, he won't even bother trying to throw the Boundless Strike out. And I suppose on the bright side, you force out the Raw usage early on and it gets nothing done, but I think KP's happy with that. All he wants to do is hit his timings with these items.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Mid lane, stuns out Tims. He's been caught again. This time, the kill will go the way of Moon on the Lina. More bad news for Boom Esports. It's a 5-0 lead here for SMG. And now an aggressive smoke up. Moon and Arfu going to start moving in through that dire jungle. See if they can spot out where the Gyro IO are hanging out. Palos and CTM, they're going to back off at the right time. Back towards that top lane. Tims will join in KP. He'll be targeted, and this time he doesn't have the roar up. Homing missile is going to land. KP, he is in a bit of a tough position here. He'll still try to find a way out, but I don't think there is going to be one. So eventually they'll just chase him down, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the damage, nor enough control, so KP just walks out. The Helm of the Dominator creep still running around, just slowing everyone up. And now SMG, they've rotated. Palos, he'll be targeted. KP, he doesn't have enough mana for the Roar quite yet, but they will get the old school Warcraft 3 surround out. Still Boundless Strike out. Tims gonna try and trade KP. He does eventually go down, but it's a worthwhile trade for SMG. Tims is having such a tough time here. Even the Shadow Demon just trying to scout out where Tims is in the tree line will force him out with the Shadow Poisons. And now Yopaj, he's going to try and rotate and help this defense, but I'm not sure if it's even possible at the moment. He gets the dominated creep, but that's about all he's going to get. He'll be forced to run it back, but now Rogi, he'll get a rupture out onto CTM. CTM going to try and break as much distance as he can. Tims, he's around to try and help out. Kate is there, but it's not going to be enough. They'll get him mid-channel as now Moon going to show up. Yopaj was trying to control up the Lina. In the end, is going to cop a Laguna and is forced to walk away. Is SMG. They've hit a great timing now. They might even pressure this top tier 2 tower.
Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Isn't that interesting, John? He went max aura. No glaive points. That's... well... Eclipse out, KP, he's in big danger and might eventually drop, but he gets the roar in time. Can they actually finish off Yopaj though? It looks like they can. Tims, Wukong's command with the duel out from FBZ onto Rogi, but it won't be enough to actually finish off the Bloodseeker. The overall nods will be though. FBZ, he does get perched up. Mid one will move back in. Wukong's gonna expire, but it won't matter. In the end, FBZ should perhaps be safe, but no Arfu. He has so much damage with the max Shadow Poison out. And once again, Tims, he's unable to stick around on the Monkey King.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Tower is no more. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Look to their top tower.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about farm issues, John. Yopaj hasn't even got the Orb of Corrosion up yet. And that's a pretty big issue, as we're 12.5 minutes in. Rogi is going to back off. I believe Orb of Corrosion is now flying out, and he does finally have it. That should help out with the damage just a little bit. The SMG, they're not backing off. They want to keep going with this. Roar's back up. They've got all the units they need. And Moon's there to back them up on the Lina. How do you defend? Rupture there. FBZ, he's not going to be able to go for a duel either. Rogi will just chase him down. In fact, Rogi, he might get the kill himself on the support Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, on the side, they've started another team fight. KP, he's going to drop mid one. He's in trouble. He'll try to man fight it, but eventually they do get the Luna kill. And now the duel's out. FBZ, he will be able to get some duel victory as Yopaj gets a triple kill on the Ember. They lost the tier 2 tower, but they get a nice trade going for themselves.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
For the twins.
Moon, cheeky little tumbler's toy there. Bounces his way out. Meanwhile, Tim's just keeping tabs on the Roshan. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but I believe with this kind of aura build that mid one's gone for with the Beastmaster to boot, you have plenty of early Roshing potential if you wish to go for it. Doesn't seem like they know KP's around though. Well, they know his units are around, but they don't actually know where the actual hero is. They are having a look through the tree line. Tim's, he'll start jumping through and scouting out. KP, how good are your spidey senses here, sir? They may not be good enough. They're approaching. He has a TP available, but won't commit yet, as now the pings are out. They know exactly where he is, FBZ. He's been slowed up by the balls, and now the tree cut is there. Roll out as well. Relocate is flying in, but can they actually catch him? In fact, never mind, they've got a better target. Merv, he's in this though. They don't know he's there on the leaner. Lagoon out, FBZ's gonna get blown up, and it's onto Palos. They'd love a gyrocopter. They're not gonna get him though. Relocate back out from CTM. They'll leave Tim's behind. And SMG, they are completely outplaying the side of Boom Esports in this game one. They're going to try, homing missile out, Eclipse, it's going to be popped from mid one. Palos, he cannot stand underneath that. He needs the back. They'll try to remnant forward. Yapage, he's onto the big carry and he does get him. FBZ, he'd love some dual damage right now, but he might just have to settle for the kill. In fact, never mind. They are going to wait. So they'll get 3 kills for their trouble. SMG going way too far forward. Rogi, he might make it up, but I can't say the same for KP, who is going to get caught on the Beastmaster.
What's the opposite of regicide?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Of haste.
That is underneath the ward, so Roshan, it's going to be started, but Boom Esports, they are well aware that this is happening, and they should have a decent amount of time to try and make their way over. Roshan, though, it's going down fast. Boom, they're slowly coming in. Roshan still dropping, however, and now the rupture around Rogi, who'll hold them back. He might die for this, but it'll be well worth it, as they've got the Aegis up on mid one. And if it only costs you the Bloodseeker, it's well worth. However, Jules out. They have got mid one. Disruption will save for a little bit mid one. He will lose his first life, and now the roar is out. KP trying to help, but they want the main carry. They want that main target, and they've got him. The big surround down. Mid one, he cannot run. So Boom, they miss out on the Roshan jump, but you get 2 lives off mid one, you're more than happy.
This will do nicely.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Yep, KP now going to be in danger as the relocate is there. Yapage able to set up the kill. And, you know, this is that point of the game where things might start getting a little bit scary for SMG, as it does feel like that timing that they were hitting, it may be kind of slowing down now. They haven't got any kind of high ground objective. And that 2k net worth lead is going to be a little bit concerning as FBZ's in. You got to duel out again onto mid one. They've got the lockdown and they've got the kill. Even more bad news for SMG.
Radiant should look to their middle tower. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. The Dire on the hunt for Radiant forces.
up getting dropped here. Fu able to take the kill, but I do agree with the sentiment, John. I mean, the aura build, you kind of see what they were trying to do, and it was very strong for the first 15 to 20 minutes. But now, well, mid one, his farm isn't exactly anything to write home about. In comparison to Palos as well, who's just escalated so darn far in the gyrocopter. It'll be very hard to deal with him. Rupture out though, they've got it onto the gyro. Call down is there to zone them out. And can you actually capitalize off this rupture? They're going to try now. Purge is there, but CTM, he's right behind with the mech out, with the relocate. They're going to pop everything on him, but Palos, he is not dying. And meanwhile, FBZ, he's caught Moon with the jewel out. They are still trying onto Palos, and they do eventually get the kill. As CTM, he was unable to relocate him out in time. And Yopaj, trapped in the forest, is going to try and run down south, but Moon is there with the light strike array. They should have enough control, but no. Remnants back the other way. Do they have the damage and control this time? Disruption out. Rogi in with the blood right, but a great sleight of fist. Dodgy Page going to try and play games. He turns around with the fake grenade. It's a bit risky, Page. Oh goodness.
Excellent.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? Like that last team fight, and Palos had everything but the kitchen sink thrown at him. CTM did eventually get the relocate out, but Palos was already gone. Bit of a mistime there from CTM, but I suppose what can you do, right? Like you've got the purge damage, you've got the shadow poisons, just literally everything going to Palos. And eventually, it was enough to get rid of him. See if SMG can keep up this aggression here. Still a 2k net worth deficit, but not. Farm up with the glaives. Perhaps we could kind of expect another decent power spike up for this Luna. You made a really good point there as well, John. Like Moon on this lane is probably going to be the almost the position one now for SMG. Like you could see mid one catching up and transitioning, but I think the Lena is just that kind of massive range, just hard hitting core that you want throughout that late game. And a lot of the time he can just pump out more damage on this hero as Palos and CTM are going to back off at the right moment. Moon's still going to scout around with that Shadow Blade, but eventually won't go too far into the triangle. But now Yopaj has a pretty big power spike of his own with the Aghanim Scepter up. A lot of mobility now for the Ember. And boom, they're going to go for a big 5-man smoke here. Into the Radiant jungle of SMG. In fact, never mind, they might go through the triangle instead. Who are they going to find? It's going to be Mr. KP if he does stick around. They should eventually catch him out as the Link Jewel is in. FBZ's caught him. It'll be a nice pick up there for Boom Esports. Mid one. Maybe caught, but Bloodright is there. Tims, he will try to back himself out, but mid one going for a chase. Meanwhile, on the southern side, Rogi gets a nice rupture on Yopaj. But it won't amount to much. It's now the call down. Gonna land on mid one. Palos, he'll pop the BKB, keep moving forward. But eventually with the purge out, it'll mean he cannot continue the chase. And with the BKB down, Boom Esports, they may have to let this fight go. But it does seem like they want to keep going. Homing missile out, mid one. Stand back and relax. Give the end Boom. They'll go for the outpost, but Moon, he's moving it again on that leaner. Light Strike Array gonna land onto Palos CTM. He has the relocate up, but he won't commit quite yet. Laguna is there, but it's not enough damage to Yopaj now. Gonna move in. Great chains out, but there's your Eclipse now. Mid one. He's been jeweled up. FBZ's got him, but it's not gonna be the duel win for FBZ, but rather for mid one. They do also find Palos. Moon, he's gonna try and run. Yopaj, he'll clean up the back lines. Can they find the last piece of the puzzle? They'll get him. Moon goes down on the leaner, and eventually Boom Esports clean up.
Never refuse gold given. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Control of the bot jungle. They've got the wards down here. They've got outpost control. And they are hitting their big spikes now. Yopaj, when he ags up, is just able to gap close really well, jump the back line, split up the fights along with Tims. And the mobility is coming into play. The mobility of the Monkey King, the ability to relocate in, the mobility of the Ember Spirit. It's a lot of things that SMG doesn't have the same mobility on hand. They have the information game with the Hawks, and they have really good push and auras, but they can't quite move at the same pace of Boom. It's very easy to divide and conquer here.
Another bit of a group up here in the mid lane. SMG seeing if they can find an easy pick-off, but nobody's going to show up apart from Yopaj, and he's certainly not an easy pick-off right now. And boy, that net worth swing after that team fight. Very concerning signs from SMG. See, even the win probability really just starting to dip the way of Boom Esports now. 83% their way. Again, mid one just behind in farm on the Luna. Moon kind of in the same boat at the moment as they are going to try and move in onto Tims. Yopaj is around. Chains will be out, and that'll be enough. Boom. Not going to overextend. They'll wait out their timings. And they're going to smoke up right after. Palos, CTM, I think they're trying to bait here in this mid lane. SMG, do they go for it? Mid one, he's going to be scouted. Do they want to jump the Luna first? Instead, they found CTM, but CTM, with the press the attack out from FBZ, is going to survive. Rogi, he'll keep the chase up, but Boundless Strike is there. Tim will lock him down, and now Palos will get to work. But there's your roll round. So the press the attack, it does make it tough, as now Yopaj, he'll dive right in, takes himself a free kill, and just jumps right back up.
Still posturing around. Roshan is up. Ooh, they're trying to sneak this in.
It's very hard though with the Hawks out from KP. You're always going to have that vision. And even without the Hawk, you've got the Shadow Poison there from Arthur. It's definitely a very hard Roshan to go for Boom Esports unless you wipe SMG. They will recognize the potential of the vision of SMG, and they will back off the farming.
They have to respect that control. You know, we were talking about Tim's Monkey King, Mike. I want to go back to this. Look at Tim's, then look at FBZ. At a level 18 Monkey King with a badge for Echo Saber. FBZ is basically almost a support Legion commander. Blink, Blade Mail, Phase. It's not bad, but Tim's has so much more form. How does he keep doing that?
I don't know.
Like, how?
I'm really not sure. I've seen him farming the jungle quite a bit. I suppose maybe that's the difference, but it is certainly very intriguing. I guess it does work, though, to be fair. So the Monkey King, you don't mind him being able to hit hard, especially with that Wukong's command ability that he does have. It's Palos gonna get perched up. He's gonna homing missile out. Mid one gonna posture. They'll try under CTM. Eclipse is there, but the Prestige attack gonna save us now. The Jewel's out, Rogi. He's gonna get blown up, but they found CTM. Buybacks will fly out from the supports as they'll try to rejoin this team fight. Palos is out. Tims, he will eventually drop it now. The Roar's there. They've got Palos, but no. Prestige attack again gonna purge off the stun. As long as FBZ's behind Palos, it's going to be very hard to kill him off. In the end, they will go for a reset back at the fountain. This Roshan just so important for either team right now. There's a lot of pressure for either side to be able to secure that Roshan.
We can't afford to give it away, not after all the buybacks were committed. And inside of Boom, still have really good control, but the Hawks are still making it really difficult to go in. They are under the sentry, I believe one of them is. The other one's right outside. They are not going to be able to clear out complete vision control, and SMG are smoked up.
They can't let it go, John. It's the Shard's up. It's a very important Roshan. Boom Esports gonna keep applying that pressure in the Roshan pit. SMG, they'll posture aggressively, not committing quite yet. Don't forget they are lacking the Eclipse there from mid one, so it is a fair bit of damage that's not going to be out from our Luna. Palos again going to be perched up. FBZ's there to heal him up though. Just so hard to finish him off, and meanwhile towards the north they have found Moon. They're going to move in anyway. There's a duel out, but Moon is going to be the one to win the duel. It's now Palos. He's been roared up. You haven't got the Prestige attack anymore. He'll try to man fight, but mid one's there. He'll man fight back, and this time he'll win it out. Buyback is out, however. Palos and Moon making their way back in, but CTM and Rogi are both going to drop, and that'll be a dieback on the POS 5s. Roshan, it does still stand. Moon's going to move in, trying to force it. FBZ jumps in as well, the Aegis. It's going to go the way of KB. He does snatch on the Beastmaster. They'll lose Moon again, however. It's a dieback on the Lina. Can they keep this fight up? Eclipse is out. It's not enough though, mid one. He's gone to boot. And KB, he was a hero for a second, but he might be right back down to zero. As it looks like they will surround, and Boom Esports, they've got him. Yopaj with the double, 4 down for the side of SMG. And sure, you lost the Roshan, but who the hell cares? You're going to find a hell of a lot of objectives here if you are the side of Boom Esports.
They even found a shard, Mike. Like, Tim's managed to steal the shard. He got the mischief.
Of course he did.
Yeah, he managed to steal it away. So you were mentioning how important that Roche was with a shard. Well, they lose the Aegis, sure. They got the shard and they take care of the Aegis anyway. You're in a really good position now for Boom. 8k lead. Sure, they were forced to buy back a lot, but it does pay off, and they should be able to take care of this last outer tower. SMG on the back foot now. That was their big turnaround. That was their opportunity to try to reel this game back, but they're still getting punished by Boom. Have to say, the build-up here on Palos, Mike, it's different from what he usually does, right? We're used to seeing him go Chrysalis, Ags, BKB Satanic. He's skipping the Satanic entirely. He doesn't have a Chrysalis as well or Daedalus. He's just going for Scotty. So he just wants to slow. He wants to reduce the healing output as well, coming through from the side of SMG. Just from there.
Well, everything again being thrown out of the Palos. He's going to try with the TP, play with the BKB, but the Roar is there in time. They've got the Gyrocopter. This should be a great team fight. There's FBZ. He's been locked down. Yopaj, though, he's godlike. He does find Rogi and apparently finds Arthur as well. Yopaj just cleaning up the supports while the rest distract. And now they can move on to KB. The Beastmaster, he's locked down. Can we get another slide of fist down? You bet your ass we can. A triple kill for Yopaj. Backing on the Moon. Chains down. He'll force the BKB, but Tims, he's been caught in the forest. He'll go down. A 2 for 3 trade. On the bright side for SMG, though, they do get Palos down.
Yeah, they get Palos. They hold the high ground there as well, so they don't take too much damage. Well, I say that on the tier 3, but they still hold on to that tier 3. And They get some good item spikes while holding off there as well. They get the Ags up on their Shadow Demon, so Demonic Purge has the charges up. They can just constantly kite around that Gyrocopter, and it looks a bit ridiculous throwing all your spells into one hero, but it does stop the Gyro from having presence at all. Like, he's just not able to stand and fight. He can't pull himself back. They have to rely on to relocate if they want to bail Palos out, and sometimes it's just not the right time for it from CTM. He also managed to get enough farm for mid 1 to hit that Daedalus timing. So he's got the Daedalus and the Ag Shard. It's going to be bouncing around a lot of damage. He's working on the Satanic next. And the Luna is getting sort of a second shot at life here. It's starting to hit its power spike. We talked about the difference with Gyro Luna. It does take that time for a Luna to hit as hard as a Gyro, but we're at that point. You're not too far behind from Palos. You're like 2,000 gold behind. Not the biggest difference. And that's still completely playable for mid 1. Boom now. I think they're going to have to start shifting towards Yopaj a bit more. Like, give him some room to get more damage items up. He's doing great work. It's still not quite enough to take on, say, the Luna himself, or, you know, when the rest of his team's already gone. He is working towards the Shivas next for more slows coming through, and combine that with Saudi that will come true from House, and it is finished up. Slows are stacking up, so there's some control coming through from Boom. They just need to be able to execute on those items now.
But they do. I think it's another pretty big spike here for Boom Esports now. See, when they do group up and go for a big smoke, I think it's coming right now. Everyone heading down to the bot lane. No, they might even just try and force high ground. You've basically got every spell up. Refresher Orb also available on your Page, so he's got 10 remnants available. No problems with that. Level 26 on the Ember. SMG going for that classic play, pushing up the other side lane and trying to force the return back. However, Moon, he has been caught by himself. Oh, that is a big loss. No buyback on Moon. That's going to be a problem for this high ground.
Yeah, they're trying to keep that push going bot. They should be able to find that tier 3 Yopaj is around to defend. But Boomer going to go for their own trade down bot as well. And the wave clear from Yopaj, it's a bit slow going, but they are actually going to be able to find that top set of racks here.
That they are. Pretty decent trade, but now Yopaj will jump in. A little bit of a cheeky remnant back and forth. He'll go in the Rogi, refreshes. Look at the damage output. Yopaj, he just cleans them all up. Moon, he's still running. Mid-one is stuck in the middle of the Wukong's command. Oh, goodness me, Yopaj. He just shreds through him. As bot lane mid-1, he's the only one left. They're going to buy back on KP to try and force out Palos. The Roar is going to be there. But where's your follow-up? It's not out. The Roar does nothing.
Ooh, it's a Rax advantage for SMG though. Like even with the forced buyback, with the losses they took, they are 1 Rax up. Issue is Boom still has their hero up, so they can just run back mid, shove out a creep wave, look for the push bot, maybe go for more even as Yopaj jumps in.
Yeah, Remnants forward. KP just fought back and he's right back to the grave. Here come the tips out. Yopaj. Yeah, he's giving him a lesson all right. Into the T3 tower they go. 22, 2, and 10 is the scoreline for our Ember. He does get another chains out onto the Bloodseeker, and it looks like Rogi is going down. Another kill for the Embers now. Jewel out, all they got. It's going to be Moon. He's got no buyback, and now they found mid-one. Another dieback out for the side of SMG. They've got 2 heroes left, but it's a 2v5 scenario. At Boom Esports, they may just be able to put a lid on this game number 1 of the grand final. I highly doubt SMG can really defend this.
They're going to go for those tier 4s now. With just 2 heroes to defend, with your 2 supports, you're not going to be able to beat enough. The respawns are just a bit too long, and they might even find them.
Yeah, why the hell? With the fun that Shadow Demon, but it's into the fountain. Yopaj, he wants all of them. Rogi, be careful, sir. That's not your home anymore. Look at this.
Oh, God.
Look at this. Oh, it's the Japoy show, John. It's the Japoy show. Game 1 of this best of 5. Well, what can you say? You
Gold for me. Looking for me?
Radiant's courier makes the ultimate sacrifice. Tiger is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is no more. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire scan. On the hunt for Radiant forces. Dire's bottom tower is under Radiant's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
take that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Haste!
5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban.
No problem. Doing great. You know, I saw a tweet coming out from Gary Onko, Mr. Boom CEO, and he said this. He said he got a bargain. He got a bargain on this guy, Yopaj. He says it was a bargain now because he's getting so much value from this player, and Yopaj really showed that value in the last game. Like, gosh, the zips in, the toying in the fountain at the end, the confidence from the guy, Yopaj, man. Mm-hmm.
Seconds remain.
How much time was that in? 38 minutes. It's unbelievable performance.
Radiant's turn to pick Dire.
Weaver.
Dire's turn.
Monkey King.
Radiant's turn to back.
Vengeful spirits.
Seconds. It is Dire's ban. It is Radiant's ban. Dire's turn.
Maybe it came down to just that build-up. I think the skill build-up in Luna didn't do them that many favors. I think you could have maybe just gone for 1-point Lucent Beam, max out your Glaives and the Blessing. So you'd still have the push presence. It didn't feel like that Eclipse really did much, because it would still be 5 years clumped up, so the damage would be spread. And again, once they lost that one big fight in the top tier 2 push, the recovery process there for mid 1 was cut off because he had level 1, no levels in Glaives, level 1 Glaives at, what, 15, 18 minutes in. Progression was a bit too slow. I think they've got to be careful about going all in that way. They do have some good synergy coming out now from SMG though. So they start with Bloodseeker Ven, just mentioned, likely our pause 5 Bloodseeker, but they've got this cheeky play with Rupture Swap. So you will be able to at least mark someone down, try to bring them down. The Bloodseeker is a good answer to a Weaver, just because you can Rupture Weaver. The Rupture is going to last through the time lapse. You can try to silence him with Blood Right. Of course, down the line, he's not going to care about Rupture. He's still going to run around and do what he wants, just avoid the silence. But initially, this is going to give them a good tool to keep CTM's Weaver locked in. If that will be CTM, it's likely to be CTM's Weaver, as that is the favorite position for Boom to play that from. And of course, the Monkey King for Tim's, again, he did a lot of work. Like, I just don't know how he does it. How does he play pause 4 and outfarm FBZ, outlevel FBZ every single time he gets this Monkey King? It's just ridiculous. And FBZ is a great player, you know. He's trying to make space in the offlane. Sure, he's throwing his body out, but to be ahead in that extent as a pause 4, that's kind of insane.
5 seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
League's assassin.
Radiant must choose.
Phantom Lancer.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
For sure. I think the big issue for Boom is they don't have a good PL counter. So the Ember was banned out. We respect ban the Opage Ember. They could try for a Gyrocopter, although again, Gyro into PL can be a bit dicey. And there is the option for Legion Commander, but the issue is you've got Death Prophet, and that's likely our FBZ hero. They could flex that to mid for Yopaj, But we always talk about this with Yopaj. If he gets something static like a DP, he can still play it well. It just feels like you lack that impact that Yopaj can bring, and they do bring out the Kunkka instead. So with the Tidebringer, you've got some way of locking down the PL. You've also got the X back. If you can time that right after you see the Doppel committed, you can kind of try to lock in that Phantom Lancer as well. So it's some control, some damage, and what AoE for the Phantom Lancer, for the illusions. Plays nicely with the DP and Monkey King, and even the Weaver. So you've got the boat buff coming in. Eventually you'll have Weaver Ags. The DP is hard to kill off. The Monkey King in Wukong's is very hard to kill off. So they can stall these fights out from Boom. There's not that much magic damage yet on SMG, and that's something this lineup can abuse.
5 seconds.
Yeah, could be for FBZ. We haven't seen that too often. I think, let's say they flex. I think it's likely the flex will come on the Weaver, as you mentioned. So maybe a pause one Weaver for Palace, let's say. Let's say they put the Kunkka on offlane for FBZ. We've seen that a couple of times. So let's assume a Monkey King for a DP5. That allows them to flex on mid as well. If they don't want to kind of have the Kunkka mid or DP mid, they want something flashier for Yopaj. That could be one way to do it. I don't quite enjoy the concept of that lineup. Like the hard support DP, we've seen it be impactful, but it always kind of feels strange because you're tied into your Exorcism. Sure, it's not as pertinent for you to use that in a big team fight and for a push. You don't need to look for max efficiency. You're still missing out on some of the impact of that hero if you don't. And it's still like the core-to-core matchup of Weaver into PL. It's not something the Weaver can necessarily handle. I guess you could go Maelstrom into Mjolnir, so you can kind of just bounce your attacks around and proc it off the Geminate attack. You could just go that route. I don't know if that really lines up against PL though. It doesn't sound amazing. Feels like you need a bit more than just a Weaver Kunkka there. It looks that way. Yeah. All right.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Oh, yes.
Phantom Assassin.
Choose your hero.
Ooh. Yeah, I think the PA's evasion, because now it's 50% max, right? They bumped that by 5% per level. 50% max, you go for the talent, you basically get what? 70 to 80% evasion. That forces the Phantom Lancer to have to go for maybe an MKB, maybe a Bloodtorn. Both are large farming items. And that just gives the PA so much more forward presence. You look at the lineup of SMG, their magic damage is basically constrained to the Murata. Maybe you could try Rupture Swap as an option, mainly on the Murata. So all of their magic damage is on Murata, some of it's on Afu's Nyx Assassin. Paulus has a lot of leeway here. A BKB is going to save him entirely. Then you still have to deal with the issue of evasion. There's no natural Silver Edge carrier on hand here. You could try Silver Edge PL to play that old school PL, you know, pretending you've got the old Spirit Lance out, right? Because you used to go invisible. We have seen that before, but I think Paulus has a lot of value here. And again, you tie that in with the durability from Boat, with a time lapse on the Weaver. You can play this on edge on Boom Esports side. It's a lot closer, I think. SMG's draft is looking pretty good. I will lean towards Boom. And my only reasoning, it's not something that's very sound analysis. I just like PA. So okay. I'm just biased towards PA. I'm going to lean towards the PA. I feel like the changes to her evasion are ridiculous.
Great.
50%. 50%. That's half of your physical damage just gone.
Do me a
brush her
favor.
down without a finger.
Don't say the word bias when we're casting, John.
Oh, right.
People in the chat, they'll be like, oh, these idiot bias casters.
I just like my PA. Okay, I'll rephrase that. PA is my waifu. There you go.
Well, I don't know if that was any better, John, but thank you for that. I appreciate you rephrasing. John's waifu, the PA, one of his favorites, of course. One of many waifus of John X Fire. Do you believe you like the Wind Ranger as well? So I'm not correct?
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other heroes that you're a big fan of, Jonathan? You'd like to share with the classroom?
I used to play a lot of Crystal Maiden. I haven't recently, but Crystal Maiden's there. Warlock is my biggest waifu, I think. Warlock.
Okay. Fair enough.
And Undying, of course. Undying and Underlord. Yep. The very dominant heroes. One would arguably say simple heroes, because I have a very simple brain, Mike.
No, I mean, Undying's a bit of a kick chad right now in the current meta, John, so nothing wrong with that. Speaking of the Crystal Maiden, surprise, surprise, no nerf coming out for Crystal Maiden. Big stuff. I was reading through the patch notes trying to find her. No movement speed nerf, which, I don't know, John. I don't know if Iceberg wants to risk it. You know, before TI, not nerfing CM, what are we going to do?
You think we'll ever see CM hit the newest low move speed? You reckon we'll ever hit, like, say, something dumb like 260?
I'm thinking.
Can you imagine that's nearly unplayable.
Just 250.
No, God, that's unplayable. Imagine if there's a Bat Rider in the enemy team and your turn rate gets affected. It's like, you might as well just not play.
Exactly. Exactly right. Just how Icefrog wants the Crystal Maiden plays to feel. Just don't play this hero. This hero is not for playing. Just have it. Just buy some cosmetics for it. Buy the Arcana. You look fantastic. 250 though. I mean, imagine you just round it off to 250 movement speed. Just make it so she can't walk. Even better. Just break her legs.
What are the Wolves of Ice Rack doing for her to say that she's the swiftest of them? Yeah, how slow are those wolves? Are they even alive? Is she sane? Is she mentally up there?
Well, they're trekking through the snow, John. It's very hard to be fast when you're trekking through snow, isn't it? I realize in the Philippines it's a bit of a tropical environment. You don't get snow there. But let me tell you, it's a bit of a slow process.
Yeah, I suppose that's something that I don't think a lot of people from tropics ever think about. Like, people, I've met, teachers from America when I was in Singapore, and they're all like, oh, you wouldn't like this. And I'm like, really? I think I would, because it's too bloody hot.
You wouldn't, trust me. I hate the snow. And we only have like a small patch of snow where I am. As Mid-One's put the question marks up. Never mind the snow talk, Mid-One. He's got some questions here. A long pause as Tim's is struggling. I know Mid-One, it's been he just came back to the region essentially a few months ago. Fair enough, but Mid-One, this is how we do it around here. We like to have our pauses before the game does truly begin. It looks like CTM, ironically enough, is the one asking for a timer for his team. So CTM putting the pressure on Tim's now.
Yeah. He has to show up as the bigger man, and if someone's gonna put his team down, it has to be him. Only he gets bully on his team. That's the message he's sending here. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a reply from our admin. Where's that timer, admin?
What timer, John? What timer, John? That was meant to be a timer.
We'll see. Shout out to Mr. Zex, of course. I believe he was in chat as well. So chat, if you enjoy, make sure to @Zexerus Mods. There you go. Here's replied in time. Never mind.
Thank you, Zex. 6 minutes of pause time remaining. Seems like SMG is planning on forcing that timer as well. If it does run out, which is, it's fair enough. You're in a best of 5 grand final. You don't need to do any favors for the other team. It's all about winning.
Yeah, certainly is. And, I want to go back to a point with Mr. Yopaj. Again, back to that point. Saw him with a gigantic burger from my town. Saw him get advertising from a PC store. I'm like, is Yopaj just loading up right now? Like, he gets back home. He gets free burgers. He gets, I don't know what he got from the PC shop. He played in the net cafe because his internet went down at one point. Yeah, because his net went down and a certain company wasn't quite fixing it up for him, so he's looking for something else, had to play in a shop. and he was immediately featured there too. It's like everywhere Yopaj goes, everyone knows his name.
Could you imagine?
It's like,
could you imagine being a young man in the Philippines just walking past, like, oh, I'm gonna go to the internet cafe today, because you know, you'd imagine the internet around his area was down, and you walk in and there's Yopaj just sitting there playing a pro match. Like, how shocked would you be just seeing the idol in the flesh, just standing there, just playing some Dota? I had this experience as well, John. By the way.
Oh,
go on. What was your story?
I was gonna say, if that happens, the likely thing is the people going to the net cafe shop will just see him, comment on something he's doing wrong, and go play their own game. That's like, wait, but not come in. And they walk away, and you're like, you know,
just drop a casual bubble and just walk out.
Yeah, bobo, come in, and you just walk away. That's it. That's how we do it here. No respect.
I actually had a similar experience, right? Like I remember telling you back when I actually did a LAN, only one, locally in Oz. And Anna walks in on me. I was doing the group stages. And I kid you not, I've told you this story, you know the story, but for the viewers out there, Anna walks in just casually as I'm screaming my lungs out in a room, and he just comes in and walks behind me and starts watching the game. And the amount of pressure on me, John, because there's a TI winner. This is after he won his first TI. He's just casually standing behind me, just watching me cast, not saying a word, no gesture, no wave, nothing. Just standing by, and I'm just profusely sweating at this point as well, because the air conditioning, of course, wasn't working that day. And Anna's standing right behind me, and I'm just like, man, am I saying the wrong thing? I think I was solo casting to make matters worse, so I was like, am I analyzing wrong? Is he judging me? I don't know if he was entertained. Maybe he thought I was some kind of nutcase, just screaming at a computer screen the whole time. But that was my story. A lot of pressure. You know, these TI winners just standing behind you, chilling out. Very, very scary stuff, let me tell you.
Did he ever say anything, or did he just walk away after at some point?
Didn't say one word. Not one word. He just stood behind me for like 2 minutes, calmly watched, made no gesture, and walked out. That was it. I can't tell if he walked out in disgust. Maybe his hearing was suffering a little bit. He just couldn't handle it anymore. But he just walked out of there. And for the whole match, I thought to myself, man, am I just a terrible caster? Is that why he walked out? Like, did he hate my casting so much? Like, obviously he wasn't going to sit there all day. He's a busy man, right? He just won TI at that point. It was a couple months after he'd won TI. But I was like, man, you know, he didn't even wave at me. And this guy's like half my age. He wouldn't even wave at me, John. Just felt so sad. KP.
Even here, we still can't leave March. We can't. He just March. He's not even here, KP. But all right, we'll do it. March doesn't mind. It's his fault.
KP just recites what his old captain would have said. Oh, I love March. Shout out to watching right now. I know he's busy with, you know, coaching T1 and, you know, a little tournament called TI is coming up in what, 11 days from now. But, you know, shout out to March. We miss you, March. Come back, please. We miss... He was the one player you could make jokes about non-stop. And you know he'd probably laugh when he heard it. You know, like there was never a... He would never get offended. He was just that kind of guy.
Just super chilled out. He always kind of, you know, he always brought that dynamic to TNC that I felt like, because I always imagined it as complete, absolute chaos with 3 Filipino players. KP's just quiet in the corner because he's very, you know, he's a very quiet, calm guy, KP. And March is the guy who has to make sense of it because obviously he's the captain. And the Filipinos will just do Filipino stuff. Like, we talked to Boom, right? We talked to FBZ outside of a game, which means basically anytime they're bonding, they just speak in Filipino. So it's just madness. FBZ has no info. And then that's the kind of situation I imagine March was in. And he has to reel the circus together. He has to lead as a circus leader, you know? And that's it. It just leads to a very relaxed attitude. That's all you can do. That's all you can hope for.
That's it. I met KP as well in the flesh, by the way. Same
Oh. Yeah, here we go.
Unpaused. It's a 4v5. 4v5 scenario in this best of 5 grand final. What was the last word said? Palos says okay.
Yeah, and Afu's just, who unpaused? And then Mid-1 says, gee. Afu's like, I'll take responsibility. Let's go.
Yes, boss.
So, yeah, there it is. He's in charge. He goes for the unpause. Boom, they still, they can still reconnect. It's still early in the game. They're gonna be lacking Tims for a while, and that could impact him hard. We talked about his Monkey King's influence. The information he gets, the work he does from laning phase, the fact that he always overtakes FBZ. If he doesn't manage to play this game early on, well, that might not actually even happen.
Well, on the bright side, John, apparently right now he's a courier, so he can do something, even though he's not connected. He's just going to cosplay couriers right now, while the rest of his team does play out the game. And I was wondering whether somebody's going to bother trying to micro him. But I guess at the level... Oh, maybe they are. He's coming. He's on the way. Just rolling his ball of yarn. I don't know, at level 1, it's quite hard to actually pull off the micro. See if they go through with it.
Step lively now. Your
the issue is none of your heroes are, like, very safe to just kind of ignore. Maybe FBZ is doing it because he's hiding in the tree line, so could be holding Tims right now.
Begins.
You don't have the sand.
Bounty's out. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Naturally, you're going to be at the disadvantage here for Boom Esports. CTM, I believe, is microing Tims. He's still a courier, by the way, as they're going to chase down Mid-1. And yeah, he's following CTM. That's it. CTM, he's going to control him. CTM is now both the supports.
Can you imagine the value in having a player who can play both, literally both pos 4 and 5 in the same game? How do you deal with that? We'll see if CTM can maintain that presence. He's already doing a good job of kind of cutting off Raji in that top lane, and is going to have to TP back. Of course, we've got Palos versus Mid-1. So they do switch out the off lane. Palos goes up top on PA instead. There's some really good back and forth they can do here, and if the lane does get tough, you have the stifling dagger to play with, so you're not always going to be cut off. But CTM,
they're going to pick on him. They know he's microing. It's not going to be easy. The CTM, he'll try his best, as it's going to be a bit of an aggressive trial lane considering the circumstances. They will adapt this way. Palos, he'll be around as well against Mid-1 and Raji. So I guess this is the only thing you can do to try and adapt to the current circumstances, as Tims is going to move in now. Raji, don't die like this, sir. I mean, I know it's a 3v2, but it's really still a 2v2, as he will back off, and Tims is back. And if this was a pub game, John, you know what would be happening right now. Tims, he'd be right through the mid lane. But luckily for Boom Esports, this is a grand final, and Tims, he'll get right back to work.
All things considered, around 2 minutes of actual game time where Tims wasn't there, they still managed to get some good impact. They're holding the top lane well, and Palos is getting the last hits. Mid-1's actually suffering a bit in that lane, so we'll have to see if they can hold out against a Trundling. The minus armor stacking down the line with a Swarm coming through, the damage of Shukuchi, the mobility of a Monkey and a Weaver. You don't have stuns in that lane. Raji can't really stop the dives in. There's a lot of aggression for me to still play with, but we've got a bit of an opportunity to look at the other lane, so maybe sneak a peek at mid. On that mid Marana again. He had a lot of impact the last time we saw this hero. It was against Boom as well, where he brought this out in the first game. Yopaj is on that Kunkka, and he is getting harassed out. He can kind of play with the Tidebringer, but if he gets aggressive with the Leap Arrow or Leap Starstorm, he can't just burst through. We have seen Moon do that. He's willing to put his body forward for those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we have a first on top lane. CTM's going to drop. Raji going to be able to secure first blood there on the Bloodseeker. And well, in game 1 as well, he's been very good at just enabling Mid-1 to farm while he pressures on the Bloodseeker. And he finds another first blood for himself in this grand final.
It's a really nice pickup coming out there for Raji. Managed to punish that Weaver. The tri lane so far from Boom, not quite giving them as much in terms of kill opportunities, and you are seeing mid one start to catch up. So at some point they might look to split it up, and they do. CTM does head bot instead to help out FBZ. FBZ is on that Death Prophet, laning up against Afu and KP on the Venge Nyx. They've got pretty good double stunts once more, and they could punish the Weaver. There's no Spike Carapace yet, but once that's up, CTM has to be a bit careful with how he Shukuchis in lane. And we have another pause, but they don't have pause time.
Oh, straight unpause. Who's that? Palos? He's unpause. This really is a pub game. Zex, do not pause. And there you go. The unpause again. Yopaj, he's going to resume this time around. Oh, that brings back some bad memories from earlier today, John. I had this experience in one of my pub games. Bot lane, the lane we haven't had to discuss so much yet. Afu and KP against FBZ and CTM. Afu taking a substantial amount of damage. KP doing just fine on the Venge so far. Of course, we do have dual lanes versus dual lanes now, as well as CTM has rotated down to the bot lane, so they will give up on the aggressive tri lane and try to make the dual lanes work instead.
I think CTM's still going to have impact here. Again, they haven't opted for an early level in Spike Carapace yet. Perhaps by level 4. We can see that come out from Afu. So CTM can still just weave in and out with Shukuchi and try to do as much damage as he can. For the most part, though, you're not really stopping KP from farming. He's still getting the last hits. And he's still going to have a really fast Ags timing because there's not much presence from FBZ because he was solo early on. He isn't going to be zoned out. But you have to ask yourself, are you doing enough to stop the Venge? And it certainly doesn't feel like it.
That does not. Looking back to that mid lane for a second, Moon. He's having a really nice time on this Mirana. 28 and 7. Top of the CS board, and just the value you can get with that arrow, just being able to go to the large camp, taking out the large creep, even stacks it up for himself. It's really great timing with that rotation there from Moon. Of course, Yopaj, well, right now he can't even fight. He can't even farm that small camp as it was blocked off with the sentry. Eventually, we'll be able to get rid of it, but it's already lost so much CS for himself. His top lane, Rogi, going to be in a spot of danger. Palos going to try and chase him down south. He's going to be cancelled off. Palos still moving forward, but Rogi, he's quite healthy, and now the tree cut as well will not allow Tims to follow up, as they will get Palos, and they might even find a second kill here onto Tims. Back mid one doesn't have the mana to keep the chase up, but you got the better target in Palos.
Really slowing down the pace of game for that PA. They're trying to be aggressive on Boom's side. They just completely ignore the wave. They go chasing around for the Bloodseeker. They don't have enough damage to get that kill. And this is going to stall out the timings for Palos. I'm curious to see if he does change his itemization up. He does change lanes now, though. He TP's bot, he wants to have a steady farming lane, but he has to watch for stuns here.
Palos, it gets caught out immediately. TP's down bot lane, but Moon was there waiting for him. So I guess they kind of read the movement, or they get very lucky on the side of SMG. And Boom Esports, not having a great time so far with your waifu, John. FBZ, they get dived as well. Spirit Siphon's out, KP will be chased down, and CTM's going to rock up. In the end, nobody else is going to die down to this bot lane.
It's looking like a really good start for SMG once more, though. Like, they're just keeping Palos down. His farm is really stalling out. Like, your PA really needs battle creep to get going, although Yopaj rotates bot.
Yeah, big Tidebringer hit will ensure that KP does die to the boat damage, and now Afu, I don't think it's quite safe either. Yopaj will find a quick double kill, and with the haste rune, he'll run right back into that mid lane.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
And it's something they really needed, because it's been a slow start. I think right now they're going to be relying on Yopaj to build that momentum once more. FBZ is too far behind on that Death Prophet. Will still hit a decent level spike at 6, but you're not getting enough space for Palos and FBZ to get built up. So it's down to Yopaj to show his body forward. Palos can't even farm mid. It's like Moon shows up, Starstorm's maxed out, the magic damage just rips through a PA. And I'm still really wondering what Palos builds up here. Only has the Band of Elvinskin queued up, perhaps looking for power treads down the line. But no Battle Fury queued up. Maybe you just go for, say, Desolator Rush, go for a fighting PA. That could be an option, but without, say, a Battle Fury, you will be overwhelmed by the illusions unless Yopaj is around. Like, that's your only answer. The Tidebringer from the Kunkka And you're not going to have Yopaj around every single time, so the PA might just want that value in the Battle Fury this game.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Yopaj, John. He's gone down to the bot lane now, so they've swapped lanes with Palos. He'll take over the mid lane instead on that PA, and he's had such a bad time that they have to give him that solo XP down in the mid lane. It's not going to be that easy, though, because you're up against an almost level 8 Mirana there from Moon. And you get clipped by an arrow. That could be a very quick death. You already see Palos trying to farm the side camp. You'll have to be very cautious, though. I think SMG, they understand how much Palos is suffering right now, and they'll take every advantage they can get to try and knock him down again. It's now bot lane. FBZ going to be dived on. Blood Right's there. He got the siphons off in time, however. And Yopaj is going to be around the Kunkka to try and chain and turn back in onto KB. Arrow is not going to land. They'll get the bench down, and now Rogi will have to try and run as the chase continues. They want to give another kill to the Kunkka, but it will go to FBZ this time.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
They find a big trades. They are in position to actually use this extra to bot tier 1 if they wanted to, but Yopaj does TP looking for more farm teams everywhere, so not in full commit for the push. They do get the good punishment going, though. And we're starting to see the effect of that Weaver support. It's highly mobile. Chikuchi's at level 3 now. Time-lapse is ready to go. Control from SMG to catch Weaver just isn't quite there yet. And they could try to set up with Spite Carapace instead, waiting and guessing when CTM does weave in. But if they don't get that initial stun, there's a lot of tools for CTM to just zip away, and he does get some good info out.
FBZ gets swapped out by KP, but again with the siphons, he's alright for now. CTM's gonna rock up and try to go right onto the backside, try to take down KP, and he does get him. He's got revenge down. Arfu gonna try and run, but CTM with the earn out. He'll keep the chase up.
Jeez.
Just by himself on Phoenix Assassin, but now he'll get punished. Eventually they get the Impale off into the arrow, and that'll prove to be enough to get rid of this Weaver.
Still a really strong trade for Boon, though. Support for an off lane, slowing down KP's times once more. They didn't manage to catch out Tim's, though.
Do they? Mid one. Should be just fine once he has the rush back up. Tim's. No, he'll get the Primal Spring away. Yopaj was around the corner if he was required. Looks like he won't be, though. Mid lane.
A golden blade.
It's just such a slow process for Palos here, John. You look at that farm. Just the Ring of Health up. We're about 10.5 minutes in. He's trying his best to catch up, but there's definitely going to be a really nice spike here for mid one on that PL once that Diffusal Blade's available. I have a funny feeling SMG, they'll just try to run down the side of Boom Esports once it is there.
Yeah, that's all they need on Phantom Lancer. For Palos, it's a patience game. It's Battle Fury, it's Desolator, it's BKB. They are making moves bot though.
Big stun out, but the swap is there. Moon should be able to just leap away. Is now the Rupture. Is going to catch FBZ, and Arfu's going to sneak in from the backside, gets a double impale off, and locks them all down. They've got FBZ. Can they find the idol? First they'll go after Tim's, but it's onto the Kunkka. In fact, they might have to deal with CTM instead, but no, they want Yopaj. They want that big target. Rogi, he's trying, but he'll get caught in the turret and will end up going down, and now Palos, he's going to show up. This could be some great comeback XP and farm if Palos can secure some more kills, as Arfu now, he'll be next. A double kill out for the PA.
Many thanks.
And that's something you don't really want to give the way of Palos, because he is going to catch up quite fast if you give him double kills like that.
It's just 2 parts away from full Battle Fury now, so it's starting to go somewhere. And you're not quite ahead enough from SMG to feel fully safe from how slow you've managed to make Palos' game. There's still a lot of room for the PA to grow, a lot of room for the PA to still find farm and build up. Not only that, but Yopaj is still getting his immediate spike here. The armlet is just about 60 gold away. So what's up? Pressing down Yopaj becomes basically impossible for the next few minutes, at least for like 2-3 minutes at that point on. And his damage output skyrockets. Those Tidebrimmers already hit pretty damn hard. They're gonna hit even harder, and that's Boom's signal to play around. So they have a stable core to build off of. For the side of SMG, you've got the Yule Sun Moon, so you can self-set up for Arrow. He is working towards the Axe Rush we've seen him do before. They will go for a smoke play. Maybe you just want to use that simple setup for the Yules, get the Arrow, get the kill, and clean off.
Palos, he'll be targeted. He is all alone at the moment. Chosen the creep wave. There's very little mana to play with, so Moon gonna jump right in with the Yule Scepter, but he needs an angle for that arrow. Instead, they'll get the Blood right into the Rupture, and that should be more than enough. Palos, he's trying to fight back, but it's not going to be enough damage quite yet. Moon, able to find another kill on this Mirana. 5-0 so far on this mid Mirana, as our Fu now is going to be X'd up towards the south. Silence won't actually land, and with the Vendetta, he might just make it out. TTM, drop the sentry, but Arfu is running way too fast. The end should be just fine.
Yeah, it's a big pickoff for SMG, still slowing down Palos. They don't manage to lose anything as well to get some good information on the triangle, prevent any sort of farm from coming through. Our TP's coming down bot though, and they do catch KP once more.
A lot of damage with that armlet up on this Kunkka. Tidebringer hit, boat is going to come in and KP's gone. Mid one, he's around and he wants to help, but there's not much he can do at the moment. Apart from draining the mana of the heroes of Boom Esports down at the spot lane, but it's about all he can do at the moment.
And that should open up the bot lane push for SMG. A bit of a slower process, but with mid one showing around, with the defusal up, there shouldn't be any sort of defense coming out from Boom. That should allow them some more map space to farm and take control of that bot jungle if they want to, and still try to keep building this game up. Still a rather even game, all things considered. 9-8, 1k lead riding on SMG. That is mainly down to how far behind Palos is, as for the most part, Yopaj, Moon are within striking distance, and FBZ and KP are also kind of tied up, which is not good news for KP, as his Ag's timing stalled out because of it. But SMG, they've got control of that bot jungle. They've got a really safe spot for mid-1 to farm, and we haven't seen the full effect of Tim's Monkey King yet. It's not like game 1 a while ago where he was just out-leveling, out-farming FBZ. He's kind of taking the back seat here. So the emphasis is on that DP to get more laning space and farm up. Still a long way from hitting one major item on FBZ.
Arfu goes for an impel into the arrow onto FBZ, but unfortunately it was all a bait. They knew it was coming, and Arfu's going to drop. Yopaj able to pick up his 4th kill of the game now on the Kunkka. And they might start moving into this mid-tier 1 tower now. X out, Moon. Should be just fine. He has 3 leap charges and the Yule Scepter to boot. The problem is this defense is going to prove to be difficult with the exorcism out from FBZ. He will easily clear up that tier 1.
Big objective to take there for Boom. Opens up the top jungle and gives him more space to kind of dive into the Dire side. SMG, they haven't really been playing around their own jungle for the most part. They've been focused on bot, they've been focused on their triangle for the most part. So I don't think it's going to be a major hit to their economy. Mid one is clearing what he can while he can. He is saving up for the Manta style, not too far off. All he has the Yasha up, and still ahead of the PA by about 1.3k gold. So has to be careful though. Palos are very aggressively forward, but shouldn't be able to do anything, and they are limiting the space for Palos farm. He wants to play up here top. He's got the battle fear. He wants to clear these camps. Can't really with all the heroes here from SMG.
Definitely will have to back out of there. Still a less than 1k net worth lead to SMG, and we saw this in game 1 as well. They did have the favorable kind of net worth lead for most of the game. Up until you hit that later stage in mid 1. Very risky kind of play here. He's all by himself. He's going to try and back out with the TP. Do they have the damage though? Yeah, they do. CTM will give him the tip as well. On mid 1, absolutely no friends around to try and help him survive through that.
Yeah, you're not quite tanky yet in that PL. You don't have any strength items besides your power tread, so you get caught out when your illusions melt. It's really easy to melt you down with the damage output of Palos, and that's him without the Deso. He's halfway there, just one mithril hammer away, and the damage spike for our PA is going to hit into gear. So this is where we start to see the issue of PL versus PA. What do you do about that evasion? Especially since it's going to be maxed out by the next level. Once Blur is at level 4, 50% evasion. And if Palos is feeling flexible, experimenting, level 20 talent plus 35 for evasion. You miss out on basically around 70% evasion. because of the multiplicative nature of it. But a lot of damage from the PL disappears, a lot of damage from your Venge disappears, from your Mirana right clicks disappear, and BKB comes out, so the magic damage is gone as well. Something has to come out from SMG's itemization, either a Bloodthorn or a Silver Edge in one of these heroes to control Palace, because they've done a good job early on, but you're reaching the point slowly where that PA is going to be very hard to kill off.
Yeah. Mid one getting a little bit, I'd say lucky here, John. He gets a nice Brigand's Blade for himself, but no, actually throws it back in the neutral stash. This is one thing we talked about earlier. I couldn't quite believe the Brigand's Blade somehow got buffed to even more damage. And even now, mid one won't take it. He actually goes for the Quicksilver Amulet instead.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Like, some heroes just don't seem to like the damage. I suppose for him, it might be because the illusions don't use that effect, probably. So it doesn't really benefit the PL.
Another nice kill there. This time FBZ will take it top lane. And I do agree with you on that sentiment, John. I do think you are probably correct in that sense. But still a great neutral item now is
KP.
Bottom lane, boat's gonna fly in your Page, and Tim's able to set up another kill here. CTM sounding pretty confident now on this Weaver. He started with the voice lines, and I'll tell you what, they've got a 2k net worth lead. So they're looking very good here for the side of Boom Esports.
You look at the net worth here, Mike. Palos is now number 2. He was at like number 4 or number 5 a while ago, and he's all the way in number 2 now. He's managed to catch up with his Battle Fury. He's got the Deso up. And I raised the same question. What do you do about PA? Your magical burst, once the BKB is up, is not going to be enough, and you have no source of break. So that ridiculous evasion that's been buffed up, it's always going to be a major factor. And again, PL doesn't enjoy making MKBs.
It's kind of insane that Palos is actually second in net worth, and he might just overtake for the first place slot very soon as the Roshan is going to be focused down. SMG, they are not around to try and counter this out. They're too late to the party, and now the balance is there. They're at least going to pick off Rogi. They might even find a few more as Arfu. He'll be chased down. Rogi, he'll commit the buyback. Do they really want to fight this, though? KP's going to drop immediately. Crit down by Palos, and now they found mid one, but he's going to doppel away. He'll be fine for now. Moon leaping around the team fight, but which way are you going, sir? Tims has found him. The Mirana, that's his last leap charge. CTM's on the case with Palos. They want that mid Mirana down, and they're going to get it too. Moon's gone. Meanwhile, mid one, he'll try and go onto your Page. He'll find the Kunkka, but can they escape now? Well, they're going to keep trying to fight. FBZ's down. Palos, he'll man fight here against the PL. He needs those crits. He knows these crits, and he gets them. A rampage out for Palos. He'll clean up. He gets everything he could have asked for. He just crits them down.
You saw the evasion there, man? He wasn't getting hit. Palos, he's untouchable. He's the actual CTM. Can't touch him. They deal with it. 50%. They have no source of break. They have no Bloodthorn, no Silver Edge. Their magical damage is mainly on Mirana. And I guess Vendetta from the Nyx, but that's it. Once that's gone, Palos has a free game. He just jumps in. That's him without BKB. And that BKB is just gonna make it so hard to hold him down. And there is a point where it staggers off a bit. Again, if someone manages to build an MKB, perhaps Moon can go for a right-click Mirana MKB build. And then you can kind of handle that PA, or maybe just a Bloodthorn. Something to give some hits. And once you can negate that evasion, Palos loses his spike. But if Boom players place their cards right, if they play while they're really strong, they could just look to get as much off the map and start choking out SMG with a PA spike right now.
Mid one. Moving in again, looking for Tims, and the really annoying things about that support Monkey King, you're just constantly trying to find a free kill by taking down the tree, but hasn't been successful thus far.
Is under attack.
6k net worth advantage now for Boom Esports. Age is still up on Palos. And that's the thing, I'm saying he needs crits, but you always have that secondary life available anyway. Just kind of fine no matter what. Mid, KP and Moon hanging around. They are spotted by the creep wave. Tims is around. I think they've seen him. Wave of Terror out is going to give the vision, but he will Primal Spring away. And in the meantime, another Exorcism popped here by Boom Esports. And they're going to find this top tier 2 tower, no problem. SMG, they'll try to do the same, but the TPs are slowly coming in, but Yerpaj immediately gets scouted out. They'll still get an X off. Onto KP on that bench. KP, oh, that's a great illusion dodge up. The magic missile. KP's got no way out now. FBZ at least does end up dropping Moon. He's able to pick up 1 kill. Maybe they can keep this fight up. Palos now, he'll get jumped by mid one. He's out of mana. There's your Lancer jumping out into the arrow, and they've got the Aegis. They've got 1 life. Yerpaj, he'll keep charging forward. Who does he find? It's probably going to be Rogi. X off into the boat. Rogi won't mind dying for the rest of the team. And in the end, it will pan out to a 2-1.
Step lively now.
In fact, it's a 2-for-2 if you count the Aegis, but yeah, in reality, it is still a 2-for-1 in the favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I don't think Boom minds at all. Losing the Aegis there, it only had about a minute 20 left perhaps. So, about time to use it. They got a couple of good kills for it. Not the biggest kills. I think you definitely want to keep an eye for the PL and Mirana at this point. You want them gone. You want to feed off their net worth. They do manage to avoid the bigger losses on SMG's side. But Boom still have a big spike coming through. Fresh BKBs up on Palos. Has not used the charge. Can still look to force the fight. He is going for an SNY next. So the stat resist is going to be helpful. Did he cut down Tim's tree? He did.
I didn't quite say it myself. Just for the lols. Oh, KP gets crimped by the dagger. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the turnaround. Palos. No, he's got the BKB up. Arthur and KP, they just get chopped up by Palos. And he's still blinking around with the rupture. Just so confident here from our Phantom Assassin. Tim's going to move in. Primal spring out. Rogi's been scouted. Tim's, he'll just keep going. Rogi's gone. There is no chance of survival. Because maybe they can find FBZ, and they do. A nice swap out by KP. And with that Observer Ward, they'll have the vision to keep tabs on the rest of Boom Esports. As Yerpaj, he is dropping low on mana, but now the torrent is out mid one. Instantly loses half his HP to that Tidebringer. And to make matters worse, I just saw an Aghanim Scepter coming out for our Kunkka.
Yeah, it's that time. Torrent Storm coming in. Waterworks, the water park starts flying out. No BKBs yet on the side of SMG, so all of that control is going to be menacing for SMG to have to play into. And we're at the point where I didn't even realize it. KP on the offlane bench is still 14, CTM 17 on the Weaver. That's one of the level differences we're looking at, and that's just kind of ridiculous. Like, sure, the Venge can still do what it wants with the Ags, but that's just the story of the game. Even Tim's is at 16 on his Monkey King as well. So Boom have just really managed to work this map near perfection, and SMG, they're not out of it yet. As mentioned, they are working on Source of Break with mid one. He is trying to go for the silver red. That's still a ways off for the PL, and it's hard for the PL to sort of keep up farm. He can phantom rush around camps. There's not much camps left for him to take. So they have to wait for that spike if they want to really hammer in on Palos through the BKB. Outside of that, they have to rely on Moon. Arrow is key to get the damage off, and good Store Storms coming through with maybe even Vendetta. Just line up for that PA kill if it does come down to that.
Yerpaj looking to move in bot lane. Rogi, he'll be there to break the smoke. So at the very least, Rogi in the right position to break the smoke, but man, he disappears fast. And this is in stark contrast of, say, 20 minutes ago where Palos was level 4 against the level 8 Mirana. Still, mid Tims, he does get caught out. KP able to pick up a nice kill for the side of SMG. But now, the Idol's here. X-Torrent out. KP, he's going to avoid that as now the jump is in with all the illusions out, the mana and the HP, but the crits are out. Afu, he just gets shredded as they're on to mid one once again on that PL. Yule's out, and this PL, I don't know if you can actually survive this. There's too much control, there's too much damage, and there's just too many numbers. As CTM, he'll just keep the tips up. KP, he's not out of danger either. Big grenade out. Oh, it just brings you back to the MLG days, John. The grenade shots.
Can you imagine? I wish we'd see it. Someone getting a kill with a fake grenade use. Right?
Oh yeah.
Have them at like 100 HP, toss a fake grenade for the kill. I wish we'd see it. Outside of Batrider, of course, still a great fight for Boom. It was a bit awkward. They did lose Yopaj, so there's a big kill that went out for SMG, but it's even worse for them to lose mid one. Like, their win conditions keep being kept shut down. They still can't deal with Paulus when he pops that BKB. It is going down towards 6 seconds now. The spell immunity period isn't going to be as long, but he's still a force to be reckoned with. He just blows people up. 1 hit, 2 hits with a Phantom Strike in. And he's got the full SNY up, so he's got stat resist on hand. Even if you do land your combinations, he's got a window where you can just bounce back in, be safe, run around, do the damage once more. And they're also going to hit the spike with CTM, Mike. You know, eventually, that Weaver Ags will come out. So even if Palos puts himself in a very compromised situation, you can just time-lapse him back. It's all good.
Well, tell me what SMG need to do, though, John. Like, what do we need to see from SMG to have a comeback started for this side?
They're doing the right thing by building up this Silver Edge on mid one. They definitely need that on the PL. He will need stats afterwards, so I think you have to be either Scotty or Bart afterwards. But once you hit Silver Edge, you can at least handle assassin. Although
Boundless Strike right into the blender that is Palos right now, and he's gonna get a double. It's the one thing, if you get stunned right next to each other, you just get chopped up immediately by the knives of the Phantom Assassin. And now they're going to that mid-tier 2 tower, and this will be no problem. Absolutely no issue for Boom Esports.
And they just melt objectives right now because they did go for the armor corruption talent on Palos, so it's like -9 armor. It's a lot. It doesn't take too long for the buildings to melt. SMG are using that space well. They're playing bot. And back to your point, Mike, back to your question. What do they need to do? Silver Edge on PL is one. Moon is going for an E-Blade, and that should help. At least if someone gets jumped, you can turn them into Ghost form, or you could try to turn the PA into a Ghost as well. Perhaps additional sources of disarm would also help. Say a Heaven's Halberd on KP might do the trick, or a Heaven's Halberd on Raji if anyone can farm it. And just having more ways to prevent Palos from getting hits off can kind of turn the tide. So we'll see if they do manage to go the route of a couple of Halberds coming through. They do have that E-Blade up, so that's one sort of disarm on hand at the least. And that can help, especially since BKBs are fading. You just have to time their fight around forcing Palos to BKB first, avoiding and re-engaging afterwards.
3 seconds for the Roshan. Palos, very patient. He's going to be there to scout this one out. Once first dibs, there's going to be an immediate smoke though from SMG. They've timed this very well. Yopaj going to be around to break the smoke. Moonlight Shadow there. They run right past the Conker, but Palos, he's ready. He pops the BKB onto Rogi. The boat flies in right into the back of Rogi on that Bloodseeker, and now KB. He's got no way out. They'll just burst him down, no problem whatsoever, as now Hafu, he was trying to help, but he'll have to back himself out now, as there is no helping. At mid one and Moon, no choice but to get themselves out as well. They'll still posture aggressively, but what can you do? It's a 3v5. You've got to wait for the respawns, and Roshan's going to get started once again. Arrow is off the mark.
You have that Silver Edge. That's a Silver Edge reveal on mid one, but he doesn't manage to really get the jump on Palos. Fight is a bit too split out. Is the Roche going their way? They've got the Silver Edges up, the Ag short as well. So there's a lot of damage output now that can fly through across all the heroes. They've got the second life on Palos. They've got a big window to go for the high ground, and that should be what they gun for. Like, there's not much else to play for. Bot tier 2 still stands.
But where is the shot?
It did go to Yopaj, I believe. So he's got Mornstorm and the Tidal Wave. Lots of repositioning spells and lots of utility on that Kunkka.
Start out, Palos. Just fine. Of course, it's very hard to push into this PL shards. That's the one thing. SMG, they have some decent high ground. In fact, they found FBZ with that arrow out. They're trying to blow him up. KP swaps back Moon. Back into the base is a nice Impale Arfu. Gonna lock down so many heroes, but they can still lose KP. Palos, he'll be ruptured up. They want to hold down that PA through the secondary line. There's Tim's. Wukong's command was there. Palos, though, he's been arrowed. Great swap out from KP again. And now maybe they could move in for this fight. Because they will go right after CTM on that Weaver. They'll get another kill into the Conquer. They even found Yopaj. Great defense here from SMG. And that'll be a great amount of XP and gold going back the way of the Dire.
And it's all down to the fact that they've got that source of break on mid one. So they have a way of jumping onto the PA, ignoring her evasion, getting the physical burst off, using their magic spells, and getting the control off. Boom has to be really cautious with a PA going forward. It's a major glass cannon. Still doesn't have a source of lifesteal, no Satanic up, no casual Morbid Mask as well. The Ags are being prioritized first by Palos, and that's going to delay his own lifesteal. So in a prolonged fight, the PA can't actually hold up too long. If it can't survive by evasion, it's going to need lifesteal. And SMG is using this window quite well. And you've seen SMG do this. And the last time they played against Boom, just small misplays by Boom ends up blowing the game towards SMG. They drag that lead back down towards 5k. They find the top tier 1. They're applying pressure on the tier 2 top as well with mid 1. Just keeping all the lanes shoved in. Boom, you have to reconsider their approach. I think they need to start these fights now with either the Monkey King or the Kunkka and have the PA just come in as cleanup because the BKBs are way too low now to just take a prolonged fight in PA.
SMG now feeling confident in this game too to be able to push this game back their way. Posturing very aggressively, trying to take over the map. Boom Esports. Well, they are grouped up. They're going to go for a 5-man smoke. Who do they run into? It's going to be right onto KP Tims. He's there with the BKB in time. Onto Arthur as well. Silence him up. KP's already lost his first life. But mid one, he's going to go right onto FBZ. Onto that death prop of a Palos. He's going to be there to help. Mid one needs to run ASAP. He's trying. Impel Arthur. He may have saved the day, but not quite. BKB's there in time. They'll keep trying to fight this one out. Arthur, he's trying to run, but it looks like he's not making it. The Torrent Storm will catch him. It's Yopaj now. They may need to make their own escape. Mid one. He's looking to come back in, re-engage, try to get a good team fight, but the Torrent Storm is there, or rather just the Torrent. Yopaj, he'll keep trying to fight for mid one. He does clean up here, but Palos, he's back in now. Sun is there, mid one trying to run. Dagger, gonna get a connect, and they get him. Palos, they'll try to back. In fact, never mind, he's back in. Moon and Rogi, they'll keep posturing. CTM, he'll tank the arrow. Ethereal, no, it's not enough. CTM will get the time lapse off in time as Moon now will be chased down by our Weaver. Spirit Vessel out, Dagger in, Yule Scepter. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. They find another.
Oh god, it looked pretty bad at first. Rogi
my life easier.
Well, CTM, he might go down here, and he does. Just walks a tile too far, tips her out immediately. Palos at least will go back for the gem.
Yeah, they don't lose the gem. Consolation prize for Boom. They do make that fight work in their favor in the end. They're forced to buy back out from Rogi. They get basically a 4-for-4 trade, but it's actually more like a 4-for-5 trade. So it does feel better there for the side of Boom. The big issue there was they jump in. Mid one couldn't keep the breakup on the PA, and they actually play it super well on Boom's side. They hold back Palos' jump in. They start with Yopaj first, and they manage to start cleaning up around that PA. While the focus is elsewhere, the PA can get the damage in, start doing the work, and the Satanic is being built up now. So we're not too far off from the Satanic. The Ags is major as well. Just getting the refresh on the Blur, having that Dispel on Blur is just really strong and keeping up that frontline action for Palos. And now they have the Ags on CTM. When he respawns, he's got that time lapse for his allies on 20 seconds of a cooldown. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. If you were having trouble catching out Palos, if you were having trouble cleaning up Yopaj, with time lapse up for his allies, again, the durability of both time lapse on heroes, it's going to be a lot that SMG has to coordinate to overcome that defensive utility on Boom's side.
SMG still in this game. Win probability right now sitting at 53% the way of Boom Esports. A very close game number 2 of this best of 5. Moonlight Shadow going to be popped. SMG. This is when they feel very strong as they move in, and that's a great spike. Carapace Arfu. He set up a great team fight already. Yopaj, he'll be jumped immediately, but no, he will survive through it. And now the counter initiation onto KP. They will find the Venge. Arfu, he's going to move back in, but the BKB's around. He can't get a nice impale off. He's just gone. I think you might need to retreat now. They committed the buyback on KP, but it's not going to be good enough. Mid 1 trying to run. Nice arrow out onto Palos, but he is safe in the back. Boom Esports. They'll go for the safer play and they'll retreat. That's another successful team fight. They do force the buyback there of KP.
Yeah, it's a big win. It looked good at first, but I've been saying it for a while there, Mike. You know, what do you do about the time-lapse Weaver? You can drop Yopaj as low as you want. You can drop any of these heroes low. They don't have quite the burst that eat through 3.4k of HP in a snap. And CTM's always going to have that value with the time-lapse. And they don't have very long cooldowns outside Exorcism to wait for. So boom, they're just going to smoke, re-engage. If they find the dieback in KP, that's going to open up a lot of possibilities here.
What are they going to find though? Top lane, nobody's around from SMG. They're all hanging around the bottom side of the map. Roshan's up in 20, so you'd love a pick-off right now for either team. Nice DD rune down at the bot rune spot, of course, as is tradition. Gonna have it right before that Roshan time is there. See who does spot it out, but it should be SMG that have first dibs on that DD rune. Definitely could be the fight deciding rune here. Nobody's spotted it yet. Arfu's trying to scout something out of the high ground. KP's now going to move in, and it's a fast Roshan timer, by the way, John.
Yep. Super quick. Double damage. Moon. Well, they find it first, so they could try, but I don't think that's going to lead to a Roche. They could take a clean fight, though. Just have to be a bit careful.
He'll take the bottle. Get the DD rune, does have the Eye of Skadi up. Could be a great team fight here for SMG. Who do they target first? Palos, he'll get a reset back at the fountain. Yopaj, he'll take the illusion rune for himself. KP gonna move in, but only sees the Kunkka this far. Now daggers out. Rogi, he'll be targeted, but Palos, he'll back off for a bit. In fact, never mind, they got the X back. That'll be a Bloodseeker gone. And KP, he'll be focused down as well. A secondary kill already for the side of Boom Esports, and there's no buybacks on either hero going down.
Step lively now.
And that should be a free Roshan, the way of Boom.
And that was so strange from SMG. Raji was on the run from the PA. KP swapped him back in and just placed himself in danger of the PA killing him off. Just awkward streak Arfu.
Arfu's in, but Palos, he picks up the Aegis. Arfu, he got stunned midway. Mid 1, he's going to try and force the fight with the DD rune, but he's already so damn low, and now the chase is on. Can they get a stun off? Not quite. He's gone invis. However, Moon has been left behind, but no, mid 1, he's going to come and re-engage once again into this team fight onto FBZ, but the damage output is way too high. He needs to back off once again. Dagger's there. Palos will blink strike in. Mid 1 trying to run. Palos trying to get some cleave damage off the dagger. Still not going to land with the doppel. It's not going to be enough, or maybe it is. Palos is unable to keep the chase up. So much pressure. Mid 1 playing on the edge, trying to get as much as he can for his team. They do at least pick off CTM and save Moon's life.
And they're stalling out really well here on SMG's side. Like, what was a 108 seconds with no buyback for KP, down to like a 20-second respawn. So they'll have their full force back up relatively soon. That means Moon's not going to have the numbers advantage going for the high ground play, going for the next team fight. They still have a big window where they could just look for KP once more and kill him off with no buyback. That's still going to open up a massive amount in the map. But it's going to be a bit more work they have to put in. You are seeing that the PL is a bit sneakier now. The stats are keeping mid 1 alive. He's going into the heart next. So he's definitely just padding out the HP, trying to drag these fights to go as long as possible, because in a war of attrition, the PL is king. and he just wins out. The illusions keep coming out, they keep burning your mana, you run out of spells to use, you just run them down and keep trying to reset mid-fight. And that is something Boom will have to watch out for. I think if they can, they need to prioritize trying to catch out mid-1. You take care of that PL, a lot of your problems for Boom disappears. At the same time, if SMG managed to have mid-1 playing on edge like that, he can actually clean up the PA at this point.
Mid lane again, we've seen this before. Both teams grouping up. Both want to have a go at each other once again. Well, there's even Dagons flying out now from Moon. I mean, why the hell not? You've got the arcane blink, so just kind of abuse it with the Dagon. Of course, with the shotgun, so much amp as Arthur, nice impale out, he's caught too. CTM immediately blown up. Tims, he will try to trade with the life of KB, but KB, no, he's been X back. Shotgun is there to try and help him out, but it's going to be no good. He'll die once. Can they keep this fight going? The illusion's flying in. Torrent Storm is there, and now Arthur has been caught out right from underneath the earth. He will be dragged back out by the torrents, and eventually does die. Dual Scepter out, Moon. Silence is there. It won't be enough, however. Mid-1. He's going to try and man-fight Palos. They'll try against the PA. But Palos, he's a tanky boy himself with auto evasion. He'll happily fight. As Arthur maybe caught a second time. But no, it's going to be FBZ. He'll get Dagon down by Moon. Arrow's there. They've locked down Palos. He's out of mana and could be in massive, massive danger. But he's got that Aegis up. Tims, he'll hang around on that Monkey King and try to help. But do they actually have enough damage to do with Palos here? With the silver edge they just made, as Palos, he's dropping quite fast now. He'll try to crit his way back up, but eventually the Aegis is going to go down. Arrow gonna fly in at the perfect time as mid-1. He'll go back in, but Palos, he'll survive through it. Back with the lifesteal. He pops the Satanic. Back up to full HP. Mid-1 still around. Invis is there, but FBZ now. He's rejoined the team fight. Mid-1 needs to run ASAP. The dust is there, the shivers. It won't connect, but it won't matter. The Torrent Storm into the boat, but no, the Doppel. Mid-1, he's still running, but can he do it? It doesn't seem like it. He's almost there to the next Doppelganger, but no, it's not quite enough. Oh, he tried so hard. He got so far, but John, in the end, it doesn't even matter. It just doesn't. As a boundless strike is out. Moon's been caught. And eventually, he'll go down. There's an immediate smoke is there from Boom Esports. They might try to force buybacks on the high ground.
Your admiral is on board.
Yeah, they had to work double time to get those kills. And SMG are showing them that it's not going to be as simple. In a very long drawn-out fight, mid-1 has a lot to offer on that PL. He's actually switching his items out. He's not going for Satanic. He realizes the downtime period, waiting for the Silver Edge to go off cooldown to get another break, it's too long. So he's trying to go for the MKB. The illusions do pick up the True Strike, or the increased hit chance, but they don't get the bonus damage. So the illusions don't benefit that much. At least you'll get constant hits on Palos. We'll see if it will benefit him if he can reach that mark. Buyback will be forced that will.
Oh, nice Rupture Swamp. Palos, he just gets destroyed. They just zap him to death, and now CTM's gone. BKB TP's out. And then I suppose that's the one high ground player you can rely on, even without mid-1 being alive, is that swap Rupture into the shotgun Dagon.
Yeah, it just it's always scaling damage because of how Rupture works, right? So it's pure damage. The movement out will always lead to the same amount of HP being lost. And Palos has to respect that. Does get caught off guard, punished for it. High ground holds for SMG, and the MKB is bought out by mid-1.
Well,
so PL MKB, not something you see too often up against the PA. They just need to constantly hit Palos. They understand that because they're seeing the shortcomings of the PA. The fights are taking longer. The BKB doesn't last long enough, and he can get kited around. I think SUV is starting to build up against the PA, and perhaps it's Boom losing out on their timing. This game's starting to drag on. We're hitting the 50-minute mark soon, and SMG, they have a lot of room to grow still. Like the Mirana can still itemize for right-click down the line, is saving up for the Wind Waker, so that Cyclone save is going to be a massive nuisance for Boom in the middle of these fights. And they just got to watch themselves as the Dagons also start piling up. With that Arcane Blink, like that lower cooldown Dagon's actually pretty ridiculous.
So, level 5 Dagon up now. Very, very scary stuff here from Moon. Just so much burst potential. And that BKB just means everything here for Palos. Well, the Satanic does also help with that Dispel, but kind of hard to time that right. So there's actually another DD rune at the top rune spot. SMG unluckily have not scattered it out. And the Courier's barely going to miss out on giving the vision over. And now, boom, they're going to smoke up again. 5-man smoke.
Step lively now.
However, Moon has now seen the DD. He'll take it himself. There's not enough time to save it for mid one. Jump in, who have they got? It's going to be Palos immediately onto the bench. Torrent is going to be nice as well, right into the boat onto two, but no, they avoid it immediately. KP, he is still alive on the bench, but eventually will drop here to FBZ. Still has the remnant to play with. Can they find more? The wraparound SMG. Gonna go the long way, trying to surprise Zarfu's in. He's got FBZ with the stun. Follow-up stun out as well with the Lances. They've got enough. They'll take care of the Death Prophet. No buyback on FBZ is now. It's on the Tims. They might have the Monkey, but no, the time lapse is gonna save the life of the Monkey King has now moved. He's stuck in the Torrent Storm. He'll leap out, but the X is there from your punch. Hold him down, take him out, but no, the Impale Arfu. He's back to help out. There's your Dagon Ethereal Blade mid one. He's dropping very low on the PO. He might need to escape as Palos. He'll have the damage. The buybacks are there though. They want to keep this fight going, but the side of Boom have already backed out, or have they? Dagon is there by Tims, rather on two Tims. Gem taken by Arfu. There are two heroes down with that buyback. It's a 3v5 scenario for SMG, but John, they get unlucky. It's a long Roshan timer.
It's unfortunate for SMG, a big blessing in disguise for Boom. So they're going to have some time to retake the fight, regroup, take control of their lanes, and just rebalance it out while waiting for the next rush. SMG should still be able to find the top tier 2. And that means they've taken out all the outer towers of Boom. No, not much room for them to play outside of their base now. Not much control left for Boom on map, and SMG is going to be able to abuse that, keep all the lanes shoved in, slowly but surely build up into that next Roach timer. And we are seeing just how strong their lineup can be. The staggered use of their spells, the magic damage on a PA who doesn't have the highest strength, and has a very short BKB duration now, although...
Palos onto KP, just rips through him. And the crit almost killed off Arthur in the back. It's a hard high ground, even with just 3 heroes alive. With the X back on Palos, he can just blink strike in and freely hit the creeps. And they just can't even get through that tier 3 tower.
It's near impossible. Just because of that safe play they can do with the X. So the respawns are back up. FBC is here. Tim's about half a minute. Roshan in about 40 seconds. Moon has been very patient in the Roche Pit. Just constantly watching it. But it hasn't come out yet. We should be able to get the next fight there, but KP's not going to be up for a minute 20. No buyback, so you're going to have the numbers advantage on Boom.
Palos is alone right now. Eventually his team's going to make it. They do swap Rupture, but it's already too late. Palos, he got the BKB off in time, and now it's on to KP. They want that Remnant gone, and that'll truly mean KP's out of the team fight. For the next minute, it's a 4v5 scenario. And Roshan's up in 10 seconds. The SMG just couldn't get any more unlucky.
No, just not catching a break. Side of Boom, though, aren't as patient in the pit. They do miss out on Roche respawn, and SMG spots it first. So, Boom on the back foot. They could just maybe randomly swarm in, maybe get a check. Pings are coming true. They've got the wards on SMG to watch that Roshan. Neither side budging. Boom, this could be a big opportunity, but they're kind of inching closer towards KP's respawn, and that could lead to a much more even fight for SMG breaking out here.
KP will certainly be back in time. Keep in mind,
Butterfly on mid 1. He's got the evasion up, so the output of Palos now is counteracted. PA doesn't like dealing with evasion as well. That could be dicey. Like if Palos isn't ready, just the 30% chance to evade is enough to slow down the PA's damage output.
No, absolutely. I mean, for mid one, you've still got to be careful about the cleave damage as well, because that doesn't really care about evasion, but Oh, Palos, he's going to break the smoke there on Roger immediately. Rupture, they've got the PA, that's the target they want. Swap out immediately, but they can't blow him up yet. The BKB's going to save the Satanic. Heals him back up. Dagon's out. They got CTM. There's no buyback on him, but they've also found two on the side of SMG. As now they'll get rid of the KP Remnant.
Step lively now.
Arfu will buy back. So it's going to be a 4v4 scenario. Zmern, he'll keep chipping away at Tim's. You're still going to be very wary. Palos, he's hitting so hard on this Phantom Assassin. Even with the extra damage from that Nullifier. And now that fourth Roshan of the game is going to be so valuable as Rogi will get jumped. Nullifier out. It's not going to be enough. Impels there from Arfu as they try to blow up this PA again, but Palos is still healthy enough to survive as he has the Dagon or other Satanic, but he needs someone to hit. Meanwhile, mid one. What?
Normally.
He went in by himself. He's got no buyback.
That's a scary spot here for SMG. That Roshan is going to make or break the move. Palos right outside of range of the arrow, blindly true. They're going to be able to reset, come in for Roche. 100 seconds with no PL. And this is Roche number 4, or number 5. Cheese, refresh, Ag's blessing, everything you could ask for. SMG, this could be the beginning of the high ground siege for Boom, and it's going to be a hard defense without that PL. All their eggs are in that one basket.
I think the Ags went to Tim's, so he's essentially just another core now in his own way. I think those statues can be very impactful. Refresher shard, who'd that go to?
Yopan, of course. Okay. Double Ghost Ship, double Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave even. The impact also.
Ghost Ship fleet, by the way, John. So many boats.
Should be like 2 refreshes if refresh will disbound. Oh, swap.
Nice Rupture swap. Arrow there as well with the Dagon out. They'll get rid of one in the form of Tim's, but now KP. He's going out again. The Ghost Scepter not going to help too much as now the Tidal Wave. It'll drag back Arfu as well as KP. They might get a 2-for-1 deal here as Boom Esports definitely finding some great pickoffs on the high ground of SMG. And they're going to abuse the timing of mid one being down as they'll go for the T4 towers now. And they might be able to pull this one off. Palos, he's got so much damage. 20 seconds without the PL. Can they do it in time? Halberd out, Dagon there from Moon, but it's not doing enough. The damage, it's just not there. 10 more seconds. But that Ancient, it's going to fall very quickly here to Boom Esports as they're onto it now. 5 seconds left, Moon. He'll jump in. Mid one, he's just about to respawn, but the Ancient is just completely surrounded and they'll take game 2. A 2-0 lead now for Boom Esports in this best of...
Glyph is now active. Earth's bounty.
I'll take your tribute.
Just what I was waiting for.
Radiant glyph is now active.
Tranquilly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Unbelievable! Radiant scan, eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
This will hasten my footfalls.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is in danger. There is a middle tower.
Just what I was waiting for.
Killing spree! Unbelievable! To the middle tower.
We weren't finished!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You were placed on my path for this reason.
Dire's bottom tower is
The wisdom of eternity guides my blade.
Dire's top tower is in danger.
Come from a race of insects, easily swatted.
The Dire scan. On the hunt for radiant forces. Dire should look to their middle tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. fallen.
The meaning you ascribe to this is false.
Should look to their bottom tower. Structures are fortified. Radiant should look to their top tower. Infusion. Radiant's bottom tower is under
My
attack.
path leads to riches.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
The hidden path reveals your demise.
I'll take your tribute.
Is in danger. Mega kills! Bottom tower is under attack. Double kill! There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Radiant team ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's rather unfortunate. Can't figure out what's going wrong, but it's one of the things, the magic of Filipino internet. We don't know what's going wrong. Like, teams would attest to that first game. We had more than 10 minutes of pause coming through, so, you know, it does happen. Still, first two games going away, boom. They play amazingly well. Lots of back and forth. SMG were putting up a good fight, but they're one game away of losing their chance at being champs here, and boom is one game away of being those champs of BTS Pro Series 8. Of course, in BTS Pro Series 7, Mike, I have to point out, we did get a reverse sweep from GXR up against Fnatic. Fnatic won the first two games. They got sweeped by GXR afterwards. We'll see if SMG can repeat that channeled some of that spirit GXR had in the last Pro Series, but boom, looked amazing. You have the draft on hand. Oh boy, it's a spicy one already, Mike. Enchantress Snapfire for boom. And that Snapfire, last time we saw it, was the mid-snap, a callback to 2020, which doesn't feel too far ago, but it was a year back. That mid-snap, Yopaj made it work. He did itemize for Travel's Blink Yules, and then just work towards, like, the Daedalus, get his talents up, became a beast. We'll see if they go that route. Tim's is also a very mean Snapfire player. SMG for their part, Monkey King Bloodseeker, stable sort of combination. That should be the Monkey King support, but it could be mid one Monkey King safe lane. He loves that here as well. So some flexibility on hand. And the Bloodseeker, of course, we've seen Raji play it for basically every game. They could give it to KP as well. It's fairly open, kind of opening here for SMG, so not quite hammered in where they want to take any of these heroes yet. For SMG, I feel like they prefer it on mid one. Like they have had a lot of success with mid one playing a very aggressive Monkey King pause one, but they have not really done that recently on support. It has felt a lot more impactful. So we'll see if they do manage to get that going. Of course, what I do know here, Mike, is that we are sponsored by N1Bet. Thank you to our sponsor, N1Bet. Deposit with digital wallets and crypto and bet on the Pro Series 8 matches this last set of matches with N1Bet. Enter the code BTSDota on bts.gg/N1Bet and get an exclusive bonus without any wagers. Thanks to them for sponsoring the tournament. Get in on the action if you want. I know that more than I know about the likelihood of SMG taking the safe lane or support. So there you go, Mike.
Shadow Demon.
My camera's blurred for some reason. There we go, it refocused, so I have no clue. You know, I'm gonna switch off this effect and let's see if that fixes this stuttering issue. You will see my anime profile picture for a bit. There you go. So, wow, that looked terrible, but hopefully it works out, because at least it will feed. We'll see. As the Batrider does come true here for Boom now as well. So, flexibility. This could be FBZ's hero. Like, we have seen FBZ take that in the past. We just haven't seen it recently because it's been mainly mid heroes. It's still flex Yopaj, whether or not you want Snap or say a Bad Rudder is fairly open. Of course, it depends on what you want. I think SMG has a good answer with Shadow Demon. They've got Disruption to save already. It's not as difficult for them to kind of deal with the lasso. They have some way of breaking it off, and that can complicate things just a bit here for Boom in terms of getting that initiation lasso. Yeah, it's a good look with a retro shirt. You know, I'm rocking it. I'll see if I can fix that up. Don't worry, I will work my magic in the background. Buzz off, Mike. Buzz off. They could... Huh. For KP, probably the Bloodseeker. I think we've seen him take that on the off lane a little bit more. So Bloodseeker off, maybe to pause one Monkey King for mid one. Shadow Demon Abaddon supports. I say that, but we've also seen KP actually play the Abaddon beforehand as well. It's such a wide pool of heroes. It's really hard to hammer in until we see the last pick. But I think I would prefer the Bloodseeker offlane. I think there's more you can do with, say, a Bloodseeker Shadow Demon duo. There, Disruption to Bloodright. It's a really easy combination to do. You can harass out Palos, apply that pressure, keep going from there. Abaddon Monkey King as a dual lane is pretty strong as well. And once you have a couple of levels up on the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield and Curse of Avernus, you can just run down, slow them up, Monkey King runs up, get some Jingu stacks going. You can try to kill off the offlane as well. So lots of aggressive lanes coming out from SMG, and that should help them find a really strong grip in this match compared to their earlier starts in the first two games. This is shaping up to be a lot better. Yeah, it looks terrible. I just turn off the effects. It never does this, but it looks terrible. That's fair. That's fair. You know. Fair enough, Mike. Fair enough. I'm surprised. Oh, okay. They bring out the PL themselves. They bring out the illusions themselves. SMG, they've got Monkey King to maybe deal with that. That's really it. Bloodseeker with Bloodright, I suppose. It's not amazing, but you could try to lock in the PL that way. I wonder how SMG close out. So it looks like we're lacking our Moon Hero. They could try for the Kunkka themselves. No, they go back to Mirana. So they bring back Mirana. They've got Mirana Disruption Arrow combination there. I don't know if they can handle the PL. Like, last time Boom had Kunkka, they had a PA with Battle Fear, which PL didn't enjoy. There's nothing in particular the PL doesn't like here. Maybe Monkey King and Wukong's would be annoying. Not a major issue. I guess Mirana does have good magic damage. You could go for a Maelstrom build. And that's about it. So, SMG has to play really fast. I think they have to play with that Arrow Disruption setup and start running and gunning quick. Because we are having the Yopaj Snapfire, and it is going to be FBZ and a Battery. So that special is there. Let's see if he can pull off the same moves he had yesterday up against a Mirana this time for Moon. Of course, for Moon, having experienced that yesterday, I think he should be aware of what Yopaj tries to do, so he should be more prepared to kind of have to deal with that this time around. Oh, I'd say Boom. I think Boom's lineup is really good for the Phantom Lancer. It has a lot of room to just do what it wants. SMG isn't really set up to punish Phantom Lancer at all here. Maybe if you can isolate it and get a Rupture off, that could be one way, but there's a lot of weaving in and out Palos can do. They've got the control coming through with a Bat Rider, at least single target control. Tim's on Nyx is their main AoE control, but that kind of balances out, because for SMG, it's also just Boundless Strike, Disruption Arrow, and Bloodright. That's their control. That's it. Not the most reliable as well. I think Boom's just going to be able to get pilots to the point where you can't handle the PL this time, because you only really have a Murano who can go for Maelstrom, maybe a Monkey King who can go for Maelstrom as well, or a Bloodseeker who can go for Maelstrom. And that's your only answer to PL, just Maelstrom, and I don't know if that's enough. Okay.
Not only is it terrible quality now, but it's still that's all right. The camera now, you can go back to relaxing and not. It's fine.
It's probably the internet. It's probably the internet at that point. I'm not sure what's up.
It's all right, John. Don't let it get to you. It's fine.
Yeah.
Must be hard to be that handsome and not be able to show it off.
You wish. Still into the game. Fortunately, no pauses this time, so whatever internet issues we have been experiencing from Boom's end has been sorted. There is a bit of an early smoke from SMG though, Mike, so kind of wanting to use their level 1 spike. They do have pretty good presence early on, especially if they can land an arrow on Moon. They get double wards on mid. Cliff ward and ramp ward. I don't know about that. That's a lot of investment on mid.
It certainly is. We'll have to keep an eye out, see what the idea of that is. Obviously, it's not for the power runes. I guess you could spot the rotations, but you could have gone with the high ground ward there and still been able to achieve that. Maybe they're assuming your Page is going to farm that jungle side. I guess stacks can be made for FBZ on the Batrider in that jungle, so perhaps you could just steal them away if you do spot it happening. There's definitely some kind of plan here. I don't think SMG's done that on accident. They've definitely done that for a reason. I'm sure we'll find out as time goes on exactly what the reason is.
I think it's likely that they just want to maintain control of the jungle, prevent stacks being built up, put the Snapfire and the Batrider clear out there, so they can just roam around better, maybe line up for arrows, kind of also preempt the movements that Boom might want, and then also clear a better path for Afu to maybe play with that disruption setup onto the Murano. Of course, we will see lanes break out first. Raji is heading down bot to help out a mid one on his Monkey King. They are up against Hims and FBZ on Batrider and Nyx, and it's a tough Batrider game for FBZ in general. I mean, you've got disruption, you've got Aphotic Shield to kind of save, so there's a lot of save from the Batrider here, and down the line I'm not sure how well FBZ can use the lasso, but in lane it still kind of holds up. Mid one is still a melee hero despite his slightly added range, and that is something FBZ can abuse. Raji's doing a good job though, just pulling the creep wave behind, trying to give mid one as much free farm as he can by just equalizing the lane.
Yeah, Tims will do the same thing though, and they might meet up in this jungle, but no, FBZ not going to allow that, as Raji now still trying to make them clash, and eventually it'll be in the river. So forget the pot lane, it's now the bottom side of the river that we're playing in, as FBZ's trying to back away from Raji, who just keeps charging forward, and that should buy enough time for mid one. Now to secure his CS just fine here. We'll have a look at the other lanes while we still have a chance as well. Of course, mid lane, you're Page on that mid Snapfire against Moon on that Mirana. Now, unlike yesterday, I'd say on the Mirana you should have a much better time if you are Moon. Today on the Storm, he had a very rough time. But at least with the Mirana, you have those early charges of leap that should come out at the level 3, level 4 mark. And that will usually mean you can evade that cookie set up from your Page. So I say that, there's one right now into the Scatter Blast. But of course, he just leveled up the leap.
Yep, and that's something we've seen Yopaj do before in the snap, so I think Moon, what we tend to see from him on his Mirana is that he runs up close, uses the leap offensively to line up for Star Storm, and just try to be aggressive that way. I think Yopaj is in a position where he can punish that, so Moon's not going to be as aggressive in this lane. Yopaj is going to be the one trying to fly pressure with his big nuke and Scatter Blast. That should lead to a more equalized laning phase where both heroes will just focus as much as possible on CS, but Yopaj will be the one lining up for the cookie stuns. Easier for him to do that compared to Moon trying to land a bit of an arrow. He's probably just going to be using that arrow for a few creeps, ensuring the CS. We will see if Afu can rotate. I think if you can have a disruption setup, it should be fairly easy to find that Snapfire kill if you want it.
Rogi's still just chasing out Tim's down to that bot lane, not allowing these stacks to happen. So really making sure FBZ is not going to be able to access those stacks. They're not even going to be there, though Tim's does actually still stack it up. That's Impel out onto Rogi.
For Radiant's middle tower.
Actually takes the bounty rune as well, so a lot of value here on this Nyx Assassin. And of course, the last lane we haven't managed to talk about yet is the top lane, where you'll see CTM and Palos against KP and Arfu. Of course, you mentioned this in the draft, but KP has played a hell of a lot of Bloodseeker, and is pretty darn good with the hero. This time around, not giving it over to Rogi. Because against Palos and CTM, do you think one team has the advantage over the other?
Not necessarily. I think there's some aggression you can play with here on the side of SMG, particularly Disruption to Bloodright, along with a few stacks of the Shadow Poison. You can definitely try to rip into Palos, and Palos has to measure himself out a bit more. There is healing coming through from CTM with Nature's Attendants. He's got the enchant, but he doesn't really have a large camp to kind of play with. Afu's just using his body to block the camp. He's also just preventing that early presence from Ench. So they're mitigating the presence of CTM. They're making it a bit tough for Palos to find his farm. And Palos is lagging behind KP. So not the best of news there for Boom. As SMG are off to a pretty good start in lane. No kills yet, but slight advantage in farm. They're controlling the lanes a lot better, and they should be able to hit their power spikes a bit quicker.
CTM, get that early Centaur out, trying to apply the pressure onto KP. Don't bother even throwing out the stunners. Arfu, he actually gets the kill. Didn't realize that's how many Shadow Poison stacks were there onto Palos, but apparently there was quite a lot, and in the end they secure first blood on this Shadow Demon.
Pretty big kill to get. That was around 560 damage magical. So it just burned right through Palos. Managed to get that kill, slow down that tough lane for the PL already. And this could be an issue for Boom, because we talked about this the last time we saw the Phantom Lancer. It doesn't flash farm well. I think for the most part, at the least, you're facing off against a Monkey King.
Mid lane, John Moon. Quick TP up. Oh, he's just barely going to make it. I don't think that last glob connected, as the TP was there in time, and Moon, quick thinking, does get himself out of it.
Yeah, it is giving Yopaj a little bit more space mid, but you don't give the kill. So Yopaj isn't going to be snowballing as hard. Still, he's got a lane under his complete control. He's ahead in CS. He's got the level advantage as well, and that should lead him to be able to hold his own here, as we do have the pause. Yopaj this time with the internet connection issues. I remember reading again that he was looking for a new network provider.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that has helped.
Did he get one?
It has. I think he did. I think he switched over to the same one Gabby's using. Not gonna name drop, because I don't want to, you know, sponsor them without getting my own share. Yopaj doesn't get to have all the fun, but yeah, he switched to the same network that Gabby's using, and Gabby wasn't very happy, so...
Well,
it is what it is.
What do you do? Yeah, I know the feeling. It's all the people out there in the Philippines suffering with the crappy internet. Don't worry. About 10 years ago, that was us in Australia. Not so much anymore, but you know, we know how it feels.
Yeah, it happens. At least you only have to worry about the spiders now, Mike. Still, you know, SMG off to an early start. First blood on their hands. Less than 1k lead. Boom playing a slower game. I think they're playing a much more measured game. They just want to hit these spikes, want to hit the leveled spikes first. Really force the issue out all too early on.
Nice little gank there, though, from FBZ onto FBZ from Rogi, and mid one is Moon. Mid lane, he's been caught out. So you lose FBZ down bot, but in the meantime, Moon ends up dropping, and Rogi, he was too busy down bot to help out Moon in the mid. Does eventually TP, but might just have to run all the way back to the fountain now.
Yeah, it's a pretty big kill for Boom to find. They are diving up top, though. Palos.
FBZ is going to pop the Firefly. Palos, no, he's going to die. Arfu again. With that Shadow Poison damage, is going to have enough, and now Rupture out on FBZ to make sure he cannot pursue this support Shadow Demon. Arfu doing some fantastic work thus far.
They're just keeping FBZ at bay. This Batrider is going to... Again, we talked about in the lane, but he has a tough game. 2 direct counters, 1 indirect counter with a Rupture on KP. it's so hard to just look for an opportunity to build up, to run around and dominate the lane, and they're just keeping that aggression on Palos.
Afu, though, going to be targeted now. Palos doesn't actually get the kill. CTM does take it with the enchanted creep. So bonus gold going the way of the Enchantress, but I'm sure for Palos, he just feels good knowing Afu's dead for the next 10 seconds. Definitely been a pretty big thorn in his side.
Just buying that space for Palos does give him some leeway. Yopaj, solo smoke up top. They still want to play in this lane.
The fade one.
Mortimer kisses up and immediately just pops it. Where are we going? Onto KP. No cookie setup necessary here. However, KP, he's going to survive through all the damage output. And in the end, perhaps they did need it. They just won't have enough globs connecting to actually get through KP's HB pool.
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic. I don't think you really have the support on hand to secure that kill unless you use the enchant slow.
Moon. Disruption's there in time, but that's going to allow Tims to get an impale if he wants to, but you don't have the follow-up now. So Moon will have his teammates around to help out. In fact, he goes for a final leap in. Back in on Tims. Do they have the damage? It turns out they do. Activates the double damage rune to ensure it. And 4-2 is the scoreboard now for SMG.
They are getting that early start they need. They're keeping Boom in check. They're winning out in every lane. The one issue is that Moon's maybe lagging a bit behind in farm in comparison to Yopaj, but he is starting to open up the map more. They're forcing aggression on mid. They're just camping mid lane. They just want to keep applying pressure on Yopaj.
They do. Impel's not going to land, but Cookie will be there on Rogi. Still Afu. He's going to make his presence known, and that's a nice tank there from Tims on the arrow to make sure Yopaj doesn't cop it. And Tims, he even has the dust ready. The Afu should certainly just be dropping here on that Shadow Demon. In fact, Palos wanted to come in and claim the kill, but now Yopaj takes it. Just keeps missing out on all the kills here on the field.
Yeah, I can't fault him for trying to be cheeky and stealing something for himself, but he's got a lot of jungle space to play with. Still catching up nicely on that Phantom Lancer. Still behind though. Bottom fall the chorus, right behind FBZ. Not a good spot to be in. And speaking of, FBZ just gets unceremoniously taken down once more.
Well, they're doing a great job down at the spot lane here for SMG, John. Mid one, he's top of the net worth board and he's found his first kill of the game.
He's going for Battle Fury as well, Mike. We haven't seen that on Monkey Kings in a very, very, very long time. Not even from Mid 1. Mid 1, last time we saw him play this was like Echo Saber Desolator. So the Battle Fury build up, it will help dealing with illusions. Perhaps it is just to kind of have a handle on the Phantom Lancer, ensure that they have the wave clear to handle that hero.
Fair enough. Why the hell not? Tims. Impel out onto Moon. Let's get the well, it's not even the illusion route. Yopaj. Show back up in the mid lane. Does have the Mortimer's Kisses available. Trying to go after Moon with that cookie, but again, it's very hard to catch the Mirana. So in the end, he will have to just back out of there and maybe get a bit of a reset. It is a bit of a slower start to this game number 3. KB, I suppose he could try to set up on CTM at this top lane with a Rupture, but no, even then, with the Untouchable already up, and CTM's level 7, John. Now, this man's just been farming jungle this whole time. He's hit the level 7 mark. There's this Pos 5 Enchantress. And that's going to be problematic because you haven't got the greatest ways to actually kill him.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. CTM's way over leveled. He's not even ahead of Twins. Although, we'll try.
Blood right, Rupture out. He's going to try and heal up, and now the globs aren't coming in. Yopaj will be there to back up his teammate, but the arrow right on target from Moon will put an end to it. But they do not secure the kill onto CTM. He's going to be able to survive. Oh, no, he can't. Starfall is there. Afu. He lands the last Shadow Poison to make it a 5-stack. And Moon cleans up with the Starfall.
They get a very important kill on their side there for SMG. Important in the sense that it opens up the push up top. They managed to punish a bit of an over-leveled support, so that's a nice EXP bounce for Moon. And they can start getting on with push, although down mid.
Yeah, Boundless Strike only connects on the Snapfire, but still mid one. Very, very strong at the moment. Is happy to keep this fight up as Tims now cooking forward. Yopaj wanted to get him to the low ground, but he turned the wrong way, and they should eventually have this Nyx Assassin kill, or maybe not.
is under attack.
Spy Carapace was there in time, and well, the Primal Spring does nothing.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, but they do stave off in the mid push while they're getting that top tier 1 shoved in. Still a bit of a struggle with the back and forth on objectives, but Boom have also cleared out space to clear out the bot tier 1. They're going to be able to go for an even 1-for-1 trade if their top does fall. That's more map space for Boom to play with, some space for FBZ to try and recover. He does have travels up on the Batrider, working towards Blink and Force Staff, so he just wants to be able to jump in, get the lasso off, and get control. The issue for FBZ is, who do you lasso first? Has to be the back line. Is it the Abaddon or the Shadow Demon? Even if you catch one of them, the other one can just cancel off the lasso anyway, so still have yet to see how well FBZ's impact on the Batrider can really be in this game, where he has like 2 counter picks on hand.
CTM.
Where are you going?
Gonna see Arfu. Purge is out. They have the sentry for the Moonlight. In the end, CTM, he might be able to turn here. Arfu, it's raining fire again. He'll disrupt. I don't think it's gonna help him for too long, as in the end, Tims, he'll be the one to take the kill on the Nyx. It's a classic mistake of thinking you can deal with this Enchantress. But again, CTM is almost level 9 now. With a Glimmer Cape up already. If the Floppy hat as well. He's a very, very tanky boy. Is the Rupture up your Page instead? He's tanking through it as well. Glimmer Cape's there. It's not going to help too much. They should at least find KP though, but no. Your Page is down, and now CTM. Maybe this time they can take him out, and they will.
Only way that could have gone.
In fact, Tims, he joins the fray. They have the sentry down, but they won't have the follow-up dust. So he's going to make it out.
Still a good set of kills coming out from SMG again, punishing Yopop, keeping the side on, building up on their own momentum. The draft of SMG, we talked about it having to play a bit quicker. They are hitting those spikes early on, 8-4, 1k lead their way as they take complete control of the top jungle. We have yet to see Boom to play like a team here. They have been taking skirmishes as 2 or 3 heroes, but the rest of the time they're just trying to get farm on other cores. Palace is playing bot on the PL, does have the defusal up. It's a slight power spike for the PL, but he doesn't have the stats to play with, and SMG are smoking into him.
Yeah, I mean, Palace, he's been struggling. The defusal blade not going to help him out if he does get disrupted. Is Moon going to jump in? Palace, they'll find the real target. Balance strike there. Mid one should have enough and does. In fact, Arfu's the one to take the kill once again on the Shadow Demon. Palace, again, just continuing to struggle here on this Phantom Lancer. As SMG continue to dominate this game 3.
Yeah, and again, they're just keeping that aggression. They understand how Boom wants to play this. They want to play it slow on Boom's side. They want to sit back, farm, hit certain leveled spikes with Yopaj. You know, start to build up in that core snap, start to build up in the Phantom Lancer, overwhelm with illusions, but they're not giving the room for Boom to do that. SMG's just constantly working this map, applying pressure, cutting off the cores, and ensuring smooth farm doesn't come true. They might need to start focusing on objectives to really make that happen, but for now they're doing a pretty good job in trying to cut them out.
Tim's gonna scout up for the team. High ground they go. Arfu is gonna get caught out. Globs are in again, but Disruption's gonna make it just in the nick of time, but he will still end up dropping. So they'll start with 1 support kill. SMG moving into CTM. Balance strike out, but he's got the heal up. He's just going to walk away. In fact, they'll turn around. Mid one, he's been lassoed, but no, the aphotic shield is there. Rochi, he'll save the day, but for how long? Tims, no, he'll have the TP out as well, but they'll be no good. Rod of Atos to hold him down on that Nyx. There's FBZ. We're actually kiting in and out. KP, get aphotic shielded up and is going to be able to back. Mid one, back in, but being very careful as CTM. He's stuck around. They will be able to at least get another kill onto CTM, and SMG still finding the positive trades here.
Yep, they're still making it work. It is only 2 support kills, so Boom probably not feeling that bad about losing the 2 heroes. They are still getting space out for the cores to find farm, to keep building up, and SMG, they're not pulling ahead in a big way yet. It's a 1k lead. it's rather even all the way from Moon down to Palos. The only one that's breaking away is mid 1 with Battle Fury. So in that sense, there's still a lot of room for Boom to hit some item timings here to build in and counteract what SMG's trying to do. 4 staff for FBZ is almost done. And he can try to play with the Blink Lasso, but again, it's just a difficult game for Batrider to do so. Our Phantom Lancer, Palos, is saving up for the Yasha. More than likely looking for the Mana style, perhaps S and Y if he feels that stat is important, and just more to play with. Tim's does scout out Raji.
As of the borrowed time though, so Impel not going to do too much. Cookie off the mark as well. Nice little escape there from Roger, and let's get some deep wards down before he has to leave. And an immediate smoke up now. SMG, they know exactly where the Snapfire is. Tim's, he's going to make his escape, not knowing what's coming. Yopaj, he's going to make it in time as well. He's already passed that T2 tower. Not really much they can do to... Oh.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
Run true inside of SMG. Still staying in that smoke though. Looking around the top lane, but don't really catch out the side of Boom. Again, they're working on the right side of the map. They've just got Palos sitting down basically this entire time. Still building the farm up. For SMG, I feel like this aggression is really good, but they need to start thinking about objectives. Mid-tier 1 still standing is a bit of an issue. It makes it a bit hard to control the top jungle. After that mid-tier 1, I think the tier 2 top has to be lined up, and then you can really take control of top jungle, take control of Roshan, cut off Boom's economy, and go from there. But Boom, they're going to try something. They've got the smoke up themselves now.
They do. Kind of smoke out, line being drawn through that Radiant jungle. The mid lane, Moon would be a great target if they can find it. There's your lasso out, Roger. He wasn't ready for it. The Aponic shield's not there in time, and Moon's gone. Rupture is going to be used up on Tim's. Mortimer's kisses as well expended here from Yopaj to try and protect his teammate. Tim's is going to die. A 1-for-1. Certainly in the favor of Boom Esports, at least for now. But SMG looking for more, or maybe it's the other way around as KB gets jumped, but now mid 1 onto Yopaj, but the jump away with the Cookie mid 1. He's losing a lot of HP. Palos is going to back out. It's FBZ now, being targeted here by a Monkey King. Boundless strike out. They might have the damage, but no, he outruns the Monkey. They can't kill him off. They're falling one by one here, SMG. They're going to drop. It's a full team wipe. On the tips out from CTM.
Oh boy. We'll make it work. They get an actual good initiation with a lasso. They manage to isolate Boom, get the big kill, and they just juke in and out. For SMG, this kind of boils back to an issue we pointed out in Draft Mike. The control issue. They have Boundless Strike, they have Blood Right, and they have Disruption Arrow. They don't have the best hold for wide AoE spells. They don't have the best ways of locking in something like the Phantom Lancer. So if he manages to zip in and out, and even a Batrider as well, if he manages to abuse his flying movement, you can't really keep him down. The options for SMG are just not there, and until maybe something like an Atos comes true, and is already one in KP, it's just difficult for them to get AoE control. Like, Boundless Strike is it. And it's not a particularly long stun on Boundless as well. So I think if Boom can abuse that lack of control, just constantly weave in and out, they can really start ruling this game back.
CTM, he's baiting in the mid lane. I think he'll die in the mid, but look who they're going to catch out the top lane. It's all a distraction play here from CTM, and he's not even dead. Oh, he's not even dead. That's a real problem for SMG. I mean, oh boy, that's an issue.
Yep, it really is. You love to point it out, Mike. Untouchable. Yeah, you can't press them down. They don't have the best magic damage as well in SMG, if you think about. They've got Rupture, they've got Shadow Poison stacks, they've got the Demonic Purge, but you don't really want to waste that in the support, so they have limited burst options to punish and inch, and that's just where all the values come in. They do catch FBZ out, though.
Yeah, nice catch from KP. Purge is going to be there. They just really want to make sure they get this kill. FBZ, he's not even moving. He knows he's dead. Because he was ruptured up, so he can't really move, but bot lane... They may have seen him jump through that tree line. Primal Spring in. Again, CTM probably is not the target you want to start with, but he's the only target they can see right now. More are going to start flying in onto Arfu. Zone him out on the Shadow Demon as mid one. He tries to get to work, but who are you going to aim? Nobody's within that Wukong's command. He'll keep jumping through now onto Tim's, but again, he's just being juke and jived around. Blood Riot's going to be there with the run of Atos. Cookie trying to help at Tim's. He'll just run his own way out. As now Palos, he'll make his way back in onto KP, but again, he's just kiting in and out right now. The Impale is there, but mid one, he's still safe into the tree line. They are surrounded. They've got Palos. SMG, they do eventually get it done, as they'll even find Tim's. Have they found a third? Well, CTM, of course, he's still around the area. Eventually, they'll get him. FBZ, he tried to help out. In fact, mid one, he wants more. Onto Yopaj he goes, but the Cookie up to the high ground. No, the tree cut. Gonna stun him up through the BKBs. Yopaj, very quick thinking there. Does get himself out.
Just heads up plays coming through here from the side of Boom. They still lose out in a lot, and dropping Palos, dropping their two supports again. Net lead disappears, and SMG's on an equal playing field now. We still have mid one as number one in that Brit by about 800 gold. The Monkey King is starting to show the effectiveness of that Battle Fury in terms of clearing out the Phantom Lancer, and I think Boom has to be careful about staggering these fights. They don't want to stream in one by one. They need to work it as a team, maximize their mobility, force SMG to almost fight in two areas. You know, split it up into a front and back line, and just abuse both sides with how slippery you are and the lack of control that SMG have.
To 11, that network swing just back and forth between these two teams. Mid lane Tim's in position. In fact, there's your lasso, but immediately the disruption's out. Logi, Moon, BKB out, nice balance strike as well, mid one, he locks down two, Rod of Atos is there, they should have a second in the form of Tim's, and eventually they'll get it. Another nice couple pickups here to get this team fight started as Yopaj, he doesn't have a way to run out, he's been ruptured, he might get KP, but it is going to cost him his own life. And now SMG, they've got that mid-tier 1 tower, they might be off to a very strong start to the mid-game. Palos, he's been scouted. They'll try to go after CTM first, and they should have him. Once that Glimmer Cape wears off, or maybe not,
is under attack.
He's fine.
Just buying space out for Palos to keep farming up that ancient camp. Highly effective there from Boom. High efficiency, I mean, from Boom. But they are losing that grip now. SMG is still within less than 1k gold. The farm distribution's rather even across the board, with Palos being the big difference between Palos and mid one, about a 1k difference there. So the Monkey King is starting to work that battle for you quite well, using that damage output strongly. Palos is about to save up for the Scotty at least. He's one ultimate orb down, just 2 parts to go. And once you do have more stats on the PL, that's when it can start to pop back in. We saw that coming through from mid one himself, where once that PL was tanky, it can be hard to deal with illusions, even with a Battle Fury, even with the physical damage output of a Monkey King. But the PL still has room to dance around there. You just have to stall for that point and do it. The important matter is just slow down the game, prevent your objectives from falling, save your tier 2s for as long as you can, and eventually you'll hit these level spikes as well. Like Yopaj, level 20, when he hits that with BKB Daedalus, that's when it gets scary. That's when Snapfire's physical output skyrockets, and, well, you're gonna have to face the Grandma with shotgun.
So what's the machine gun on? Shotguns right now. Roshan gonna get started mid one. He does have the Ags up now, so a pretty big power spike on the Monkey King. They'll rush the Roshan pit, and there's no vision here from Boom Esports. They have no idea this is happening. They may be able to take a wild guess though, as all of SMG are missing across the map. And that Roshan, first one of the game, gonna go the way of mid one. So another great pickup here from SMD's end of things. And with this Aegis up, they should be able to continuously just keep applying that aggression.
They can just take the risk now with mid 1 up front. They can try to force the issue onto those tier 2 towers. Look for the push. And that's what they're going to do. Line up for top. Take control of the top jungle. The side of Boom already found a bot tier 2 though. So in the end, this is a bit of a tower trade. But not one that SMG minds at all. Still going to be a big objective. We talked about them starting to melt some of these towers. They will get that done. Boom are still keeping pressure on the tier 3 though. Yopaj is shoving in the creep wave, doing what you can, knowing that there's not going to be a TP response for a while, and just working the map as best as they can. They know they can't quite face up against SMG yet, so might as well just work the map while you are able to.
They do force the rotations back to bot. In fact, oh, Yopaj, quick blink out, but Arthur gonna have a look around. Won't be able to find him. Close call there for our Snapfire. CTM still just farming the jungle himself. Just at the level 15 mark now. Going to be a little bit tankier if he doesn't go for attendance, but also opt for the damage if he's feeling a little bit cheeky. Fu, not going to spot out CTM. He'll barely get out with his life intact. Now you can see mid 1, he is working now on towards that Eye of Skadi timing. Make him a lot more frightening on that Monkey King. How's Palos going? He's doing the same thing.
It's almost there. He's been saving up for a while. 2 orbs up. Just about 90 gold away, so he's going to have it slightly earlier. And that's the stat padding we're looking for on PL. This should allow him to really run around, get them good slow off, get control off. While all of this clumping up is happening from SMG, Yopaj is still shoving in bot, although he will TP back. He wants to defend here.
Lasso out, the 4-star stab at disruption. Arfu ready with it. Still Impel is out mid 1. He gets the aphotic shield now. They do take down FBZ. KP is also dropped though, mind you, and there goes your Aegis. Mid 1, he's very deep right now. He needs some help. BKB out. He'll pop the Wukong's command. And he'll go right for the TP. That's all he can do at the moment. Though I can't say the same for Moon, who did caught up by Tims. And that's going to be a 3-for-1 in the favor of Boom, and they easily defend that high ground.
I mean, they still get a lot of value from the lasso of FBZ. Even if it's disrupted midway, it drags mid 1 back far enough that they can manage him. They can do damage to him without worrying about the rest of the heroes in their control. And it gives an opening for Boom. So they still abuse the Batrider deck, and they still abuse the PL. Like, with the Skadi up, it's hard to melt him down. With the build-up you have here on mid 1, like Battle Fury Ags is nice. Doesn't give you the burst damage to deal with the PL army with a lot of HP. And that is something that Palos is showing us now. So, Boom, take a good defense, clear out the Aegis. They get the lead back there. We tweak a marginal lead, not the biggest lead in the world. But now they don't have to worry about an Aegis. They don't have to worry about SMG on the high ground. They can look to retake some control on the map, force their own issues on the opposite side of the river if they want to, and keep the steady build-up. This is still time where Yopaj is hitting level 20. He's got it up, Mike. So there you go. Little Shredder with his attack damage. BKB up. Crystallis, Daedalus next. And that's when Yopaj will really pop off with a hero. Not that he hasn't yet, but, you know, it's when it gets really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to need that crit. We'll start working on towards it now. Looks like he does want that silver edge, but I do agree. It does get a bit entertaining now with the Snapfire. Though I say when it's 25 is the most entertaining because you get the 3 times the little shredder. Still top lane, FBZ being caught out with the Purge out. He can't force staff away, and even Tims drops mid lane. In fact, who else is that? It's CTM being chased down by Moon and Rogi. So I have to let him go. It's top. Palos. Another great kill here for SMG. They're going to lose KP out, but they've already found 3 different heroes. And now with that, they should be able to secure this tier 3 tower.
It's a buyback on Palos, but still going to keep that pace up.
Mid 1, can he actually stick around? CTM with the impetus. He's doing a fair bit of damage. They'll try to keep him healthy. Give him a reset to go back in. Boundless strike out. He'll go in onto CTM, but he's got the heal available. Yopaj, he'll move in. Roger, you've got to be careful, but he does have that borrowed time. Now, the Desolator hits Moon. He is just annihilating Yopaj in that Snapfire. Eventually back in onto that top racks. And they should be able to claim it. No problem. Now it's all about just trying to get yourself back. Never mind one. Just back in. They've got Tim's down, and they've got CTM, I think. That Glimmer Cape surely does... No, it does save him. Boundless off the mark. FBC. Looking to move back in, but can he get a nice lasso off? Not quite. So one lane of Barrack now. Do they want to keep playing with fire here, SMG? Looks like the answer should be no.
They play it safe. No reason to rush to high ground. They take the network lead their way. Less than 1k, not an amazing amount of gold, but it does set them up nicely. With one Rex constantly shoving in, one lane constantly shoving in, Boom has to always keep an eye out on top. And you can see SMG, they've got really good aggressive wards on the high ground. Just watching the movements, watching the defenders coming through. They've even got the ramp ward as well, which is outside of sentry range. Very tricky spot to de-ward. That should allow them to sneak through if they want to. Still, speaking up, sneaking around, Boom, they are smoked up. So they're going to try to make something happen. They don't have great forward vision though. This is fairly blind if they do make a foray into the opposite side of the river.
SMG. Moonlight Shadow is there. They will be under the guise of the invisibility from Moon. And in the end, they will see KP farming a creep wave, so they know this is happening. Moonlight will wear off. Boom. They'll have their smoke wear off. They do have another on CTM if they want to go for a secondary smoke, but I suppose at this point it does seem fairly obvious. Of course, both teams right now are going to be playing for the next Roshan. Boom. Now start. King's immediately out on Palos as KP was looking for a rupture. Doesn't quite get it, but they've got the Purge on FBZ. Gleipnir out as well into the Boundless Strike, and that'll be enough. However, Impel Moon, he'll beat KP up and be just fine. Wukong's command is there. They're surrounding Tibbs, and they've even got the Nyx Assassin. Another great pickup as KP for the rupture out, and he's got the real Palos. That's the target you want. But can they deal with it? Gleipnir there. Illusions, they are falling. Mid one, trying to chase him down. Palos still trying to be as elusive as possible. He'll rush forward onto Yopaj. KP about to drop it. The balance is there. They've locked down Palos. Surely they get the kill, and they do. There is a buyback available. They might be able to force it here on the side of SMG.
They've got the numbers advantage. They can just look. The pressure high ground. Respawns are coming through though. In about 10 seconds and 20 seconds for 2 heroes on Boom. Gonna be out for too long. Roshan's a bit of a longer timer as well. 2 minutes 20 on that timer, and SMG's not gonna be able to play for that objective. So gonna have to just force high ground. Buyback is probably gonna have to be forced out here.
No, CTM, he's gonna survive with the Glimmer Cape. Tims will try to drag this out with the Aghanim Scepter, but he's already taken so much damage from Moon and mid one. They're just going right to work. Cookie's there, but it's not gonna be enough. He's down already. CTM, just with the impetus alone, is trying to hold them all back. And they really don't want to commit the buyback on Palos. I suppose considering how behind he is on farm in comparison to mid one right now, you kind of need all the gold you can get if you are Palos.
It's such a massive loss if they buy back, because it's going to lay out that heart timing. And that heart feels like it's going to be key in maintaining the presence of the PL up front. If you can just tank through the hits, slowly but surely chip away on Monkey King, burn the mana of these heroes, and they can sort of clean up on Boom's side. So as much as possible, you want to allow us to hit those spikes. They at least successfully defend the high ground. Not much to be lost there. Tier 3 is down to less than half HP, so it is kind of vulnerable in the next shove out. But you're also stalling out for Yopaj as well to an extent. Like the level 25 talent you talked about, just a level away. That's still a lot of 1000 EXP. But once the low shredder starts bouncing around, and once you get that silver edge up with a crit, it will feel a lot easier to get some damage off on Yopaj. So you're finding some options here for Boom. They're lagging behind a bit, but not by a huge margin. 4K at 36 minutes is not the biggest lead.
Hold on, John.
It's still something you can play with.
Oh, that actually mid one gonna jump in. He's kind of alone right now, but his team is making his way over. And FBC's gone again. Just such a hard game for the Batrider as now Tim's has also been caught out. And that's gonna make this high ground defense very difficult. Without that Nix up, they might have time to get the respawn. It looks like instead they may end up losing the Roshan for Boom. SMG should have first dibs.
Gonna have a huge opening for the Rosh. Is set to respawn. But we've got an unfortunate pause timing here.
So I had a
high ground
question, John.
Yeah.
With the Silver Edge, right? Like if you pop Little Shredder and then go into the Silver Edge, and you have the level 25 talent, so it's a triple Little Shredder shot. Does the break apply to 3 different heroes?
That's very good.
Because it is using... Yeah.
I would actually... I would assume it will only apply to the primary target. There's the off
it's a guaranteed
chance
crit
that,
as well.
Yeah, there's the off chance that it does apply to all 3, so you never know how it's coded. I'm not aware, because, and as far as I know, that doesn't work with, say a Medusa with her talent for orb effects on her attack. Doesn't work there. So assumedly it wouldn't work here, but you never know. You never know with how the coding goes, Mike.
No, that you don't, John. That you don't. Still, time for that. There's still a lot of time for that level 25 moment, and in fact, the game may not even last that long with the way this game's gone. I mean, SMG 6K ahead. Dota Plus is saying they've got an 85% chance win probability right now, and I'd have to agree with those numbers. Palos in the PL, like he's been trying his best, but even with the farm, it just feels like mid one's so much stronger on this Monkey King, especially if he has that Wukong's command. And I think when you give props to the supports as well of SMG, like these disruptions and aphotic shields from Rogi and Arfu, they've just been so difficult to work with. And you pointed this out earlier, but FBZ, he doesn't even feel like a hero right now. He's just not able to get anything done on the Batrider against these supports.
It's not even a game for FBZ, I'd say, at this point. Like, he got one good lasso on the high ground defense up top that dragged mid one behind the tier tree, behind a rack, so that allowed him to get some hits off. Beyond that one lasso, it's been next to impossible for him to have any sort of front control. It does feel like he needs a BKB to at least maintain presence. That was a lot of disconnects and reconnects from Yopaj. They're going to be trying to reset his internet. So unfortunately, it looks like if he has switched carriers, it's nowhere better off.
No, I suppose not, unfortunately.
I mean,
I was asking you this,
yeah.
What is it, John?
And to be fair, right, I said it was something Gabby was particularly mad about. I think his stream title was "So-and-so ISP equals bad player" or DC. Something. That was his stream title. He was just so upset. Wait, what? No, SMG knows. I got knows Zex.
Yeah, Moon's like, wait a minute, what? Wait. Nobody said ready. I mean, he does have a point, John. He's following the rule book.
Wow, that is so. Wow. All right. I guess I've got to take a peek at that rule book because they don't look very happy now.
No, I mean, I don't blame SMG. How are they meant to know?
Because we've never had that. Never. Like immediately on the reconnect, it's usually the other timer. But oh well. You were saying, Mike. You were saying.
I was asking you a couple months ago if you guys had gotten like 5G access in the Philippines yet, or at least where you are, because you're nearby Yopaj.
Yeah, no, I think we do. My dad keeps hollering at me about buying a new SIM card, and just for him particularly, because he has like a lot of business calls. Buying a 5G pocket Wi-Fi router and trying it out. So. It is there. I believe we do have like the new ISP, the new telecom company is set up here, and we might be in 5G range because I'm literally right next to the mountain where a lot of the antennas are. Cool. So it should be good. Just haven't tested out. I don't know why. Yeah, maybe because we can't really go out and check the offices out, or that, or my dad just forgets. It's either or. Right. But yeah, it's there. It's there. You know. Yeah. The reception should be good. I have a feeling in my body that the reception's good.
Well, that might be an option for you too, Jonathan, considering your internet as well. I think you and your partner should have a chat about the 5G opportunities.
It's been up and down. It's been up and down, but honestly, casting through the phone has been okay, although, yeah, it would be better if that was 5G. We'll see. We'll see. I believe those pocket routers are still pretty expensive. The SIM itself is not.
Right.
Routers, that's a bit pricey.
Well, unfortunately, your Page is still having some issues here with Boom Esports, so we'll wait and see how long this is going to take to sort out. Yeah, I mean, 5G, definitely some technology that might be very, very useful for these players very soon, considering the circumstances. Mind you, I mean, I guess if the pandemic comes to an end sooner rather than later, you'll be back in a team house anyway. So you won't really be too concerned about, your own home internet.
Yeah, that does raise the question. Does that mean Boom's team house, will it be majority in the Philippines? Because it's like 4 Filipino players. Will they have a HQ here? Or will they fly everyone out to maybe Jakarta or something? That would be an interesting twist.
It's a very good question.
Honestly, I think, to be fair, it has to be in Indonesia so that the boys can't just speak Filipino and get away with it. FVZ gets to have a little bit more leeway there. Give the guys some luck. Bring them to Indonesia.
He's not getting that though. They're going right to the Philippines. You know what's gonna happen.
For sure. It's exactly how it'll go.
Another topic, John. I tweeted at Skem yesterday. CTM. I asked him, if you win the grand finals tonight, are you gonna get a new tattoo?
Yeah.
He responded to me that he's gonna get a tattoo no matter what. So lose or win, another tattoo coming out next month for CTM as we are back into the game now. Mid 1, we're going to the tier 3 tower. We're forced out, but it is still a 5v3. One miss kisses. He will spend it straight off the bat. It's not going to do too much though. Just try and buy more time for the rest of the team to be up. But SMG, they're not going to back. They'll secure at least one lane of barracks before Tims and FBZ are back up. Another nice objective secure here for SMG. And speaking of objectives, they've also got a Roshan to play for.
It's a nice big objective to take. They scouted out for the arrow. Roshan number 2. Ag Shard Aegis. So it's going to enable them to look for the end game here if they want to. They still have a tier 1 to clear out down bot if they want the Megas. But Boom, they're not resting easy. They smoked up. They want to check out Roshan as well. They've got the Hearth and Palos. That stat stacking in PL is up and running.
Palos. Move in, mid 1, immediately out with the stun. Tims is going to be... Turn around, he's low on mana right now. Mid 1 is still going to go right after Tims. They just burst him down so quick. Moon, he's got so much damage with the Leaf Desolator. CTM, slow it up, but there's your lasso out. They've got the target. Disruption is going to be there in time. Arfu, he may have saved the day, or maybe not, because the flame break is there, but mid 1, again with the BKB, is going to be fine. Instead, they'll focus down Moon on the Murano, and they might just get him. Moon's down. No buyback for him, nor is there one for Arfu, and now Rogi's gone. Though he does have a buyback. But they did not secure Roshan, and that will mean Boom Esports will be the ones to go after it, and that's a Roshan with the Shardza.
It's a big take here for Boom. SMG, I have to ask, I don't know why mid 1 is feeling so confident running in with no mana. Like, if he doesn't get the Wukong's command off, it feels like they lack a lot of AoE control, and he managed to use that spell. So that was a big opening for Boom to get some good punishment in. Roshan going to be up for them now as well. Interested to see who they do give the shard to. Palos already has his. Perhaps he just hand it over to Yopaj for the Scatter Blast upgrade. Does look like we'll go to Yopaj, so he's got that knockback, extra damage on the Scatter. Also has his level 25 mic. So there's that 3 times little shredder. Just needs the Daedalus up to really have those big slapping hits. And that's when SMG might have dragged the game on for too long. They still have answers for these heroes. They still have a way of shutting out the Batrider from finding lassos, but it looks like from Boom's end, they just need a little bit of a pullback. Not all the way, just enough to line up for, say, a Nyx stun into the Spike Carapace and Impale. And that's enough. That's enough of a window for Boom to really melt them down. And these fights are taking a lot longer now. As we mentioned in the last few games of PO, a Phantom Lancer enjoys longer drawn out fights because you always get more illusions, you burn out mana, they run out of spells, and just kill them by 1,000 cuts.
Absolutely, Palos. Move in. T2 top tower. Gonna drop.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has Radiant's top tower.
Smoke out there from SMG, but it is a smoke on smoke situation between these two.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
TP in, Palos, it's a very confident TP. Arrow's not going to connect, mid one, still going to go for the man fight with the Wukong's command down. Palos, who's he going after? He'll try after KP, but he's taking so much damage. But now the lasso, they've got mid one, nothing to cancel that off. FBZ, he might eventually drop. He tries for the TP, but won't make it out. Still, Tim's back in with mid one, getting so much damage on. Wukong's command and the balance strike does land on the PL. Nobody's actually dying yet, apart from Tim's. And FBZ, who bought back Alfu, he will eventually drop. It does turn out to be a very messy engagement. A 2-for-1 trade though in the favor of SMG. That's about all they're going to get though. No core kills. Well, I guess they got FBZ, but you know, the Pat Rider really just doesn't have a game right now, so I can't even consider him a core at the moment.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment. I don't think it's the biggest deal now for FBZ to just kind of put his body forward, do the lasso, see what happens, try to see how far he can drag them back, and hope for the best. Boom still hold onto the Aegis. Key thing now is to get more damage onto Palos. Looks like he will try to go for a Silver Edge himself. So trying to build up some invis, some way of sneaking in and out, and having that guaranteed crit is going to be helpful as well. Just have to see how long it takes him to farm up. He's got a pretty good amount of bank gold right now, so not too far off from that. I think the big thing is Yopaj. It's still down to our snap to hit Daedalus timing. Damage output's not quite silly yet, but it will be once the Daedalus is up. You might need more. Like the stat gain of snap is 3.5 each, but it just doesn't feel like a lot of damage. 174 plus 84 isn't that big, and the crit just makes that nicer, but I'd say a bigger stick is needed here.
Mid one, he's very deep right now. He'll be alright, just trying to sneak his way in with the Moonlight Shadow. Cookie, Yopaj, this could be a bad time as mid one has cornered, but FBZ, he's there with the lasso. Yopaj, he got ruptured up, but he's going to try to TP as the bash comes down. KP's got him. He will buy back on the Snapfire. Mid one, he may have gone too deep here, John. He's going to Satanic soon, I hope. So the BKB has been popped. He does go for the line still, but Satanic is still there. He doesn't even need it. Tibbs, he's down without buyback on that Nyx Assassin. And mid one, and Palos is going to try and man fight here. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in mid one. He's out of mana. He's out of monkeys. And he is going to go down. Eventually, the man fight pays off for the PL as FBZ still chasing down KP on the Bloodseeker. The Basher forcing the buyback out from Yopaj as they will eventually come back to get Rogi. But does hit Bash from KP.
Yeah, you gotta love that luck. And Yopaj, well, the buyback still kind of works. They prevent any sort of push. There are no objectives they lose. Managed to force the dieback on the Abaddon and find a big kill on the Monkey King as well. So they're keeping mid one down a bit longer, prevent the high ground, and they still have Aegis somehow. Palos actually just didn't die. He gets to keep that push down mid, find the last outer tower here, and Boom still have the opportunity to maybe even consider high ground. Look for a forced buyback. It's a bit risky, as if Yopaj falls, that could be the end of the game, and the Aegis does expire. So you don't have the safety net of second life. They will try though.
Moon, be careful, he'll leap away. Palos, he's onto that tier 3 tower now. Gleipnir gonna help out a little bit in clearing out those illusions. Mid one, he doesn't want to commit the buyback yet. Only 20 seconds left. And if he only loses a tier 3 tower, it's not too big of a deal. That'll be gone, Palos, he'll keep moving forward. He wants the full racks taken. In fact, they could try and force a team fight here if they're feeling really cheeky. But mid one's going to be up in 4. They are still going to be lacking Rogi. but it might be enough for Boom Esports to pay respect to SMG and back out. Even with the 4v5, but they're waiting around. FBZ hoping for a really nice lasso on the Batrider. The split shot arrows going to be quite painful in the middle of a team fight. FBZ's popped the Firefly. You'd love to catch Moon right now, but he's got the backup of Arfu and Rogi very, very soon. And in the end, Boom, they'll TP up, they'll disengage. Quite frankly, just finding one Rax with the way this game's been going is probably great news for them.
It's a sign of life. They get to equalize just one lane a little bit better. They have one lane less to worry about if it does shove in. Manage to stall out long enough that they do get the Silver Edge up on Palos. But that's the full Daedalus up for mid one. So his damage output's skyrocketing, but so does the Opage. Daedalus up as well. So we'll see how much that little Shredder will do now, because it's time for the big boss Grandma.
This could be scary. We'll see. Shout out to Brian and Jeff, by the way, who are watching the grand finals right now. Just got a cheeky little message, John. You know the Brian I'm talking about, Brian O'Camper.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
Yeah. Shout out to everyone watching, by the way. Love you guys. Smoke up, Boom Esports. Big five-man smoke up. In the mid lane, SMG. And under the guise of that Moonlight Shadow. The mid one. Trying to bait forward the side of Boom Esports. Could be a very risky maneuver. Palos is trying to close the gap here on that PL. Ninja Gear and everything up. He's going to move in. Arfu, no, quick blink away. Can't afford to die on that Shadow Demon right now as mid one. Gonna get jumped on, or in fact he's doing the jumping. Onto Palos he goes. He'd love to get that PL, but they are not going to allow it. Palos is out. Mid one's still very confident with his position.
Eager to know.
And it looks like Boom Esports, they're going to disengage and find a better way into this fight. But it's an immediate smoke up and a rush forward here from SMG. Onto CTM, and that's a great boundless strike. They're Chris as well. Tibbs is in trouble. They're both going to drop on the supporters. Now Palos, he's a sitting duck and he's gone.
Normally.
He'll have buyback. And so will Tims, but not CTM.
I think this Enchantress is not a big issue, so at least you have the buyback on the two big heroes that need to be there for the defense. You absolutely need Tims for the burrow and the control. And as soon as you realize this is a big opening, you're just going for tier 4s.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to force the buybacks. In a game like this, so much on the line here between these two teams. Every little inch kind of matters. And you saw that Daedalus up now on mid one. The damage is no longer an issue. Moonlight Shadow out. They're going to try and force these tier 4s no matter what. Flame Break is there. Mid one. Immediate Wukong's command out. That area denial around the Rosharp hit the cliff is going to be forced, but Lasso is there. There's nothing to cancel Lasso off. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses flying as well. He needs to pop that Satanic. Mid one. He'll get into the fountain and he'll get rid of FBZ. 3 down already. Boom Esports not looking great here. They'll find Rogi. Meanwhile, Yapash trying to find mid one in the tree line, but is unable to scout him out. They do defend the high ground, but it's still a 4 versus 2. And the Ancient is completely exposed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a scary spot for Boom. Respawns are still a bit long. They're only going to have the Enchantress respawn really coming in soon. Still a massive opportunity for SMG. And look for the safe play, look for the Megas first, and completely shut this game out. Quick PKB coming through though from Palos.
Palos, he got scouted. The arrow's gonna connect, he's gone. Or is he? Doppel's there in time, but it doesn't matter. Oh, the Sentry Ward was there. He thought he was in biz. This game could just be over as your part goes down. SMG, they will win game 3, and this grand final will continue.
bottom's
I won't
busy.
lie. That was unexpected.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I won't lie. That was unexpected. Just what I was waiting for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is no more. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Curse of God. It's no small thing to be favored by the gods.
Here. Relentless.
Monster kill!
This all unspools.
It is Dire's ban.
Feeling great, Mike. Great turnaround play from SMG to force a game 4. Let's see if they can keep that momentum up. It looks like they've gotten a really strong foundation by going for this Monkey King as they go back into now. Still flexible enough. Mid one again plays an excellent Monkey King, but they could give it to Afu if they wanted on the roaming support, as we have seen Boom in particular really excel at. So still very open to start with. I think for Boom,
Enchantress.
they went for the Phantom Lancer, they went for the Bat Rider, they were forcing it. Right, like Bat Rider had the Shadow Demon counter, the Abaddon counter, even to an extent, the Bloodseeker counter. Like, he just didn't have a game there for FBZ, so his hero is completely taken out. He still got some good lassos, but they couldn't really build off of it in a very big way. They'd still make use of the repositioning, but it would be always an uphill battle. And I think going for that PL core as well for Boom just didn't pan out. I don't think it fit the playstyle we know with Palos. He loves playing maybe more active cores, like say his Gyrocopter Crystallis build-up shows up in the middle of a fight just with Crystallis and perhaps just the Ags up. Whereas for a PL, you know, he got Diffusal, he got SNY, he got Scotty. By that point he could fight, and then he had to go back to farming for the heart. There were just a lot of items he needed to build up. I think he needs something more active here for Boom.
Chen.
Counter for Beastmaster, just take possession of the Boars in lane, so you relieve some of the pressure on that safe lane, I suppose. But if you run a Beastmaster Enchantress support duo, I mean dual lane, you steal the boar, Enchantress steals it back. Who really wins? What happens there if you just keep stealing the boar? I have no clue. Interesting pick. I think having a Chen also opens up some flexibility. KP could try the offlane Chen as well. I'm trying to recall if he's done it on his past games than say TNC or Mineski. I can't quite recall because the offlane. You know what, maybe he did after picking it up, you know, when Ice was doing the offlane Chen. KP might have given it a shot then, and some time back, but could still be offlane core, and in that sense, you can try rushing for the Healthy Overlord as well. Your aura is armor focused now on your aura, so it will help in the push. Combine that with Vlad's aura. It's a different kind of aura strat compared to the Beastmaster, not attack speed, but the sustainability is pretty strong. So it can kind of line up there. Very open pick for SMG, flexing on support or offlane. Likely support, but you never know, as the draft is pretty open again.
Points away.
Yeah, no way they're gonna give this Beastmaster away in any other form. FBZ plays a mean Beastmaster anyhow. I think the Pangolier is a great response to the Chen, in the sense that you've got a great support who can also kill off the creep. So you don't need to just play Enchant Wars with the Enchantress. Pangolier can just swash and roll into the creep army as well. Still, SMG continue to develop their draft. They've got the Grimstroke and Void Spirit. So I think in this sense, it is starting to look like we are getting a Monkey King 1 and likely Chen Grimstroke support duo, Void Spirit on mid, although KP could also play that off lane if need be. Still fairly open on SMG. You've got pretty strong combinations here. You can take the Chen creep if it's quick. You can just toss that Inkswell. Inkswell and Void Spirit to initiate can be done as well. And a Monkey King, a Tree Dance with Inkswell. A lot of ways to just get a good jump in. And they've got great mobility on SMG. They've got the Monkey King Void Spirit. Heroes can really jump far very quick. So they will be able to abuse that mobility, catch the backline of Boom. They've got control for the Pangolier if he does go for Rolling Thunder with a Grimstroke. And they should be able to kind of just work the backline, ensure that the supports don't really have a game from Boom, and then clean up the chorus afterwards.
Luna.
It can work. Like, I think talked about the Auras, I believe. Yeah, I feel like we've seen SMG try that. As long as you as long as you don't see that full commitment to the Lucent Beam and the Lunar Blessing, I think you can get away with, you know, like a 1-4-4 build. You get value point and clips, although the damage output with just level 1 beam isn't amazing, but you can still make it work. I honestly think it's a fine hero, as long as you don't go for the Lucent Beam, ignoring Glaive's build. It's just falls behind in farm too much. I think Boom should be able to work around those weaknesses. They understand how they like to play with pilots. It's like a gyrocopter, right? Like if you do go for the Glaives, you farm almost as quick as a gyro. You could opt for usual Dragonlance build, disassembly, and kind of go for the SNY from there. Possibility. SMG, I love the response though. They go for the Brewmaster, so that's our KP special. That's something we know KP excels at. He can take control of the fights once he has his ult, and he's going to be rushing for the Ags. He's going to be rushing for the refresh as well, so really disruptive, can hold back Palos. Boom, they close out with a Yopaj Viper. So it's one of those situations where we see Yopaj with a hero that's not flashy, but very, very solid in lane, and can still deliver a strong performance. So Yopaj can just constantly bully out Moon, get some early spikes. They can play with this really early timings with the Beastmaster as well, and just look to push towers, force early team fights, and shut down the map enough that mid one might not be able to get as much as he wants. The natural source of Rick is very helpful as well in dealing with the Monkey King. The magic damage is always good. You're going to be able to ignore the Wukong's added armor here just with a Viper. I think SMG. I think SMG does have a slightly better draft, just because the Brewmaster here is still going to be able to hold back Palos or even Yopaj if they have an issue with a Viper. Just with a Cyclone coming through, it's highly disruptive. You don't have something like the Venge swap to kind of save your core, so that's always going to be a factor. You even have the Grimstroke with the Soulbind to hold back the Pangolier. I think that's enough. Heck, you could Soulbind and get doubled Cyclone. So, two heroes just completely out of a fight. You just win by numbers on SMG. Boom has to be very careful about that. BKBs are going to be important. He's just going to look to run and gun once more. We know how mid one plays. Last time he went Battle Fury, his usual build-up is Echo Saber Desolator, and that's a much quicker build-up than the Monkey, and he should be online fast.
Here for this fourth game of this best of 5 grand final. The only question I have in SMG's draft is, how does this Chen work? into the draft. Like, that's my one thing. And you can already see Roger and CTM tipping each other because they know what's coming. You've got two heroes that are just going to be stealing creeps of each other all game, I'm sure. As we are going to have an immediate pause, this time from SMG. So we do have the raid connections. And Yopaj, of course, you know, he sees a pause. He'll take time out as well. You know, may as well restart if you can.
I'll take advantage of the moment while possible. I'm keen to see if Raji will be able to really farm up on this Chen, like hit shard timing. If you get shard, and say our Chen can also somehow, it's a pipe, but he can also somehow farm the Helm for the Overlord.
Oh.
So that's one. So at max level, Hand of God, and that's 4 ancient creeps. I don't know how useful that is. It sounds pretty busted, to be fair. I've just never seen it be really impactful, and it is a support Chen, so likely we're at best just going to see Ag Shard, which is still strong. So there is that back and forth that can come out. I guess in the end, you get a Holy Persuasion ancient creep with the Overlord on Boom. Like, eventually on FBZ, he can just steal it away as well. So
that is true.
It's
that's a good
stealing
point.
Creeps off each other again.
Yeah, that is actually a very good point, because if he gets the Helm of the Overlord, as long as you have the shards up on this Chen, you just take it away. And you know that FBZ is going to go down that route. He's already queued it up. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of brilliant, because every time they try to push in, like, your high ground, if you get to that stage for Boom, you can always persuade the creep to come. But then that means that FBZ should theoretically be able to dominate the creep again, does it not? And then you've got CTM, who can also enchant Ancients once he gets that level 20 talent, if he went down that route. So theoretically, they've got 2 ways of doing it on Boom Esports, which means they should be able to take it back.
Do you try to imagine how that works, like in lore-wise? So the enchant enchants someone.
Yeah.
The Chen walks up, persuades them holily, in a holy manner, holy persuasion. And then the Beastmaster runs up, has the Helm of the Dominator, and then when cooldowns are off, they just keep exchanging that cycle. And this one poor creep just keeps getting dragged along to God knows where at that point. Just keeps switching a leech. What a mess.
Very sad story. Very sad story. From being enchanted, to being persuaded, to being dominated. It actually rhymes as well, John. There you go. All intended. Oh, KP.
Breaks.
Enchanted up. Start moving in. Stroke of Fate's going to be decent, but with the poison attack damage up from and the slow added on top, should be first blood going to the Viper. And they will, of course, allow Yopaj to take the kill. So this time around, a great start here for Boom Esports. And I always say this, but if there's one hero you don't want to give first blood to, it's usually the opposing mid laner. Yopaj, he's already got a great matchup with the Viper versus Void Spirit, and now it just becomes even better.
Initial gold, faster bottle coming up. Earlier bottle means more spell, sustain, harassment with a poison attack. He doesn't need to worry about the mana pool. They're trying to play greedy as well. Tims is just standing up front. It can't really go for the steal as he has shield crash, but he could look to play cheeky here.
Tims, a little bit careful. Stroke of Fate could come out any moment from Arthur. Palos, he does actually manage to swipe that banner away from Moon, so it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. And we may as well start with this mid lane while we're here. Poor old Moon on this Void, I imagine, is probably going to suffer a little bit against this Viper matchup. Is there a particular way Moon should play this to try and avoid taking too much damage, John?
I don't think there's really much you can do. You still have to stick to the usual Resonant Pulse build. Just clear out the creep wave with that. Try to ensure that you do have the small camp to play with, and Boom has done a good job of blocking that off. You just hold out as best as you can. Maybe prioritize Aether Remnant, skip out... prioritize Dissimulate, skip out the Aether Remnant. Just have the escape tool on hand there, along with your Resonant Pulse to help you tank through the physical right-click aspect of the Viper, but it's going to be a tough lane regardless. I think for Moon, he just needs to be patient in lane, understand that Yopaj will look to play aggressive, and if you do ride out that initial storm, Viper has very sensitive power spikes, like say 25 to 35 that's when it starts to bounce back, and as long as you hold your own early on, it's not like the Viper has a completely dominating lead. You can see Moon is getting some good harassment back just for that Resonant Pulse and Assimilate.
Yeah, he's doing a great job thus far. In fact, leading in terms of CS, so definitely a great job so far from Moon. Goes down to the bot lane, Arfu being chased down by Tims on the Pango. He's going to be accompanied by Palos and KP. The Brewmaster, obviously with the Grimstroke, you've got that Cinder Brew and the Stroke of Fate combination if you wanted to go down that route. It does seem like KP does opt to go the Drunken Brawler and the Thunderclap. So a little bit different, but I suppose much easier to execute. And against Palos, maybe he just doesn't really want to try and go for kills, but rather just make sure he stays alive and farms. But Arfu now is going to be chased down here by Tims and Palos. They won't be able to finish the kill though. KP, he'll intercept, throws out the Thunderclap, and just fine.
Lane should be steady for Palos and Tims. Interesting flex around of the Pangolier running up here, but you do kind of want a big body to throw forward to distract KP and distract Offsuit from looking for those kill opportunities. Palos doing a great job in lane, abusing his range, getting as much farm as he can. KP with the Drunken Brawler, and can try to be aggressive, but normally want to secure as much CS as well on that Brew. You could try to be aggressive with Inkswell once it's up on Offwu, but not really close out. Well, he's closer to level 2, so perhaps that's the point when you can start playing aggressive. I have to point out as well, Mike, when you said Drunken Balo, I couldn't help but think of our friend Balo.
Wait, he doesn't drink.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
He doesn't drink. I mean, that's the thing, you know.
Yeah.
Shout out to Balo, though. Great. Definitely check him out if you do get a chance. Right. GM, of course, against each other at the top lane, and you've got Mid 1 and FBZ. And Mid 1 seems like a pretty free lane for himself. FBZ, they're not able to do too much in the Beastmaster, and of course, you can't really get close to the Monkey King as you see Mid 1 how aggressively he'll play this matchup. You do have CTM around, and he's going to be kind of preoccupied dealing with the Chen, of course, just trying to steal creeps with each other. So I imagine Mid 1 should have a very, very free time for himself.
Yeah, I'm surprised that FBZ still opts for the board build. In some cases, when you know you're going to have this or stolen away, you usually go to the Axe. You can see how effective it is against FBZ.
Oh, the double slow. In fact, the triple slow. They have the Orb of Venom and the double slow from the creeps. That is really devastating. If Roger gets lucky and finds his ghost, there's literally nothing FBZ can do. He can't even stand within XP range unless CTM's around. And even then, I can't say he's...
Yeah, I think going for the boars has been a bit of a detriment for FBZ. He is still going to hit a pretty good domination time with the looks of it, just like recipe now. And at least when the Chen's out of position, they can play out Mid 1.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of it. Ensnare up Mid. Well, that's a great chip dodge, but not enough. So CTM returns the favor back, and wasn't quite expecting that to happen, but they make it work with this big creep. Bot lane, Tims being chased down right now by KB. Cinderbrew is going to fly out. Arfu does have the Stroke of Fate, but Tims, he was salving up, gets back in for the shield crash, and makes sure Arfu, they are unable to score either kill here down at the bot lane for the side of SMG. It's a really nice salve play there from Tims.
Yeah, he managed to turn that situation around, get a really important kill, at least building up slowly but surely on the Luna. Doesn't quite get the last hit on Palos, but still being around the AoE is very, very important, as they do start to build up a slightly 3-1, less than 1k lead for Boom. They do eventually lose out in Tims. The punishment is there, but Palos stays in lane, still farming up, and that's all you really want there.
Meanwhile, mid lane, I was wondering when this was going to happen, but Moon ends up dying solo to Yopaj, and it's to be expected. Again, Viper versus Void Spirit matchup has definitely favored the way of the Viper. The Yopaj does finally end up finding that kill. Meanwhile, top CTM, he's going to get the same experience that FBZ had to suffer through. Just the triple slow out. There's just no escaping it. Bot lane as well, Palos gets dived. So Arfil and KP hyper aggressive here. Tims, maybe he could find somewhat of a trade, but it's not going to be worth no matter what. He'll try and chase down KP, but they've got so much slow with this Cinderbrew and the Stroke of Fate that there's no way for him to keep up.
And that does balance out the map much more for SMG. They find the key kill, slowing down that Luna, kind of cutting off the farm timings of Palos and just making up for having a pretty slow mid lane. I think that's the important thing. You are kind of just letting Viper have his game, but you're punishing Luna. You're ensuring that the farm spikes are not in line with the Viper power spikes. That could make it a bit difficult for Yopaj down line if he doesn't have the backup of FBC or Palos. You're basically just relying on a Viper for a lot of big plays, and it is a strong hero. It's not the flashiest, nor does it have the best control.
Big group up mid lane. They're going to try and go after this Viper. There's no Aether Remnant to set up here, but it won't matter because they have the Inkswell. It's a big commitment from SMG, but I suppose they felt like they needed to make that happen, and they will.
Bottom tower is in danger.
Yep, important kill to get. Again, just punishing a Viper, so the best thing Boom gets is some space to farm for Palos and some space to farm for FBZ. And it just allows FBZ to sit in the jungle, work towards that Helm of the Dominator, not too far off. It is a bit slow relative to other Beastmasters we've seen, but FBZ has had a really tough game on the offlane in the past 2 games now, and just has to make do with what he can get. The side of SMG, I think they understand what they have to do. Just slow down what your Paj wants to do mid, slow down that mid push, and as much as possible keep Palos in check, but they can't do both at once. So while they make things happen mid, Palos has to go to play with, and he is starting to really leverage those glaives. He does go for a 2-1-3 build, but he does have early glaives, and that does mean the farm will start racking up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those games. Like, you might want to really abuse the aura, but you're going to need that farming tool early on here for Palos. He has not had the greatest lane. Bot lane, Tim's gonna get dived right now by KP and Arfu. He already has committed the swashbuckles, so there's really no way out for him, as now they've got the Inkswell there, and that'll be more than enough to lock him down. Arfu will take the kill for himself. Because now mid one's even joined in down to the bot lane, so maybe just getting set up for this bot tier 1 tower push early.
They could get work done fairly quick. Unfortunately, they don't have the Orb Corrosion coming in, so the added minus armor is not quite going to be there. But they can go for the trade. Now, without their own, say, pushing offlane like the Beastmaster with the Dominator and the Enchanters with the Enchanted Creep, not going to be as fast. Of course, if they do drag in Raji, it could be a bit quicker. It is on the opposite side of the map, though. The process with just these 3 heroes, a bit slower. Top tier 1 falls quicker. There's enough time for a TPN on defense if they want to. They are walking Tim's up, but it doesn't look like they want to hold on. So, going to be an even tower trade in the end. And the side of Boom, just back to farming. Just back to giving Palos the triangle, building up. Dragonlance almost done here for our Luna. And it's at that point where it's a lot safer and a lot quicker to keep farming these camps.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Raji taking over that Radiant jungle now. SMG.
Dire's top tower is
finish off that bottom tier 1. Immediate rotations back into the mid lane, it seems, here for SMGs. They might want to try and set up onto Yopaj another time. However, Moon, he's in a spot of danger. He'll go back in. Astral step right through CTM and Yopaj. And now CTM, he's been left behind. And a nice little pick up there for Moon. And I'll tell you what, all things being said and done, although it's a very hard matchup for Moon, he's doing all right.
To their top tower.
He's finding kill opportunities. He's managed to ride through the rougher part of that lane, and he might be a bit behind in that fort, but he's not lagging too far behind EXP, which is the real important point with Viper. Like, you know when a Viper is dominating when he's like 2-3 levels ahead. Right now, Yopaj is only a level and a half ahead of that Void Spirit, so you don't have a massive EXP spike. You don't have a massive power differential in terms of your spells. And that just means Moon still has a game to play. He's playing it quite nicely.
Bot lane, Tim's gonna try and escape from KB in mid 1, but they've got plenty of control here for Tim's. Nice body blocks there from KB as Yopaj and CTM are gonna move in. It won't make a difference. In fact, Moon, he's gonna make the jump in on the Viper. It's a very, very big target. Simulate out, back the other way. Raw from FBZ to try and hold them back, but they've got the stuns there, and they've got the Wukong's command out. Cyclone onto Yopaj. Can they hold him down? Well, they won't even need to. Boundless Strike will be enough from mid 1.
We get the big kills they're needing, and this should open up the mid-tier 1 push as well. In position for the shove-in. Boom, they lack team fight. They do have a roll ready, but it's just Tim's ready to go.
In we go. Rolling Thunder is there. Does connect onto 2, and they keep it up though. Moon, he actually kills off Palos in the triangle while all this is happening. He just snipes the Luna, and now they've lost CTM. After Tim's they go. The Rolling Thunder did nothing, and now it should be a pretty big cleanup for SMG, as they've got Tim's controlled up. Mid one's in, and that'll be another kill out for Moon. Give the man a double.
They're just abusing this big spike they have on SMG's part, where Boom just wants to sit back and farm. They want to keep building up in Palos. They're losing map space to do so. With the mid-tier 1 gone, the triangle is a bit more exposed. The bot jungle, it's very open. We've already seen Raji, as he mentioned, just abuse that area, keeping up the farm, clearing out the camps. And Boom, I think their execution's falling a bit flat. Like, they're not quite playing as a team. When Tim's went in, he was the only one with its spells up. They didn't have roar. They weren't in position with any damage from their cores. There wasn't a good spot to bounce around to keep the chain stuns, because they were pretty far from the walls. And SMG just are working together as a unit much better. So for Boom, you have to wait for your weapons to come in. Yopaj is also working on the Dragonlance into BKB. Try to hit these item spikes and try to coordinate this team. For SMG, I think they just need to keep playing aggressive. They've got Death out in mid 1.
Rolling Thunder committed here from Tim's, and it will allow him to escape, as he will turn back onto our foot. Immediately TP's out. So much pressure being applied here onto Boom Esports, as now SMG gonna move in, and they found Palos again. They have got the Luna, and she has not got any hop around as the... Jesus, that was a deafening hand of God flying out. CTM eventually kills off our fool, apparently. Still a very favorable trade for the side of SMG.
Yeah, they still find key pick off. I think Palos, he cannot afford to farm that far forward anymore. You need Hawks from FBZ to watch the lanes, and there are a couple of Hawks that just don't spot the right areas where the TPs come in, where the tree dance comes true, and they've lost the lead. SMG, they just have this draft that plays aggressive. We talked about this from mid 1. He loves going for the Deso Rush and the Monkey King. Just allows him to find those early kills, and he's already running around the map, finding information, jumping the softer targets, and Boom aren't tanky enough to ride against that. They just have to keep trying to avoid, keep protecting Palos, because the more this Luna dies, the longer it takes to hit those item spikes.
How aggressive Moon is, John, just chasing down the units of the Beastmaster. Mid 1, he's going to join in. They know how strong they are right now. They'd love to force a fight. ETM going to be around to make sure they can't go too much further. We'll have to go through him anyway. SMG, they'll head down to the mid lane instead, where Moon, he does catch him. Yopaj gets caught with the Aether Remnant. It won't be a massive duration, and mid 1 won't be able to close the gap anyway. Paj gets himself out. Had he not had that haste rune, though, I'm not sure if he would have quite made it.
He looking pretty dead there, although.
Oh, mid 1. Very far forward. Raw is there. Do they have enough damage, though? It looks like they just... And they will mid 1. He's going to drop us now. KP is forced to use the Primal Split to try and get everyone out of there. Pins continue rolling around. SMG, they won't be able to capitalize off this Primal Split, but they should at least be able to disengage.
Managed to run away in time. Really nice snipe there from Boom to find mid 1, killing the big target off. So a bit of revenge for losing Palos. They are starting to buy some space once more for that Luna, and they are getting the invasion off, although...
Yeah, CTM trying to be a little bit cheeky there, stealing one of the Centaurs of Rogi, but he just takes it right back. No problem. In fact, there might be a new Centaur here for Rogi to take. And apparently this one cannot be persuaded. We'll just take it out.
Back and forth creep steal in act here. And soon we're gonna have the Ancients coming through.
Don't laugh.
No.
Oh.
I'm finding it entertaining. It's the fact that they're going back and forth. You know, it's what we talked about in draft. It's actually happening. How often do you see that? With Chen, Beastmaster, and Enchantress. And soon the Ancients will be coming true. Helmsy Overlord almost done here in FBZ. Once that's up and running, at least there's one big creep that you won't be able to steal yet on Roger until the Ag Shard is up.
They're playing on the edge here. They've got the most solid way of locking mid one down, unless you have the roar up on FBZ, and you can see him just rushing forward as he has it back up in 2 seconds. He just needs a target to go after. SMG, they might be far enough now. Boom will not proceed any further. And still 16-14. Very slight net worth lead right now for SMG, so it could go anyone's way. You kind of ignore the net worth lead and you realize that Palos, he can't join the fights yet on that Luna. So it's really a 4v5. That does give the advantage to SMG. In fact, they found Palos. That's the target block to start with, and Palos is gone. CTM will follow right afterwards. That's just terrible news here for Boom.
Yeah, they lose their big target once more. As you mentioned, Palos is not ready to fight. Every time he gets jumped first, there's no defensive play here from Boom. They don't have disruption, they don't have cheating like that to save their core. And that pickoff, SMG just goes straight into Roshan. With the Deso on mid one, not going to take long for them to do the damage. They've even got the Alpha Wolves out with the Aura. A little bit more DPS coming through as well. When they are aware, Tims could look for a roleplay if he finds the angle.
Yeah, the Hawk going to give you a bit of vision. Over that Roshan pit, Tims just waiting for that right moment. They've got to know he's looking for a roll in. As there you go, Rolling Thunder is there. A little bit early, and he gets stuck. Oh, he gets stuck. How does that work? How is he stuck there? They just left him. They just left him. They went right into Yopaj in the back line. Yopaj is going to drop. And Tims gets 0 value out of the Rolling Thunder. Roar is out though. They've got Moon with the Eclipse out. They will at least clean up the Void Spirit. And they might even find KP. But mid one, he's going to keep trying to force the fight. With the Aegis up, he's feeling confident. Buybacks there from Moon. Onto CTM they go. They've already gotten Palos down. And they should have Tims. And they do. Moon. He'll rejoin the fight. And that is just a disgusting spot to get stuck in. For Tims.
Yeah, he got stuck before the Soulbind, right? I feel like I was not seeing things.
He got stuck and then the Soulbind came through.
Yeah, right? That's why. How?
Dyer's bottom tower is
Who knows how it works, right? Like the spear inconsistencies on the side walls, or the back wall. And SMG managed to make it work. They get a good Soulbind as well, catching Yopaj, get the Aegis up. They've got the 1k lead, not a massive lead yet. But 8 to 19 minutes in, they've got the momentum behind their backs. Boom, it feels like they're missing out on the timing of their Viper. Like we've seen OB Neon do this before with Yopaj, right? They give him this highly immobile hero that's very timing sensitive, and Yopaj makes it work in lane. The question is transitioning towards the mid and late game is the issue. Is Viper just naturally has a spike and just kind of plateaus off. So we'll see how much more Yopaj can get. He's still working towards that BKB. Maybe if he can frontline for his team, that might be all they need.
Moon. They find this pick off Moon. Rolling Thunder's coming in. He's not going to step away, but it may not matter. Can they keep the chase up? Tims almost there. Moon has Dissimulate now available. I think he might just be fine, but Tims is still trying to force this. It won't work out though. Mid lane. Now Fu's gonna drop. They might be able to pressure the mid tier 1 tower now. In the meantime though, SMG is gonna be able to take the top tier 1.
Does end up as more map control overall for SMG to play with. Top triangle, it's a bit easier to control, and TP spots are cut off. Roshan is definitely favorable for SMG the next time that rolls about. And Boom, we talked about them getting a quick push out with FBZ's hero, but they haven't been really able to do it. They've only found one tier 1 top. They haven't been able to make moves on mid or bot. No real aggression onto tier 2s as well because of that. And it feels like SMG just knows what to do.
Moon?
They lose Moon though.
Yeah, ends up getting blown up here by the Eclipse. He TP'd right down to try and help out KP, but it ends up working against them as now Yopaj Gonna try and chase down KP, gets the Viper strike out. Inkswell is gonna give him that bit of bonus movement speed, and he might actually make it. And he does. They still get Moon, but now Mid One's joined in, and he wants to go right after that Viper, but a nice tree cut. Gonna make sure the Wukong's never flies out. Tim's is gonna be from the backside onto Arfu. They might get the Grimstroke again, but Yopaj, he has still been caught out. They still get him in the end. Rogi will drop on the Chen. Palos is gonna pop the BKB, but can he actually man-fight this Monkey King? Well, Mid One, he's gonna back. KP will be left behind. In the end, they'll get the Brewmaster. Mid One, he's the only survivor.
4-for-1 trade. Definitely starting to look favorable there for Boom. Still a bit costly dropping the Viper, but at this point, I think you're kind of happy. It's giving Palos the kills. That will open up a bit of a push opportunity as well. As SMG, have to be a bit cautious about these kinds of split-up fights. We've seen Boom kind of do this before, where they just take a fight in two fronts. The split focus does allow them to kind of just utilize that, work their numbers against SMG, and just clean up the supports, clean up the softer targets, isolate the cores, and go from there. I think the key thing that I'm seeing from SMG throughout the series, though, like in the last game and in this game, what they seem to target is FBZ. Right, last time they made sure his Batrider didn't have a game. FBZ in this game, his timing for the Overlord's a bit slower. They haven't been able to push around the Overlord as well. Yopaj preemptively pops his BKB to test as well.
Right.
So, yeah, just to figure out works. Not gonna have that for the next fight in this smoke, though. Could be a bit awkward.
At least he knows it works, though, John. That's what really matters here.
Yeah.
Top lane, Moon may get caught, but they won't really be able to get there in time. I don't even know if you want to force the fight now. I mean, you're kind of smoking because of this BKB. Your party, he's like, no, this isn't going to work. Let's get out of here. He might get caught out because SMG, they've smoked up. Making their way over down to the mid lane. In fact, never mind. They're going to head down south. It's like Mid One wants to try and secure that bottom tier 2 tower. They are still arguably the stronger team with this draft at this point in time, especially when they do have all their spells up. They won't stick around too long. They'll force out the glyph, and that'll be enough for them.
Yep, they've still got the numbers. It looks like they want someone to come in for the defense. Get the pick off first. Boom not biting the bait though. They're starting to line up top as well. Looks like they might just go for a tier 2 for tier 2 trade. Should end up being fairly even timings. And bottom one falls quick, but they've got Luna, they've got the Granite. Doesn't take too long as well for Boom to get that own push and to equalize the lanes. This is actually bigger for Boom as they can take control first, but they will TP in for the tier 3s.
But they will. Nice Rolling Thunder to initiate. Mid One, he might get permanent stun. Soulbind is not going to help out. The floor is there, they've got him. Oh, the Soulbind worked against them. Mid One gets tipped immediately by CTM. Rogi's going to be able to get out. Oh, but the Soulbind, it doesn't work in their favor as now Tim's. He may have gone too far in the Pango. He does eventually drop, but can they find Moon? He's out of step charges. He's only got the Dissimulate. He'll try for the TP out. Is he going to make it? He will. That's quick TP away from our Void Spirit. But you've got to be satisfied if you're Boom here. I mean, you got the big one. You got the Mid One Monkey King.
And you got the Monkey King, you get a successful high ground defense, and you kind of equalize the game. 14-21, momentum still on SMG's side, the kills they have on hand. But Boom gets some space out, they push to mid-tier 1. The map is kind of on an equal level. It's just a, one tier 1 advantage on SMG with a bot tier 1 standing, but it doesn't really mean much at this point. I will have to point out though, Mike, the shard is up on our Chen, so Holy Persuasion Ancient is there, and he can just steal away FBZ's friend every single time, so you can counteract a big item with just the shard.
Massive pick off there. Moon and Mid One able to secure the Viper kill. But yes, you are correct, John, the shards is up. I'm not sure if you can say it's FBZ's friend. Apparently the unit's being dominated, John, so definitely not a great friendship, I'd say.
Yes, some friendships are like that, you know. I don't know what kind of friendship that is now that I'm saying it out loud, but I feel like I have to say it. Imagine that, a 7,000 gold item, or what, 6, 7 or something, counteract at 1,400 short. Isn't that great?
It is. Extra value for Rogi. A great game for the Chen thus far. Rogi, 2-1 and 10. I mean, he's had a great game. He has not died many times. 2 kills on the board. He's happy.
He's just been doing everything from the lane. And back to my earlier point, SMG. I think they know if they shut down FBZ, it feels like Boom doesn't have a strong foundation to play with. Like it just feels like so much comes out from the offlane, whether it be his vision game and push with the Beastmaster, supposed to be his control and jumps with the Batrider. We saw in the last game, he didn't have the best time. This game is not shaping up any better. And I think SMG just figured out mid-series what they have to do. Now you have to deal with early ads from Afu, Dark Portrait up. They can just get their own Luna.
Palos, he's going to BKB pop the Eclipse. He might just have to TP out, and he will commit eventually. The rest of the team is making their way over, but SMG, they're ready for this. They're going to sneak up from the backside. Mid one actually gets stunned by the Hawk there, but it won't matter too much. Viper Strike is out, but FBZ has been targeted once again, and he is gone immediately as mid one. He's dropping low himself. In fact, with this Rolling Thunder, they're going to be able to finish him off, so it's not too bad of a trade so far for Boom Esports, as they will move on to Arthur, but Tim's, he has been caught, and eventually will drop to KP. Roar out. It is on the Storm Panda. That's one... I guess it's one Bruling you're going to get, but that's a Raw committed for that. Can they get the rest of them? Onto our foot they go. Get the Grimstroke down. Moon going to step in. Palos, he's going to force onto the high ground, but Moon, he's the control and damage, take care of it. And Yopaj now, he's taken so much damage from that Dark Portrait. That Lunar Illusion is really starting to get through him, and they get him. Moon able to take a double kill as now CTM. He's been left behind. He'll get a cheeky Fey Grenade out, but it's not going to do enough. It's now, they'll go after Roshan.
Yeah, and that puts Boom in a very tricky position. SMG, and they've definitely got the lead now in their hands. 3k up. You managed to take the fight, get a favorable exchange in the end. Make it work. There's a double damage as well in the bot green spot, so could lead into Roshan if they want to dip back in. Moon does spot it out. Let's have that up. For Boom, it's a tricky game. Like the Dark Portrait of Afu, there's no easy way to play against that. And as the farm of Palo goes up, that Dark Portrait just gets stronger and stronger. That's the one reason why you don't want to pick Luna into Terrorblade, why you don't want to pick a Luna into Champion, because the illusion's going back against him is just so strong. And SMG, they know this. They just go into the Roche now. No real counterfight coming out from Boom. The respawns are still coming up. They are near the area though. And Tim's could heal again.
He's got the blink up, and Moon's going to move in and immediately just blows up Tim's with the double damage, just giving them no chance of a steal here. SMG, the walkout with the Aegis, shards up on, I believe, our Fu. Things are looking very good now for the side of SMG for this game number 4. It's a 7k net worth advantage. And you keep mentioning this, John, but the scaling just isn't there with the Viper right now. Palos, it doesn't feel like he has the greatest impact, as in fact he gets caught out, is forced to BKB up and just retreat immediately. But now SMG, they might be able to force the mid-tier 2 tower.
Yep. They don't have to worry about Luna forcing the fight out. Yopaj will TP in though. They don't want this tower away for free. They'll try to hold back as much as they can. But the ancient army of Rodney is just a bit much. With the added HP, they should be able to burst through.
Stuns there, Moon. He's going to be alright. CTM, however, may not be as he tries to heal up, but he is going to drop. Roar is there, but where's your follow-up damage? There is none. Yopaj, he was too far away to... He right-clicks off, and so was Palos on the Luna. So you just got nothing done with that Roar. And it seems like SMG now are just outpacing the side of Boom Esports.
Yep, they're just finding everything. And it's back to that, it's down to that aggression from mid one with the Deso. But they knows how to play the hero. They had a great time in their safe lane. They just slowed down FBZ. He sets the momentum for Boom. And now Boom is just so far behind. 11k behind. High ground's opened up. SMG, they're just gonna go for it.
We go, Balance Strike. They've got the Viper. You'd love to get that target down. Your Page, she'll be forced to BKB and 4-star found. They won't quite finish him off. Meanwhile, Soulmind's there, but it's not going to lock him down. Just trying to secure Arthur, but a great Balance Strike again from mid one. In he goes onto the Pango and onto CTM. Just blows both of them up. Palos, he's going to try and run, but even with the BKB, he's just taking too much damage. He'll back. But it's a basically impossible Rax to defend now, it seems. And SMG looking to force us to a game number 5. They're well on their way.
They're going to be able to find a second set of racks. No real defense coming out from Boom. They won't be able to get Megas yet. They could pressure tier 4s if they want. Why not? They've got Aegis still running for 2.5 minutes. And Boom. It again just boils down to the fact that, in my view, it's FBZ. Like, if he doesn't get to play the hero he wants to and the way it's supposed to be played, if he doesn't hit his timings, and then the entire game plan of Boom just falls flat. Maybe to a certain extent, the Viper hasn't paid off as well. Boom are still hanging in though. They are all respawned up. Outside of SMG aren't quite going for the end game yet, but they will look for the last outer tower. That shouldn't take too long to push. We'll see if Boom manages to find the angle, find an approach that will allow them to win the fight and stall this game out for a bit longer.
Very, very hard to imagine it right now. Mid one is just so far ahead. Age is still up for another 1.5 minutes, and he's got the 4 Ags up now as well. So your fight just becomes that much more difficult if you are Boom Esports.
Arcane power.
They're going to have to try, but thing is it. One wants to go for the man fight immediately onto Palos. Wukong's command is going to fly out. Palos, he'll be able to escape with the BKB, but in FBZ, he's already gone down. Moon just picks him off on the Void Spirit. They might be able to trade here as Yapaj is stacking up the poison damage. Simulate is going to be there. Moon, he's going to survive. Salt into the wound of Boom Esports as he comes back in for Tim's now. Mid one, he'll just finish off the final lane of barracks. Megas are incoming. Mid one, he's not done yet. He wants the Viper, he wants the Tims. They'll get the Aegis down, but they're going to lose Mango, and that'll be a dieback as Moon is back in onto the Viper. Cyclone up, Yapaj, he'll make it back to the Fountain, but it's not looking great for Boom Esports. It's a pen. He's in again. Stun out with the Dissimulate. No follow-up to it. Mid one, he'll just keep chipping away at the tier 4s.
Yep. They don't need to actually face these heroes. They know they can just knock the objectives and you got the gun.
Oh, Palos, he's gone. No buyback. That's GG. SMG. They're on their way to a reverse sweep here, John, this best of 5 grand final. From a 2-0 deficit against Boom Esports, suddenly it's a 2-2.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Fortified.
generation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Somewhere, someone lays blame.
Gold for my master.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Killing spree under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh man, that doesn't look good.
The Dire stand on the hunt for Radiant forces.
Money to burn.
Haste.
feet to the fire.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yes.
Regeneration.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Oh, hell yes.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire team pick.
I think Boom has to respect that. If it's not picked up here, they got to ban it in the next phase. Okay, they take it themselves. That's a good shakeup. At the least, take it away from mid one.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to pick. Dire.
Weaver.
Bloodseeker.
Yeah, like he's been consistent. A lot of momentum has been coming out from mid, and that's something we've talked about from SMG. If it's possible, they always have
10 seconds.
A lot of focus on mid. They rotate early on mid. Usually Tofu, especially on a shaker, but we haven't seen that much. Even if it's not at 4-minute mark, around Y6, 2 supports collapse in, right, to give Moon a kill, but to get that momentum going and run from there. We'll see if they can repeat that here. Rest of the picks are coming true. Ember Spirit for Boom, likely the Opage hero. Some flex on hand, I suppose, to maybe run it safe for Palos if need be, but that should just be Opage. I think they're feeling confident because with SMG showing Weaver Bloodseeker, chances are one of these two heroes are support or both of these heroes are support. There's a possibility for them to just go back into Weaver Bloodseeker 4-5. Sounds super greedy. They could do it. If not, then Bloodseeker 5, Weaver on 1, or even offlane for KP if they want that. Could be flexed around still, so lots of options, but nothing that the Ember worries about. So the Ember should still be able to zip around, and we saw Yopaj in that first game. He was insane on the Ember, so getting this comfort pick for Boom to close out with, good sign.
The stalwart will hold. Radiant's turn to banter. Dire's turn to ban. Seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban.
Oh, I think that's where it's been leaning for the most part. Lots of value there. I mean, just playing for Urn Spirit Vessel timing, super strong. You have a lot of forward presence. There's a lot of good damage you can fly through. If you go for a physical draft, the Swarm has a lot of value there as well, so you can kind of play around with that for SMG. Looking for a more physical damage output core for mid one. And there are a couple of heroes sliding through here. There's a lot of potent mids for SMG if they want to go back to it. Stuff like Sniper, Winter Wyvern mid, Keeper for Light mid, all the kind of strange mids that we know Moon actually excels at. Or, if they want to play it safe, the Mirana is still in the pool as well. So there's a lot of ways to kind of run that, knowing that likely Opage taking the Ember mid again should be able to kind of give a good matchup there for Moon.
Radiant must choose. Dire must choose. Earth Shaker. Seconds. 5 seconds. None on this stage shrink from a fight. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick. Mars!
Oh, this is This is quite the throwback for Boom, right? Tim's Murata. This was his specialty on TNC. They almost picked it every other game. Or almost every game on TNC when we were casting them in the region. So good to see that coming through. Again, comfort picks coming out for Boom. The Mars coming through as well. Should be our offlane for FBZ. He plays a mean Mars. We've seen him do that again with the old line of Boom. Sets up. Usually goes for Blink Yules is what he likes in the offlane. Just going for the setup, going for the spear plays. That will give him really stable team fight, which is something Boom's draft was lacking the past few games. And he's not directly counteracted here, right? There's not much really cutting off the Mars. I guess in the way the Weaver is going to be a bit annoying, or Bloodseeker could be annoying, but not overly so. SMG go into the Doom, so that should be our Moon Hero mid. Bringing out the Doom, we haven't seen it all today. We haven't seen it in a while ourselves in our own cast, so it does make a reappearance on the mid, more than likely. That does give you solid control for the Emperor, but it can be a bit slow, depending on how you build, depending on how fast you play the Doom. You could be holding back the timings as you're waiting for your Devour and clearing out caps, taking space away from your 1, or you could be the bigger core and mid 1 could again play more active on the pause 1.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Dire's turn to ban. Seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban.
Could happen. Could happen for SMG. It's really open. I think that's why for SMG. Like, for example, that Bloodseeker, they tend to run it more nowadays on Raji than they would on KP. So if that's a Raji Bloodseeker, it's still going to be the Afu Shaker, and that means the Weaver is going to have to be a core and should be pause 1. In that sense, well, Boom does lack some good lockdown for the Weaver. I think that's going to be the big issue. Outside of maybe just jumping in, getting the Yule Spear off, you're relying on chains from the Ember, not reliable. You're relying on Boundless Strike, not Longest Stun. No good arrow setup outside of Spear here. So it's a lot of, again, pressure on FBZ to kind of set up. We'll see. SMG can still kind of flex things around if they want to. Again, they could give Weaver to Raji, Bloodseeker to KP, switch things around, and just last pick the mid-1 core. But I think the Weaver does play fast, so if they are expecting Weaver safe, that could be the core to play quicker while the Doom is still kind of building up, farming up with Devourer. You only really need Javelin. We've seen Weavers just kind of rush Javelin, head mid, look for the push and look for the fight, and just kind of run from there.
Radiant must choose.
Morphling.
Phantom
Choose your hero.
It's really even in draft. I think the PL, it just hasn't felt amazing for either team who picks it up. It's such a such a strange hero. Like, the timings don't feel right, the durability is there, it does win out in long drawn out fight, but we rarely see long drawn out fights, and a lot of teams seem to not really have an issue finding the real Phantom Lancer. I think Yopaj having the Ember is more than enough to answer back. We've seen him do that before, and you can just kind of itemize appropriately on Palos to kind of handle it. So the back and forth, I would prefer Boom here, but there is a mid-game timing where SMG is stronger, like the Diffusal Sanjin Yasha or Diffusal Manta for PL. That's a really strong timing. Like, if you burn the mana of the Morphling, because he's not going to have as much farm then, you burn him out, he's dead. And I think if SMG play around that timing, it can work out, but if the game drags too long and they don't hit that spike, I think Boom has a pretty good shot here. So really even in draft, I'd lean towards Boom just because of that aspect and because it looks like FBZ is actually going to be able to play the game here.
Well, it's been a great grand final thus far. Both teams giving the good lucks over to each other. Good sportsmanship for this fifth game. And of course, you know, like I said, I mean, there's been a bit of trash talk, a bit of BM, bit of tips flying out. You know, definitely in these two teams, but in the end, when you've hit a fifth game of a best-of-5 grand final, you've got to pay respect to each other.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you've gone the distance. You know how far the enemy team can push you. They can really push you hard. So, yeah, it's respectable. And I think, you know, going back to what we were saying earlier, SMG, they had a lot of MSG, Mike. Lots of flavor today in that food to really kick them up a gear. And they've been looking good. And you said it early on in the draft. The team that turns around from a 2-0 and drags it on to a 2-2, that team's the one that's going to have the momentum behind them. And Boom, they're playing against that momentum. SMG are feeling it. They know they're on the edge of finding their tournament win here on PTS. And for Boom, this could weigh heavy on them. Now, you said it. They've been second place so many times across so many tournaments. And this is a new roster. They want to find the win. They don't want to start in that note.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. SMG's a tough nut to crack.
They are. They are.
30 seconds and counting.
See how it does pan out for either side. I think it kind of goes both ways, right? Like SMG, they have a lot to prove. I think the crowd, it's been very, very judgmental, to say the least, of SMG. A lot of the time that we get to see it, at least. And well, I've been saying it over and over again as well, John, but this team slowly but surely improves every tournament we see them, and you know, long behold, now they're sitting in the grand finals against Boom Esports with this really stacked roster.
Matches starts now.
We are going to get started. Double bounty rune for either side. Fairly even start. We'll start with the top lane this time. You've got KP there on the Bloodseeker against, or rather with Arfu, who is going for a very early Fisher block out. Of course, they are going to be against Palos on the Morphling. Going to be also against Tims, who is on the Monkey King, so he'll make his way up to the safe lane. Anything to watch out for in this lane matchup, John?
I think this actually works pretty nicely for the Bloodseeker. We know how Morphlings like to play. We know that Morphling likes to juggle around the HP. Bloodseeker is a hero that punishes that. So as you drop in your HP proportion, the Bloodseeker has a better time once that first is stopped. I think the big thing here is that Tims has to put in a lot of work on his Monkey King to get the zoning out. So he's got good range to kind of twack at the double melee lane. That can help out, but Palos, he's stuck.
That's a lot of damage. That's the thing. If Arfu gets a nice Fisher into the Blood Right, it'll be very scary times for Palos. Just wants to get to that level 3 mark where he can feel very safe with the Strength Morph. And for now, he'll have to be very cautious. Of course, over in the mid lane, Moon gonna be there against Yopaj. Moon already ahead. Oh, in fact, hold that thought, because bot lane, we are going to have First Blood popping off. FBZ and CTM able to set up. And while we're here, we may as well talk about it. A lot of kill potential here between FBZ and CTM. You land a spear into an arrow, and that is almost going to guarantee somebody dies down at this bot lane.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Mars Mirana in quite some time. It used to be a really popular combination. Heck, a lot of the Mirana combos have just kind of tapered off, right? Like the DK Mirana, Sand King Mirana. But Mars Mirana is still strong. You do get the punishment onto the Weaver. The lane for mid one and Raji, it's actually a bit of a slower one. Like, Weaver can be aggressive. You can kind of try to zip around with Chikuchi, play with a Swarm once it's up. But PL is not a particularly aggressive safe lane. It doesn't really do well in early laning aggression. You kind of just want to sit back, farm. You could maybe have used the Phantom Rush, but not that much early on.
Oh, Palos ends up dropping top lane. I believe Fu caught him when he was maxed Agi. Probably trying to heal up with the salve there, and the Fisher just came out from Fu to finish off the kill. Great little pick off there from Fu, and I believe that was actually completely blind. Definitely a very nice play from our Earthshaker. It does make it 1-1. Palos going down to the Morphling, definitely not a great sign for Boom.
They're just abusing that. It goes back. I think they did get Vision out with Triss, depending on how low Palos was. And it just goes back to that. Like, you want to shuffle around your HP, but Bloodseeker makes that next to impossible to do.
Well, that is a good point, actually. They definitely didn't do a blind in that case. So Palos still not being given the space to be able to secure that level 3 timing he's looking for. And just look at him run them down. He'll go for another salve up. This time Fu, he won't have the Fisher to throw out, so won't be able to really snipe him on the Morphling. Tim's now going to move in to KP, but there's not really too much he can do either on this Monkey King quite yet. Oh, we have a chance, John. We haven't talked about the mid lane so much yet, because you got Moon against Yopaj. Very even kind of matchup. Imagine there won't be too many kills popping off here, but as you never really know. Do you expect anything in particular to happen in this mid lane, or should we expect a bit of an even trading lane between the two?
It's just going to be a farming lane, as it tends to be with the Doom. It's a race to level 6. Even then, sometimes you don't see the early committal from the Doom. It just kind of sits back, farms in jungle. You are seeing a Moon steady build up phase boots. Going to get the Glove of Haste, maybe looking for Midas, depending if he can climb it fast enough. For Yopaj, his timings, level 6 and phase boot Orb of Corrosion, as we tend to see. You'd want that by around 6-7 minute mark for at least the phase boots, and have the corrosion not too long. Once that's up, you can be more aggressive. I think the early presence of Ember's not tied into cooldowns as much, so you can play with Sleight of Fist, look to apply pressure, particularly on the mid 1 lane. You kind of want to shut down that PL fast, and that should be Opaj's game plan as soon as he hits around 6-7 with those items up.
Lane Fu and just setting up, see if he can land a Fisher onto Palos, but Tims is going to scout all this out. We'll go on to Tims instead, and that's a great Fisher block once again. Fu going to force Tims to run around the long way. KP might go for a cheeky dive, but he won't go past the tier 1 tower. Still being very cautious. He is only at that level 3 mark. You don't want to go too far in. But the damage is done. I mean, this top lane, Palos is on 11 CS. This is a really poor start for a safe lane Morphling, to say the least.
It's not gonna get much easier as well. It's not like the Morphling flash farms particularly fast. So we're gonna have to find a way to recover for Palos, and it's a great start for SMG. Compare the start they're getting on mid one's a lot better.
KP, let's get Primal Spring Dom, but it's not going to matter too much. He can just passively heal himself up eventually. Have a look back at this top lane a little bit later on. It does feel like it's going to be another one of those games here for Yopaj where he is going to be kind of expected to carry the load for a while. Allow Palos that comeback potential. It's not really a similar story for mid one. Like, while mid one is struggling a little bit here against FBZ, I'd still say he's had a better time overall in that Phantom Lancer. And he should have a decent enough time farming the jungle later on anyway. Just once you have the treads up, usually you're more than comfortable to just go jungle as this PL, and we should see that timing pretty soon for him. Props to FBZ though. He has done a pretty decent job at keeping mid one down considering the circumstances.
It's, again, a change of pace for him. The past 2 games have been nearly unplayable this time around. He's got a lane, he's getting farm. He's kind of keeping that core in check, but not enough to offset how slow Palos' start is. Still, he's going to hit level 6 at a good point, and he can play from there.
Palos, he might be going down, and he does. Fu is able to secure the kill, but in the meantime, mid one drops down to the bot lane, so both position 1s ends up dying. There's now Rogi, does get caught out. A very nice spear there from FBZ. And Tims will jump in with the Primal Spring to make sure they secure the kill. Seems like both POS 1s are struggling right now, but again, I feel like mid one just struggling a little bit less in terms of CS. Still Boom. They're going to move on to that bottom tier 1 tower with the siege creep. SMG will try and do the exact same thing at the top lane. They'll make the jump in again onto Palos. But this time Yopaj, he'll make the rotation over in that tree line, but moves here as well. Doom is going to fly out. They've got the morph link, but the strength morph is going to be there in time, but it's probably not going to matter, as it seems they might have enough damage in the end, and they do. KP able to clean up the kill and just make his way out, as Arfu is still being chased down here and may eventually drop to Yopaj. Top lane, Moon gonna turn back around onto CTM, trying to secure another kill. But there are too many heroes around. In fact, FBZ now does drop the arena, but he has no mana for the spear. And they will continue to chase him down with KB. Tims will hold back the Bloodseeker. But overall, it does seem like a very favorable trade the way of SMG.
You find the big kill again, keeping that Morphling down. Palos, after a really slow start in Morphling, needs to find some space to recover. The difference with Palos and mid one is actually pretty big. 500 gold behind, and these are our bottom two cores. So for SMG, big news is at least mid one's not bottom, and the Phantom Lancer is going to be able to farm up a bit quicker with the Juxtapose up. With the Illusion Army, with a Phantom Rush, you can jump across caps relatively quick. You don't drain yourself of mana. Compared to Morphling, who is going to need some sustain, doesn't even have power turrets up, only has Morbid Mass. And I think that timing on the Morphling is going to just hold him back a lot more. As you mentioned, lots of pressure in Yopaj and lots of pressure in FBZ. They need to be setting up the place. They need to make work happen on the map. They are starting to build some farm up to that point, and they are starting to rotate up top.
Yopaj is here. Moon is still sticking around, but you don't have the Doom up anymore. Arfu's going to get scouted initially. Tims, though, they want to go after KP, but the Rupture is there on FBZ. It just may not matter. Going to try and run, but eventually the chains will come in into the Boundless Strike. KP will just buy a bit of time here, but knows he is eventually going to die. Tips are out, Arfu. Tip his own teammate.
He got the tree chopped down. I think that was tip worthy at least.
Yeah, I guess so.
Managed to get the yes in the dark.
Thanks, BG.
But doesn't save his life. Nice pick off for Boom. Not the biggest kill, but it does give him more to play with, and that's what we need to see more of. Just play the pick off game with your Moors, with your Ember. Keep trying to stall out, keep trying to buy space for Palos, and hope the Morphling can start catching up. And I say Palos has space, but even Raji's just playing poke at him, and as a Pos 5 Weaver, he's got almost the same EXP as Palos, so he has a lot to offer, even though the farm's not quite there. And Boom, Tims is just trying to scout around, but yeah, might be overstaying his welcome.
Yeah, they deny him that Observer Ward. They're not going to allow him to just take that freely. Eventually, Arfu should be able to get a deny off, as they'll leave it for now. Boom, they're going to group up in that mid lane. Smoke is available, and they're going to pop it. Earn timing available there for CTM, so you certainly want to get some charges going. Yopaj, he'll be on the front line, and they might run right into mid one. Pings are out. Are they too late, though? Mid one. It's kind of limited as to which way he can go right now. Battle Strike is there into the arena spear. Great setup from FBZ and Tims. They'll get the big one. They'll get mid one down.
Nice big kill. Kind of, again, balancing out for Palos. Trying to make sure that the Morphling can kind of catch up, and they slow down the Phantom Lancer as well. The big issue is that, well, SMG does lose their PL. Moon is sort of free farming on the Doom. He's got Devourer, he's just got free reign of the jungle, he's got his Midas up. So the blink timing, the BKB timing for the Doom's not going to be too far off. And once that blink Doom is up, that's going to be a big issue for Yopaj and for Palos. They're going to need some form of protection there. Maybe a Lincoln's build up on the Morphling could help. It does look like Palos is opting for the SMY though. But at least one shield, spell block is going to be necessary to ensure that these mobile heroes won't be caught out.
Top lane, who are they going after? Fisher out. They've got Yopaj, but he's got the haste rune up. There's no escaping this man, or maybe you can try to turn, but no. Spear, arrow, and KP will be left behind. No tip this time around from Arfu. Yopaj will take his third kill of the game, and so it begins.
Yep. Starting to pile on the Ember. Trying to work towards that Maelstrom. Finding these kills and working onto the Maelstrom, it's going to give them a great answer for the PL. But look at bot. They're sneaking around. They could find a Morphling.
Palos, he's going to waveform through. Moon, unable to get the Doom off in time. Eventually, we'll just use the pig out and just make his way out of there. The one big positive right now for SMG is Moon is just so far ahead of anyone else in terms of net worth. And with the Midas and Devour, you are just going to keep escalating in terms of that gold lead. We'll see where he kind of transitions. Again, I kind of think back to Carl every time I see a mid-Doom. I try to think, what would Carl do on this hero? Any ideas, John, apart from the Blink BKB he's already queued up?
You go for Shiva's downline. I think even the Ags upgrade could be helpful. Just a longer Doom against a Morphling, against an Ember could also be nice, although I don't know if it's necessary. Because I feel like they can just kill the Morphling and Ember in that window, the initial Doom anyway. But yeah, probably just Shivas or AC, depending on what benefits your team more. Likely Shivas. I don't really feel like you're going to need the attack speed aura on the Assault Cures too much. Just get more slows, hold them back, and play from there. Shouldn't take too long for Moon to kind of hit those spikes. And again, it's a Doom. You know, you're like an alchemist. You just build a network lead naturally. It is up there, but SMG overall don't really have much of a network lead as a team. They've got a 1k lead. They've given a lot to Moon, but they've sacrificed mid 1 and they've sacrificed KP. Palos has managed to pull ahead at least of KP now, and it's just kind of nipping at the heels of mid 1. So the Morphling is getting some space to recover. And that bot lane should be opening up soon. They can look to force the push. The Blink is up for Moon. So if they want to do, they could just look for a nice easy Blink Doom play and just find a clean pick-off to build on for SMG.
Certainly a big spike here for Moon now. Definitely wants to get that Blink Doom going immediately. However, top lane, KP again going to be caught out. Gets the Blood Right and the Rob Shot, but ooh, the chains don't land. So Yopaj, he might have to go for a bit of a chase, but mid one's around as well. Spear though, FBZ actually catches mid one into the arrow. What? Oh, the Save Your Buddy syndrome. It strikes again. Is KP. He's going to be caught out anyway. Doom's going to be there, but they have the arena out. FBZ, he never had to commit it. Moon, he's in pretty big danger right now. CTM, though, no, he's going to miss the arrow. They don't have the follow-up lockdown. But I suppose just saving the Ember is going to be enough of a reward here for the side of Boom. And they already got mid one and KP anyway.
Got the big core kills. Doom does not line up for a kill. So that's a massive cooldown now on the side of SMG. 2 minutes without that spell gives Boom a lot to play for. They can look to play aggressive now. Even without the arena, they should be able to find the kills if they want to. More than likely, this is just breeding room for Palos. He knows there's no Doom. He knows he can show up in lane, build farm, has the Yasha going for the Sanj next, not too far away. Once you have that, with a stat resist, it becomes a lot better for Palos. He has more presence coming through. There is the spike here for SMG though, Mike. The mid one has the defusal. He can just melt the mana. If he runs into that Morphling, it's not going to be an easy time for Palos. It's not going to have much mana to morph around from Strench and Agi.
He's not. And Palos, he's already having a pretty tough time himself on this Morphling. Still trying to work towards that S&Y build-up now, but like you mentioned, that mana drain is going to be a pretty big issue. So there is an issue for SMG, and that has been the Ember thus far. Yopaj 4-0-2 so far, 15 minutes in. Definitely been a bit of a concerning sign for SMG as Moon is currently staring him down, but doesn't really have the Doom available to throw out. Can't really do too much to stop this Ember in his tracks. You see a bit of a group up here from Boom in the mid lane. They're really going to try and pressure this mid T1 tower now. They have the siege creep. They must know Doom's on cooldown. They're going to move in, but, well, there's your Midas out from Moon. He's not going to allow the siege creep to survive. And I suppose that is one of the added benefits of having the Midas, is you can just take away the siege creep instantly.
Stop pushing its tracks. It's going to force Boom away. Can catch out KP for a bit, but rupture there. Watch just force the whale though.
Well, they got Moon mid lane. Arrow actually is whiffed. Oh, the arrow does not land. And Moon, he will just keep pump faking the slammers now. Maybe they can finish him, but no, he's out. No, Yapash! He comes in from the backside and cleans him up, and now the double chains out into the Echo Slam Afu. He's trying to help out. It won't matter. Who cares if you miss the arrow? As long as you've got this Ember, he'll get it done anyway.
You know what we used to talk about as well, Mike, in the past? Remember we talk about Morphling up against a Shaker, not needing to buy a Hex? Well, there it is. You know, Palos just turns into Morphling, gets the enchant, gets a big hit on his right click, and they're actually doing it. And we've talked about that for at least a year. We've never seen it happen, but it's coming out for Palos in Game 5. He's having some impact. And boom, they've got a grip in this game. 1k lead their way, 3-12, momentum behind them. They take that mid-tier 1, they invade the bot jungle. And for SMG right now, it's just a matter of building up more farm, especially under Phantom Lancer. Diffusal just doesn't cut it for mid 1. He needs the Yasha. He could go for SNY, he could go for Manta. Either one kind of works, although the Manta will give him protection from the root at very least and give him more leeway. Kind of play on edge there. Boom. Are smoked up. You know, something's happening by Roshan.
Rogi and the Saguchi away. Chains are there on Moon. Arena Spear immediately into the arrow. Moon's gone. Yeah, Moon, he might need a BKB very, very soon, as this is proving to be a real issue. FBZ and CTM just constantly holding him down. Rogi at least will be able to make the escape on the Weaver. But you've already got the big target you wanted. The highest net worth hero on the map is down. And you know, saying that, Palos is now right behind him, just behind by about 400 gold. And that's a really bad sign for SMG.
It's such a big turnaround for Palos. He was like bottom core, even behind KP at some point at the start. Now he's number 2. He's hit a major spike with just the Sanj and Yasha, really abusing the morph into Shaker. Just having that extra damage without really needing much more farm. And the side of Boom, it's down to the fact that FBZ has a game. He hits this good blink timing, he lines up for the spear, lines up for the arena, sets up for the arrow. And with just that control, they find these early kills. And it's not giving SMG any openings to play with. They have no counterplay. There's no counter initiation once you lose your big core. You're just kind of forced to back off. For SMG, I think the one hope they have is that they do have Doom. It's a strong spell, it's a strong hero, but they're not really able to use that spell in a meaningful way. We only saw one Doom. Didn't line up for a kill. And right now, while it's off cooldown, they're not really looking for fights. They just want to keep farming. Maybe it's as he said, they just want that BKB on Moon first, Mike. And still a ways off, even with the mic.
Oh, FBZ! He's all over, John. FBZ! Yeah, when you talked about his Mars, you know how great he is on this hero. He'll find his 6th kill of the game. And he's been involved in 13 out of 14 kills for Boom so far. In top lane, it may not be over. SMG, they might need to run. Tim's, he's in. Echo committed from Afu onto one hero, but mid 1, he's still going to be chained up. Arrows off the mark. It may not matter though. He'll try to fight the best he possibly can because he's got no exit plan whatsoever. He'll just chase down Tim's, but he won't even get that. KP, he might be targeted next to the spear. Gonna be off the mark, but the Boundless Strike is out.
Double kill.
Another double kill out for Yopaj.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's starting to line up there for Boom. It's just SMG are sitting back. They're trying to play this farm game. I feel like at some point we expect Moon to be up front. Even if he's waiting for the BKB, you have to play with Doom. You just have to. It's such a big spell. It's such a key part of your control against the Morphling, against the Ember. And if Moon doesn't show up, you know, pretty much every fight is just lost. There's no counterplay. You don't have the team fight for it. You do have the slam, but Afu's been forced to kind of launch it on one hero to stall out fights. And Boom's just been abusing that. They're just invading the triangle, looking to collapse mid now, mid 1.
Oh, not again. Not mid 1 again. Primal Spring in. He's going to be okay. The chain. Oh, maybe not. Arena is out, but FBZ, he got an illusion with the spear up at mid 1. He's still dropping so darn low. He can't back out in time, or maybe he can, but Yopaj, he's in the chase with a sleight of fist. He'll get the kill. Godlike for our Ember. 9-0-4. Seems like a bit of a repeat performance here from Yopaj. And for mid one, well, it's his 5th death of the game, John. 0, 5, and 0. It's been rough.
It's not been a great showing for Phantom Lancer as a hero in this series, I think, overall. The impact of the hero just feels off. And they're trying their best. The Manta is lined up here for mid one, but there's just not room for him to farm. The safe spots are taken by Moon. They are smoked up though. They've got Doom. Moon is ready to go to BKB.
Blood right out, but it's not going to matter. The balance strike was there immediately from Tim's. AB, he'll throw the rock shot, but he knows nothing's going to come out of it. Just has to get it out before he dies. SMG, they're still posturing aggressively with this BKB up on Moon and the Doom up. But they can't really find an opening. And to make matters even worse, Jonathan, Palos has a Lincoln Sphere up, so you can kind of forget about dooming that morph.
Great. I was looking for that build-up on either Chapoy or Palos. Good to see that one of them has it. As mentioned, you need one spell block. That's going to be enough. That'll complicate matters for Moon. He has to kind of try for the Infernal Blade first, and that can slow down the process, give enough leeway for the enemy here to respond, and he's stuck.
Yeah, he got himself up there. BKB forced. He's gonna TP and he should be just fine. It's a long TP though. Because it makes you think. He's alright. It was an 8-second BKB charge as the arrow. Fu, it's gonna land. Fu, where were you watching, sir? It was a really nice arrow from CTM because it was mostly fog in the tree line. And another great kill there from the side of Boom.
And again, they get the enchant, the Earthshaker form for Palos. Enchant tokens there, plus 256 damage. Nice to see. SMG, I think it's actually a really big deal they lose their 9-second charge on Moon. You need as much as you can. This is the big investment you made on your lineup. You were banking on Doom to hit BKB, to jump Doom, and just control one of these big cores. As you mentioned, with the Lincoln's up, you can only really hold the Ember now. And Yopaj has been doing a good job of just staying so far away that you can't even find the angle to lock in that Ember Spirit. And to make matters worse, he's got his axe up.
Mid one, gonna try and move in onto CTM. Yopaj is around to protect his teammate, and now FBZ's in, but he missed the spear. He's popped the BKB. He'll commit to the team fight. Rogi, he's kind of trapped up right now. Meanwhile, on the backside, mid one, he's trying to get his escape plan going, but it's not gonna work out. Palos gets the kill. They save Rogi, but what does it matter if you're losing your PL? In fact, I say they saved him, but Tim's is still hunting him down. Rogi, not out of the woods yet. He's going to keep Sakuching, TP. The balance is off the mark. They didn't have the vision. But Boom Esports, they should still be very happy with the mid one kill. They are not giving any leeway to this PL whatsoever this game 5.
They're not giving any openings. The bigger loss there is that they use Doom. All powerful.
They're committing everything onto Tims, and Tims is not dying. This is desperate times now for the side of SMG as they are trying their best to find a...
Wait, Mike. One kill for Boo. That's all I want right now.
The 3-2-2 dream. It's active.
Just one. Come on.
You love to see it.
See. But they doomed Palos a while ago, Mike. With the Lincolns, I thought they saw it at some point. They never did. So that big spell's on cooldown, a minute 10. A lot of time for Boom if they just want to jump in with that Ags on Yopaj, and he's rushing to refresh. This is the point when he gets silly. This is the exact point when the game just flipped on its head for Boom. They're going to go for the Roshan first. It shouldn't take too long. They've got Tims, they've got Palos in the area. SMG, they don't have wards around the Roche pit, so they've got to get a good scan get, but even then, without Doom, without Echo Slam, I don't know if they can even fight in that area.
No, it's gone down too fast, and Roshan's just gone. Maybe the Aegis going the way of Pup.
But his fate.
SMG, again, desperate times here for the Radiant. Try and find themselves some form of an opening. Mid one's still about 4k behind Palos, but that's probably the least of his worries. FBZ just haunting him this whole game with that Mars. All SMG can do is just wait for that Doom to be off cooldown and maybe try to find a pick off. But boom, they have not been given the openings. Mid lane, a big group up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yopaj gonna miss a slide. Arrow's gonna land. Rogi does get caught by the stun. Rod of Atos is there, however, CTM. He'll juke out the Blood Right with the Yule Scepter. And I'll tell you, John, there's something funny about the 3-2-2 scoreboard being alive right now, because it always makes us more nervous than the actual game does. So everyone just wants the 3-2-2 to happen every time, as Moon's gonna jump in and try to ruin it, but no, Remnant's away, stuns out, they've got Palos, but they can't do him up, they need that link, it's broken, now mid one, he's been caught again with the Spear out FBZ, he will not allow him, and there it is, the 3-2-2 is available, it's up, everybody wanted it, and that's exactly what they got.
Oh, boom. What a way. Last game, they get the 3-2-2. Now, SMG's still looking for an angle. They're smoked up here. They've got the Slam, they've got Doom. They just need a target.
Need something. Palos just very confidently going to go off that tier 3 tower.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
KP. Balance is there. Arrow going to connect. They've got more lockdown. Arfu's gone. He'll buy back. I imagine that the press of the buyback button was very angry at that moment for Arfu. There's Palos. I have Skadi now up on the morph. He's much tankier and much harder to deal with as KP's too close. Too close. Palos also going to Fisher out, but you can't really do right now. It's just a very tough circumstance. CFS and they're lacking buybacks as well. At least on they can't really afford to move it. So they'll break the Lincolns, but Palos is going to get out scot-free. Moon, he's going to jump in. BKB up, but he does not want to commit onto Tim's. Palos, he'll move in again. There's the Echo Slam Arfu. He'll get rid of the Aegis and he gets rid of Tim's. That's a start, but FBZ, he's going to jump in, spear off the mark. It won't matter though, because Arfu's down, and now Rogi's wrapped up. He will drop as well. Doom is committed onto Yopaj, but is it too late? It does seem like it. They'll try and move in. Mid one, he'll try onto Palos, but he's got the Weaver form now. He's got the Sakuchi up in mid one. He's a sitting duck. He'll try to run, but he cannot. No buyback. There's Palos. He's dropping low, but he's just not low enough. Moon. He's gonna drop. No buyback available. They might just go after us another Rax here. After that mid tier 2 tower. Rogi, he's just kind of scouting around right now by himself on the map. It's a very lonely experience for Rogi. As Boom Esports get closer and closer, John. 4 to 30. Tips flying out for mid one. Everyone just giving it to the man. Boom Esports, absolutely no remorse. The mental welfare of SMG. And Boom, they're on to Megas, John. I'm not sure how you stop this anymore for SMG. There's only one lane of Rax left.
They don't have the spells to do it. They don't have Slam, they don't have Doom. Holding back the Ember and Morphling at that point is just near impossible. They've just got to hold their own for a while longer, maybe try to stall out the Megas, but without the spells up, it's down.
We'll read it down. FBZ, another great setup into the arrow. They've got him. That might be it. Another arena round. FBZ, he's just all over. He's got the refresh over. GG. Oh, that's it, Boom Esports. After so many attempts, they have finally managed to pull it off here, John. If they just keep going forward into the fountain. But there you go.
Look to their middle tower. More helpless than a child.
Double damage!
This is the real unbelievable! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion! Radiant's middle tower is no more. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shadows, take us.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Holy shit! Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So strong guys, I'm so strong.
On the hunt for Radiant forces.
Easy shot. Allies. Pathetic.
Eyes lie, but the spirit is true.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Thunderous applause. Earth's bounty. can do with more of that.
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Помогите, помогите, помогите.
Coin for me.
Then!
Pustules!
Killing spree! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Speed fight.
Regeneration.
Killing spree! Dominating! Double kill!
A golden thread.
Illusion!
is under attack.
You wish I never stooped to
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The essence cannot be destroyed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That was costly.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Invisibility.
For me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Hungry, Nova?
Roasted, toasted, and
Monster kill! Godlike double kill!
a golden thread.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So this is mortality. I really ought to do something about it.